Okay, I think we're live.
Yes.
Wow, after some technical difficulties, sorry, thanks for hanging in. Um, we are here, so thanks for watching. I know it's super late for you guys, so if you're catching the replay, leave a like. And yeah, I'm here with my good friend Larry, Scream Scene Reacts. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for inviting me to do this year. I understand this is a tradition for you and some of your friends. So is this what's the count now? How many times have you done this?
I think this is our second year. Did we? I don't know. Well, we have a huge panel of people here, but I'm pretty sure this is our second year. We may have done like an unofficial one in 2021,
Oh, I
but
see.
but yeah, this is always like a fun show. You know, get to recap the entire year.
Absolutely. I'm excited to talk about these films with you because we have a lot to get through. So buckle
Sure.
up, Patty. We're gonna be here a while.
For sure, for sure. So yeah, let me intro some of these people. Some you may know, some you may not know. Either way, they're cool guys. The first one, let's get this guy Tregan in here. If you don't know Tregan, he is from Canada and he's a cool guy.
Hey,
I thought you were gonna say. I thought
And
you were
he's a
gonna say.
filmmaker too.
Yeah. If you don't know Tregan, you'd be one of billions. Yeah. So
Hey, nobody knows me either, but yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a filmmaker. He made a cool movie this year. Check it out. Finally Home. I'm plugging your movie for you, dude. But
thank
yeah,
you. I plan on plugging it again at the end.
yeah.
oh, for sure.
Thanks for joining, bro.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. It's the first time I've done like a group live stream or a live stream of this type at all, so I'm looking
Are
forward to it.
you sure about that? Of this
Yeah.
type, of this kind.
Of this
Okay.
type, I did like game
Okay.
live streams when I was like 13.
Yeah.
All right, let's get Jonah in here. Looking way different than he normally does, dude. Are you like playing a hillbilly in a movie, or like what's the look?
The look is fresh. You know what I'm saying? It's fresh and clean.
I'm just saying because people are usually used to the long flow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The sexual attractiveness is wearing off slightly.
Okay.
I don't know.
I was thinking about this.
You're
I was
just hitting a different demographic.
Yeah, I was thinking about this while I was in the chat because I watched Trap today, but Scream Larry looks like Josh Hartnett kind of in this lighting.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I can see
thank you very much. That's a
W.
That's a
Send
compliment.
it.
Thanks.
Take it, Larry.
Slightly like Josh Hartnett. I prefer Ethan Hawke, but I get it. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Like a cross between the two.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. If
they
Josh
had
Hartnett
a
and Ethan
baby.
Hawke had sex and
Created you would be the creator.
oh, sorry, I was just picturing it for a second. Never. Let's
That's a
move on.
huge W, Larry.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And last but not least, we got Dallas from Deceased Flesh in here. Let's get Dallas in here. How you doing, bro?
Why am I last? What the heck?
Nice.
Because
Yeah,
you
You entered based on importance.
Damn.
Wow. Wow.
We got some beef starting up in the chat, but don't worry, we got more of that coming.
For sure, yeah. It's gonna be firing on all. There, shade will be thrown today. Let's just say that. Yeah.
Yes, I'm coming after all of you equally.
I'll be coming at the same time. It's all right.
Let's go.
Well, let's all come at the same time then. That would be great. Yeah.
That sounds like a
do
good
that.
day.
Yeah. That'll be great for the numbers. Yeah.
Good for the
Definitely.
numbers, good for the audience. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Fan
So-
service.
Let's get
I'm
some
gonna-
triple digits in here.
I'll pass the hosting duties off to Larry here, but before that, before we get into the movies of the year, let me play a quick video.
I can't be blamed. I am a goddess.
Dang, she better not do
Nice.
that
Yeah,
to
buddy.
me again. She better not do that
Nice
to me
job.
again. That freaking
No.
swear to God, dude. We gonna have a hard time today. All right.
Oh, something's gonna be hard, that's for sure.
Already.
Yeah, so uh, great. That was do we credit the person, the magical being who created that little
Absolutely.
montage for us?
Oh,
Absolutely.
Blumhouse sent me that to,
Yes,
to put out.
Blumhouse. Jason
Blumhouse
himself, yeah,
himself,
sent us
yes.
that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Those losers send him that video.
Thank you very much to our very own Dallas
C-Stick,
for coming up with that. That was it was like you came up with that in like 30 minutes, right?
no, I worked that on that all day, buddy.
Oh, okay.
I know it was only. I know it
See,
doesn't
look,
look.
the beef is continual already.
No. I understand. I've done some editing in my day, and I understand that 30 seconds would take you hours. I get it. So thank you so much for doing that.
I
But
would have included what are those movies? Hold on, what's it called? Oh, Tarot and Afraid, but I was like, nah, no
It's
point.
okay. Those
Not
stinkers
worth
don't
it.
belong in
Didn't
there.
deserve it.
All right,
Those
let's get
stinkers.
into the first one. And real
yeah.
quick,
So yeah.
I don't know, should I? We're not really talking too much about found footage movies.
Yeah, it's
No,
not found,
A little
I mean, I
bit.
think there are a couple in the list, but like
like
very like not
Yeah.
the center focus.
Far point,
Right.
send it out, my man. Send it out.
Trigan, if you want to like make a quick post while we're talking.
It was.
I don't know.
Oh, on the Discord, I might be able to, but it might kick me out of that stream to be honest, because I'm on my phone.
Whatever. All right, Larry,
All
let's go.
Okay. Anyway, so as you just saw, we did a clip of the 2024 films, and some TV shows are in there, I think. So let's start the discussion now. For each and every one of you, what did we think of horror in 2024 compared to previous years, especially in 2023? Because we will be going through a whole list of these films, but I'd like to get your general knowledge. So why don't we start with our host, Rob? Take it away.
This is a great year for horror. If you're saying no, then you just haven't done your research, man. Like you're maybe just watching like some of the mainstream stuff, but even then, like it's been really solid. I think this is the best year for horror since 2019. So,
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
Fuck no. All right,
Well,
sorry.
I would have to agree with you there, Rob, when you said that even if you're not watching, if you're just watching like the majors, I believe that this year the majors, and by majors I mean major studios, have stepped up their horror game, especially with some franchise favorites and some of the more familiar ones. They've really did decide to like go for it, like go pure horror. But on the indie side as well, they've always been great with horror. Shudder has obviously won the year because I think like half of the movies that we're going to be reviewing today are all on Shudder. So congratulations to them. But the mini majors, those are the ones that sort of struggled. We're talking about the Lionsgates, we're talking about the Blumhouses, we're talking about all of those that like are on the cusp of greatness, but somehow just faltered. So we're going to get into that. So what about you, Trigan? What do you think of 2024 for horror?
Thought it was good, not great. A lot of movies I watched, I gave like a 7 compared to previous years where I was giving like 8s and 9s around the board. So I thought we did have some really good ones, but a lot of it was just good.
Yeah, I agree with that. Dallas, do you agree with that?
I thought, or at the beginning of the year, I kind of was like, this year sucks. But also because it was January and all we got was Blumhouse stinkers. But over time, I did grow to like this year. Compared to last year, I was only able to make a top 6 list of my favorite movies this year. I did get to 10, and I did have to cut out like 2 of them. So I would say this year is at least better than last year, but I don't think anything this year quite reached the heights of When Evil Lurks or something like that. But I
True. I mean,
Yeah,
last year
definitely.
we had When Evil Lurks, we had Talk to Me, we had so many like great stuff that came out last year that are to this day still being reacted to. They're not like forgotten immediately once they came out. People are still discovering these films. And yeah, we can't say the same for a lot of the releases this year. And Jonah, take us home with 2024 of horror.
Yeah, I'm with Dallas. I think that's it. I'm not good at talking on the spot, but yeah, I'm good with Dallas. Yeah, I'm with
Oh,
Dallas.
we're so glad we invited you then.
Hey, I'm saving all my knowledge for one particular
Oh,
title.
okay. So you were not prepared for this question. Okay, I gotcha. But
Yeah.
everything else, you got
I
notes.
typically we
like
just
that.
run in here and just start saying stuff. But yeah, I like this.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start with our first movie on the list? Now, this is a movie that has a very good legacy. But unfortunately, that legacy did not really live up to the final installment. I'm talking about Maxine, one of the most divisive horror films of the year, if you could even call it a horror film. I mean, that's up for debate, but that's why we're here. So, let's start with who's chomping at the bits to talk about this movie. Dallas?
I'll go. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely Dallas. Wait,
don't-
real quick.
That means
Why do you call it divisive? It's not divisive.
It's divisive, it's divisive, it's potato, it's tomato. Yeah.
I didn't want
Okay.
to.
All right.
Potato, but all right.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely like the weakest of the trilogy, but I wouldn't say it's awful. It's just kind of meh. You know, it's like an underwhelming finale to the trilogy, but it's not terrible. It's just kind of meh. You know.
Yeah.
Like, should I
Yeah.
get it? Should I, or I just give like my opinion and then we like talk about individual parts of it, or should I just?
Yeah, no. So let's start with what did you think was the most meh thing about it in terms of an element of the story?
I would say the ending is very drastic. I don't know. It was very weird to say the least. Like, kind of turned into an action movie at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Maxine didn't really do anything in the finale. Those two cops kind of did everything, and then all she did was just take up. I think we should put spoiler warning for every movie in this list.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're going to be talking about details here. So if you guys haven't seen any of the movies that we're discussing at the moment, just do this, blah 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 blah, blah and then I'll wave at the camera once we're done. So are we spoilering?
Yeah. The killer.
Okay,
I don't think we have to spoil the movie.
No, let's spoil every. Oh, come on, we have to speak of these movies.
We have to
Yeah,
speak
we have
of
to
the movie.
speak of the plot because it's integral to the criticism.
Sure, the
Anyway.
plot, but not okay. All right, whatever.
Who cares? We spoiled all the movies last year. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the killer reveal was so obvious. As soon as the movie started, and it's like the tape of her dad filming her, I was like, "He's the killer." It was very
Stevie Wonder could see that reveal coming from a mile away.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see that one coming from a mile away. I didn't see it.
Again, Stevie
You were
Wonder.
10 minutes late. You were 10 minutes late to the movie. That's why.
I was only slightly surprised, very slightly. I was like, "Oh, I forgot that even happened."
Yeah.
Like,
But what did
I was
we
so enthralled by the movie.
Yeah, what did
that I
we
just
think
forgot.
of that concept of all of the past two? Well, I guess you could say past two films, right? They're kind of they are connected, I understand, but the third film was more of a Maxine, was more of an X sequel than a Pearl sequel, right?
yeah,
Exactly.
Well, Pearl is a prequel though, an origin
Pearl
story.
is a prequel to the killer of X, but
Yeah.
Maxine is a sequel to Maxine from X. So it's weird. Both two films are sequels of each other, but two films have nothing to do with one another. Like Pearl and Maxine don't have anything to do with one another, basically. So you can either watch X and Pearl or Maxine and X, basically. Yeah. But anyway, what did we think of just it leading to that? Like, all of the tension from X leads up to just, okay, the dad is a religious zealot and he's the one doing all these murders. How do you feel about that revelation?
Well,
Lame.
you kind of just had to go into it knowing that it was supposed to be a giallo before you went in, and then you might have had a different experience, but because he said he wanted to do 3 different things with each movie. He wanted to do a slasher, he wanted to do a period piece, and he wanted to do giallo. And
Yeah.
What was really giallo about it besides the killer wearing black gloves?
Yeah, that was like a
Yeah.
that was like a promise that was unfulfilled. I felt
Exactly.
like
For me, it felt more like a 80s crime thriller.
Yeah.
Rather than an American 80s crime thriller, like a William Friedkin type film, without the
totally.
film, of course.
It's one of those
but
I really wanted. Sorry, Larry.
No, go ahead,
it's one of those I really wanted to love, and I liked it. I didn't love it. Really dug the aesthetic. I mean, this is a movie that's up my wheelhouse, man. I should love this movie, and something about it was not grabbing me. And especially towards the end, it just got really generic.
Yeah.
Mia Goth is awesome. You know, she's a star. You know, like yeah, she's a star. But something about that movie, man, just did not hit. I don't know. I don't know if it was the cheesy cops or whatever. I thought that subplot was kind of lame. The dad, maybe if they casted like a interesting character, like a actor as the dad, maybe that would have been interesting.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
You know, it would like the reveal would have been like, whoa, like, you know, like if it was somebody cool, but it was just like, oh, okay,
Just a guy.
Yeah, just a random dude.
They could have told us that they could have just never told us that the dad was Maxine's daughter, and that would have made for a bigger plot twist at the end.
Yeah, like if it would have been more of like just a religious organization trying to wipe out all of the smut, and Maxine was being targeted, that would have made it a bit more. But then again, I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to directly connect it to X, which hurt them, I think, because I think X is done. That was it. What they needed to do was a new story. Kind of like how Pearl was a new story. Kind of like how X was a new story. And both films were very closely tied to the era and aesthetic that they were trying to emulate. Maxine, on the other hand, it felt like a mishmash of several different eras put into it. It looked great, but I don't know. There was something about it that didn't connect to me, and how it was almost like stage dressing as opposed to a lived-in world. That's how it came across to me.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we should mention at least like some things we liked. Like Rob said, Kevin Bacon, of course.
Yeah, Bacon. Like Frankie says here, Kevin Bacon did crush that role. He was chewing up the scenery. He was killing it.
Literally
he crushed that role like the guy's balls in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I like that Louisiana accent he had going on. You know, like he was chewing up gumbo in the whole movie or something.
He killed it. Yeah, he killed the Louisiana vibe.
Yeah,
I've been there a couple of times. So I've
anyway. All right, let's move on. Next one. Let's go.
I think Dallas has one last thing to say. As always.
One last thing. I think I guess we didn't see him murder the girls, but still, like the way it was shot, it looked like Sinister tapes. Yeah, I love anything Sinister. So
yeah, that was kind of cool. I also, I mean, I was a fan of the third act because it was exciting.
I was too,
except for the twist. I didn't like the twist, but the ridiculous, over-the-top action was just fun, which I think the movie was really lacking in, was the fun that the other two had.
Yeah. Like if they wanted to do an 80s crime thriller, they should have made it all throughout the film, an 80s crime thriller where there were
they should have
chases and gunfights and things like that. Yeah.
They should have just gone for it, but they didn't know what they were going for. It was kind of just directionless.
Exactly.
The movie was fine, but like they did not know what to do with any of it.
Yeah.
Good point, Trigan.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It felt like they had no idea how to wrap up this story because they didn't even know if there was going to be 3 films.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we know that the first and the second, the Pearl and X, they were made back to back, so they knew those were going to be released, but they had no idea that if they were going to be successful or not. So when they were like, okay, I guess we have to make a third one now, and just came up with stuff on the spot. Yeah, I see what you mean there, Trigan. Yeah.
Hello, Cat.
Okay, well, speaking of
bad
surprising and divisive films, let's go into the next film on our list. And I guess we're going to be talking about the indie feature Late Night with the Devil, which was one of the early films of the year that kind of like made an impact in horror. I guess let's start with you then, Jonah, because you seem to already saying something. Go ahead. What did you think of this one?
That's my bad. I just jumped right in on it. It's good if you like talk shows, but if you're like me, you don't like talk shows. What, dude? The ending is reserved for ending is where all the stuff happens.
That you don't like the movie because you don't like talk shows. I've never met anybody who justifies their disdain for something with that.
It's a weird criticism.
That's literally
That's not a weird criticism. I had to sit through it. All right. I had a good time. But I was waiting for the horror to happen, and they saved it all for the end. And when it happened, it was lackluster.
Okay. Well, actually, I disagree with you on that. I believe the ending for me was the one that was a bit of a letdown. Everything else leading up to it. You said that the horror in the end, horror was only in the end. But for me, I believe the horror was leading up to it. Those little things, those little hints that were being dropped, built tension. And then when it exploded in that last act, you were like, oh. For me, it felt like a 1 hour, 30-minute segment of a VHS anthology. To me, that kind of it feels stretched. Yeah, it feels stretched out as a concept where it could have worked as just like a real-time 40-minute late night talk show.
Like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah,
I guess I was expecting more like Ghostwatch type deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought this was like a very unique movie until I saw Rob's reaction to Ghostwatch, and I'm like, yeah, this is basically just the same thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought it would have been like Ghostwatch. I said Ghostwatch was a good movie.
Okay, well, we're not talking about Ghostwatch. We're talking about Late Night with the Devil.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. The comparison is that I wish it was more like Ghostwatch.
Right. Okay. And for those of you who haven't seen Ghostwatch yet, like me, that was more of like a found footage as well, right? From the 1990, I believe this was when it came out. But I haven't seen it yet. Rob, what did you think of Late Night with the Devil?
I kind of agree with your assessment, Larry, where it's like, it does seem like a stretched out segment from VHS or Black Mirror episode. I was feeling the vibes big time. Like, I love anything set during Halloween. I like, that was cool. And I thought David Deshmelkin, is that how you pronounce his name?
Actually, it's pronounced the Small Chin because it's the Small Chin. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's how he explained it in one of the interviews. Just think
the small chin. David the Small Chin. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That makes it easy. I thought his performance was killer.
Yeah.
I really like the skeptic dude in that movie. I thought that was a great performance. As a supporting
Y'all recognized him from The Matrix?
Yeah, I was like, I know that guy from somewhere.
Who is he in The Matrix?
He was the one that Hugo Weaving went into the real world at the end of the second one, and then at the first half of the third one.
Yeah, I remember now. He's like a bad guy.
He was a bad guy who left the Matrix, entered the body of a human being to fight Neo in the real world, and that was him. But yeah, very small, minor role. But yeah.
Yeah. I thought all the performances were really solid. Again, like there's going to be a common theme with a lot of these movies this year where it loses me at the end. I don't like how the movie broke rules towards the end. Like, it was found footage. It really was like a found tape. And then all of a sudden we get like ethereal at the end and dreamlike and fantastical and stuff. Which is cool, but like it's different than the rest of the movie. So that turned me off a little bit. But overall, I really enjoyed it. I thought it's really solid.
Same. Trigan?
I'm pretty much on board with everything everyone's saying. It's like, I thought it was pretty cool at first. I liked the talk show element. I thought that was a neat way to do things, and the performances were all really good. And then the ending hit, and I was like, come on, man. Like, they just broke away from it. It ruined the immersion, and it was just kind of a stupid ending. It's like, at least that's what I thought. I was like, this is kind of lame. But yeah, the performances all throughout were good, and I liked the little scares building up to the end, only for the end to just falter completely. So this was one of those movies I said I gave like a 7 when I reviewed it, because I was like, okay, it's good, and then the ending was just eh.
Another thing I hate about it is the 15 minutes of logos before the movie starts.
That was ridiculous.
There is like an hour of half of the hour of the movie is just logos.
And each of those production companies donated $100. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how much they donated to that. But yeah. So Dallas, take us away.
Yeah, but it's just going to be a repeat answer. I was really liking it. Of course, obviously the end ruined it. It's just a big CG fest at the end, and it doesn't look very good with their head ripping open and lights shooting everywhere.
That looked VHS like too.
Yeah. It would fit in a VHS movie, but
that's what I thought when that happened. I was like, wait, this kind of looks like a VHS, and that's where it came to mind. It's like, oh, this was probably like made for that, and then probably extended. You were going to say
Radio
something,
Silence,
Rob?
isn't it?
Which one?
Maybe.
Late Night
with the Devil. It was Radio
No,
Silence.
it's not. It's not Radio Silence.
If it was Radio Silence, we wouldn't
Who
have gotten
was it?
15
I thought it was
minutes
someone who was
production
associated
logos.
with the VHS movies.
No, not even. This is a completely original idea.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad then.
Oh, I also
but obviously inspired by those VHS segments, because there's no going around that.
I did want to say something. It wasn't 100% found footage even before the ending. Like all the backstage stuff, I'm pretty sure none of that was found footage. All the black and white stuff.
No, there was a documentary crew following them around in between the segments.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just a flimsy excuse as to why they're filming back there.
Yeah, that's
like admitting stuff that no one would admit on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the extensions that I had a problem with. If it was just like a pure broadcast, somebody recorded this in the 70s, and the VHS was found, or the Betamax copy was found, whatever, and then it was just the episode from beginning to end, minus the commercial breaks, that would have kept you in that seat, in that headspace of like, I'm watching something real. But then when you cut to that documentary portion, and then of course the hellscape version towards the end, I think that's what that was all about. That's when you're kind of like, oh okay, I see what this is.
Just real quick, want to show some love to Pete, my guy. Thanks for showing up. And if you're here, drop a like and comment in the chat, and we'll, if you have a comment about the movie, we'll discuss it a little bit. I know Nico's in here. He's talking about talking about
Yeah.
VHS. We're gonna talk about VHS Beyond, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's.
He was talking about 85 though. The Black Phone.
Yeah, I know. But
Sorry.
Yeah. And yes, it is connected to the Black Phone. That
Oh.
from VHS.
and super chat from Farpoint Station. Hell yeah! Let's go.
He wants the T-shirt, Dallas.
You can't get it anywhere.
Do you want the? Do you want him to take that off?
He wants you to take that shirt off, Dallas. Take it off.
We've already seen Paranormal Activity, the marked ones.
Mark of the Coven.
Mark of the Coven. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot more people joining us in the chat.
Yes.
Because they know what's about to happen. They know Dallas is about to take his shirt off.
I know.
Oh, is that what that was about? I thought the donation was for him to buy a new shirt because that was awful.
You can't.
Shade.
Skinamarink. Wow. Dude, we'll be here all day talking about that movie. But yeah. Let's move on, Larry. Let's move on.
He didn't actually say if he liked it or not. He just said he watched it. So, or they. I don't know your pronouns. I'm sorry.
And hell yeah,
okay.
Thanks
So
for
anyways,
watching, Nate.
Yeah, thank you for checking us out in this in the stream. And again, comment. Just keep commenting, join in the conversation if you want. Okay, so Late Night with the Devil, another sort of divisive movie, but I believe that nothing divisive came from most of the films that came from this studio because they had a rough year. I'm talking about Blumhouse, who at the beginning of the year released 3 films that I don't even think anybody saw. We have to because we're talking about them now. But the 3 films in question is, of course, Night Swim, Imaginary, and Afra AID. That's how it's actually pronounced. Afra AID. That's, I guess, I don't know.
And we got tasked. It was like a homework assignment for us to check these out. So I checked out AID.
Oh, you did. So did I. Yes. Who else watched Afraid?
I did not watch Afraid.
I saved it till the very end, hoping I wouldn't be able to see it. And yeah, I didn't get to see it, thankfully.
I missed
it. Yikes.
Well, you're missing out on some really bad stuff. Anyway, Rob, what did you think of it?
Oh man. What can you say about
exactly
it? It's I'm trying to make a funny joke about it being the movie of the year, but it's just terrible.
It is.
It's truly terrible. It's as bad as you think it's going to be, and it might even be worse. And I feel really bad because I like some of the actors in this movie.
Oh, the acting wasn't the issue here. Absolutely not. It was just the concept. So here's the thing. If you don't know, Afraid is about an Alexa type device that's AI generated. It's like,
and it looks like what does it look like? Like what is that thing? Like it looks like a candle or something.
Yeah, it does look like one of those modern vase display decoration ceramic things.
Oh, like an Alexa you put in your house.
Yeah, it's an Alexa that you put in your house. Yeah.
Were they trying to make this movie to bank off of the success of Megan?
No, it's different. It's different than that.
No, it's different. It's different.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about subservience. Yeah, that's not the same thing. No, but yeah, so essentially it's this Alexa type thing that goes into the house and then sort of like helps them out at first and then wreaks havoc. But let me just say that the story goes to so many places, it'll make your head spin. You have no idea what plot you're following right now. And that's the problem when Hollywood makes a movie about an emerging technology, because movies take so long to make now. It usually takes 3 years. So when a movie that they planned 3 years ago because something was new comes out 3 years later when something is just passe, it's like nobody's gonna give a shit about it anymore because it's like it's part of our daily life, and we know that doesn't happen. What you're portraying on screen right now, that's not happening because we've been living with it for the past 3 years. So the fear that they're trying to instill in you is non-existent. You're not gonna feel it because it's unlike a Megan type character. We're far off from having that. Well, maybe not far off, probably in a year and a half, from having that robot lifelike thing living in our house and doing stuff for us. So when she does shit, we're scared because it's unfamiliar to us. But an AI assistant, that's not scary anymore because we know that doesn't happen, right, Rob?
It's junk. It's not even worth. Like, we're giving this movie too much attention as it is.
All right. Well, then let's move on to something that deserves more attention.
Right,
that's Night Swim.
I just wanted to say one thing.
30 minutes.
They basically ripped off that one episode of The Simpsons where the house is an AI and starts killing them all.
Yeah,
and
probably.
One guy.
Well, there was a Disney movie called Smart House.
Oh yeah, there was also one that came out like a couple of years ago, like a direct-to-video one. So it's not a new idea anymore. So again, because it takes so long to make these movies, it's like
There, Nico, you know what I'm talking about, Smart House. Hell yeah, bro. Disney fans unite.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go to Night Swim.
Night Swim. Who's seen it? All right, Dallas, talk about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was one I did get around to. That was the last movie I watched. That was yesterday. I was barely paying attention. I was on my phone most of the time because it wasn't worth my attention.
It was not.
I only watched it because my uncle was over and I needed someone to suffer with me, and we could both, you need someone to like be there with you to make jokes about how bad it is to get through it. So it's just the most generic thing you can think of. Like, the movie does nothing besides like person falls in pool, person sees ghost in pool, person dragged down, jump scare. That's all you get. There's nothing else to it. The characters, you don't care about them at all. They suck. The dad's whole struggle about baseball, no one cares. And then he slices himself at the end, make it all sad. No one cares.
No. That was the thing that annoyed me also, because it starts off with him falling in the pool and then thinking that he's gonna die. So when you die, you're supposed to see your life flash before your eyes. And instead of seeing the birth of his kids, him getting married to his wife, he thinks about the last time he hit a home run. It's like, seriously? That's where your brain goes? Okay, now I know what your priorities are. Thank God your wife doesn't have a direct feed to your brain, because she would divorce you in a heartbeat. Yeah.
Oh, you watch this one too, Larry? You watched this one?
Well, I did.
Oh, you did. Did you do a reaction?
I recorded a reaction to it, and it was such a bad reaction, I didn't even bother editing it. It was like
classic.
Like this the whole time. It was like,
dude, I've done that too.
Incredulous at what I was seeing, because it was just like, how did this get greenlit? And how is this the first big movie of Blumhouse for 2025? Who made this decision? Oh my gosh. What about you, Jonah? Let's close with you.
This movie is a turbo stinker. I don't even think a short film could save it. I mean, don't watch it. Don't waste your time.
Exactly. And yes, in case you guys don't know, watching, yes, this was based on a short film. So I think what they did was they saw what David F. Sandberg did by taking his short film Lights Out and turning it into a feature, and then thinking, yeah, we can do the same thing here. But the director is no David F. Sandberg. Let's just put it that way. So it did not work. Yeah. Anything else?
It's
no. Let's get the Excuse me. Let's get the Trigan with imaginary.
Yeah. Let's go to Imaginary now. Who's seen it?
Oh, God.
Imaginary. So it's just the three of us. Okay,
It
Tregan,
took me
why
a
don't you
week to
start us off?
watch it.
Yeah, the movie
Took
sucked.
you
It
a
was like-
week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did feel very draggy. But anyway, Tregan, go ahead.
Sorry, this movie sucked. I felt the same way Dallas said, or was it you, Larry? I don't know. I forget who already. I've got dementia. But I was on my phone like 90% of the movie because it was just so uninteresting. I'd look up for the scare parts and they weren't scary. Like you don't even see anything happening with the bear. You just kind of have to assume everything, which is and nothing that happens is scary. I mean, like the final look of the bear was okay. It just kind of looked like a mascot. The only props I'd give this movie were like, I liked the way the alternate dimension looked. I was like, yeah, that's all right. And then the rest
it looked like a recycled Five Nights at Freddy's set, but that's just me.
Yeah, but like it was an improvement upon the rest of it.
True. Yeah,
so
I will
give
it. Yeah, I will give it one more prop. The little girl's performance was amazing. She was really good in it.
Yeah, she was better than any of the adult actors in the movie.
Exactly.
And such a cool idea, man. They could have run wild with that.
It's literally imaginary. Your imaginary friend. It could be anything, and that's where they went. So it's like,
hey, I just want to say for this movie, yeah, I don't like it, but the fact that they thought that they could grab a sequel out of this is hilarious.
They're making a sequel?
No, they thought they could by throwing that little teaser in at the end there. They thought they could get a sequel.
Oh yeah.
And what I meant earlier when I said it took me a week to watch it was I got so bored by the movie that I'd cut it off and then I'd come back to it, but it would be the next day because I just didn't care about it that much. But yeah. And then I played Call of Duty and watched it fully.
Okay. While playing Call of Duty?
Yeah, while playing Call of Duty. So I wasn't really paying attention to it. And it made for a much better experience playing Call of Duty.
It was a secondary experience, I guess. So Blumhouse, better luck in 2025. It looks like your first film for 2025 is going to be a banger. So fingers crossed for you.
Did they have
Blumhouse? They're gonna ruin it. It's Blumhouse.
No spoilers because we're going to be talking about 2025 releases at the end of this discussion. So let's not bring up any.
Did this release like close to If? Because
which one? Imaginary.
I think it released like a month before.
Yeah,
something like that.
Both
I think it was May, I think, when Imaginary was released. May, and then If was released in June because they thought it was going to be a big summer blockbuster, and nope. Just about as forgettable as Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Those two movies, those movies don't exist. Basically.
They don't exist. I want to do, if I did one of those essay videos, I would make a video called the 10 big major releases of 2024 you've already forgotten about. Totally. And those two are going to be in there. Furiosa is going to be in there. The Fall Guy is going to be in there. Nobody even remembers those movies anymore.
Furiosa was awesome.
Nobody remembers them because, I don't know, but
because we're more horror, you know what I mean? But, I'm sure a lot of people remember Furiosa.
Yeah, but there's no it's not like Mad Max when it came out. Everybody was talking about
Fury Road. You're right.
But Furiosa is just like, okay, it was cool, and then done, forgot.
Yeah,
I don't even think it's trending on. Where is it? HBO, I think.
It flopped when it came out. Like it didn't make enough money to make back any of the budget.
What are we talking about?
True, yeah. And interestingly enough, Fury Road only broke even.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big hit that people thought it was. It only broke even. But yeah. Anyway, like I said, good luck, Blumhouse. But we're not done yet with Blumhouse because we got I think it's going to be a divisive discussion with this group, and I'm probably going to be in a minority here. But we're talking about the last Blumhouse release of the year, which is their remake of Speak No Evil. All right. Who raise your hand if you like this movie? Rob, really? Oh, awesome. You're on my side, man. That's cool. All right. So why don't we start with the one who liked it? Why don't we start with you, Jonah? What did you like about it?
Well, I liked everything. I had a good time. It was funny. It was. I like James McAvoy's performance.
Can't go wrong with him.
Yeah. You never can go wrong with James McAvoy. And I didn't see the original before I watched the movie, so it kind of helped me like the ending more. But then I did watch the original ending, and I thought that was pretty cool too. So. But I
Okay.
didn't watch.
And so that's why you basically you liked it as a whole, as an experience.
Yeah, as an experience, it was a really good time for me.
Okay. And Rob, why did you not have a problem with it? What was your issue with it?
Well, first off, I want to say, because I went to the theaters quite a bit this year, and the trailer, you're not in America, Larry. The trailer for this movie played before literally every fucking movie.
Yeah.
It played in front of Pixar movies.
Do you know why? Because Blumhouse has had 3 flops back to back, so they needed this to make.
They were
money.
pushing this, and the trailer gave away everything. So I'd seen the original, but even if you hadn't, you know the entire movie. Like the joke is like, oh, I bet they'll play Speak No Evil, the trailer before Speak No Evil. Like if you actually like went to go see it.
Yeah.
I actually. Oh, sorry. Continue.
But no, I mean it is what it is. Like James McAvoy, he's excellent in it. You know he was going to crush that role. And they switched it up at the end. You know, they Hollywoodized it a little bit. Some argue that's a better ending. They prefer that ending than the original. I don't.
Yeah.
I've seen your video, your reaction to the original.
Me?
Agreed.
Yeah, you put out a reaction to the OG, right?
No, because you're like talking to 4 of them.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Well, you're the only one that reacts to stuff. But no,
okay.
I prefer the original ending.
Yeah.
I like bleak endings like that, especially for like
Games.
something like this. But other than that, yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
All right. Dallas, what do you think?
Yeah, I think not, or I did know what happened in the original, but not seeing it probably influenced my opinion a lot because I didn't know that it was like the first half of it is basically like shot for shot remake until like until the end. So
Until the 3rd act, yeah. That whole 3rd act was completely new. Yeah.
I just think like before I even saw it, I was like, why does this exist if it's like, why is it a remake of a movie that came out 2 years ago and it's not even an American version
and primarily in English.
Yeah, the original is in English. But yeah, I do want to watch the original. I will watch it one day, but yeah, I probably would like the original more, but I did like the happy ending.
You liked it. Yeah.
I did like the happy ending still, but yeah, maybe my opinion would be different if I saw the original first.
All right. So before I, share my thoughts, Trigan.
Yeah, I like both endings. I think they work each respectively. I thought the new ending was pretty fun. It was very obviously Hollywoodized, but it was entertaining. I liked it. I liked the whole showdown in the house. And of course, James McAvoy killed it, as everyone will say. Like, he did a great job. Everyone did. I thought, like, even the kids were pretty good.
Yeah.
And I just, like, I watched the original as well. I watched it 2 years ago and did a video for it on my TikTok. And, like, that one's really good, too. I like both movies almost equally. I think I do prefer the original ending a little more, just for, taking and, like, swinging those punches. But this new one was pretty good, too. So
it does have like funny games. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Trigan. It does have like funny games, like original remake vibes.
Yeah,
I thought it was
up
made by
until
the
the
same
third
guy.
act.
I thought it was made
Yeah,
by the same guy originally.
yeah, it's not. I forgot who made it. He was. Hold on. Oh my God, you're gonna be shocked when you find out who the director of the remake of Speak No Evil is, because he made some bangers.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
I got you.
Okay, so
Did it?
the director of Speak No Evil, the remake, made. Okay, where the fuck is your? Where is your?
Well, get us in suspense.
The anticipation is
Yeah.
killing me.
Where is it? Why
Come
am I
on,
losing-
man.
Hold
Come on.
on. I
We're
am
giving you
not
a 1,000-minute drum roll sesh.
I know. Where is that? Photos.
I'm not.
Oh no, sorry. Never. It's James Watkins. That's his name, and he directed Eden Lake,
Never heard of it.
one
Great
of the most
movie.
brutal films you will ever see.
Never heard
He
of it.
also directed The Woman in Black, the Daniel Radcliffe one. Say
That's
what you
alright,
will
that's
about
alright.
Daniel Radcliffe. That movie
That
is
movie's good to
amazing.
shit
It's
on me,
just it's atmosphere for days. He directed a Black Mirror episode. Guess which one?
I've never
What's up?
seen. Never seen this show.
You've never seen Black Mirror?
Yeah.
I've
No.
watched quite a few episodes.
Hold
but
on.
I- not
Give
all.
me a hint, Larry.
Probably one of the most disturbing episodes from, I want to say, the Netflix era. So starting season 3.
Oh my god! What is Shut Up and Dance?
Yes.
Oh wow. Nice.
Oh,
So-
Tree, get out here. Fucking
How
get
did
'em.
the guy who did those 3 things end up making this movie, which is just a total cop out of every single thing that made the original great?
Nah,
My
man.
guess,
I mean, this movie was
studio
good, dude.
interference.
Yeah.
No, I would have to say it's my worst movie of the year. It's my worst
Worst
horror
of the
movie
year.
Yeah,
What the
Wow.
fuck,
And
you
I'm-
did? Hold on.
and I'll tell you why. Because first of all, there's zero tension in it. You're just annoyed at what's happening throughout the whole
No, I'm
thing.
not.
You're not
I'm not.
tense. You're not
Nope.
afraid of something bad is going to happen, even though the trailer already told you and the synopsis already told you that something's
Didn't
bad
watch the trailer.
is going to happen. So I was just like sitting there waiting for shit to happen. But when you watch the original, which again, I already knew what was going to happen in the original. I didn't know the specifics, but I knew something bad was going to happen. From frame 1, you're on the edge of your seat. That's how tense the original was. The remake, no tension. Third, yes, I had an issue with the ending of the original. It was super bleak. And I did want to find out what would happen if they did decide to fight back. But I did not need an entire drawn out third act of them fighting back. That was not my idea. Was at the end of the original when they're about to get got. That was the moment that they should fight. And it was like, that's the escape and trying to figure out a way out of that situation. But everything leading up to that, I wish it was just a shot-for-shot remake. Because when you turn your suspense thriller into an action movie, you're just jumping the shark at that point. So I was like, there's no tension. Everybody's annoying. And it completely abandoned the notion of the clash of cultures. Because that was what was great about the first movie, was that you literally had 2 different types of cultures, a passive one and an aggressive one, getting together and trying to figure out and realize. So if they did this the opposite, where it was a British couple in America trying to, and then you had the notion of the polite British person and then the aggressive American, that would have worked. But because it was reversed, I was like, yeah, that kind of doesn't make it work though. So I don't know. It was just not it for me. Worst film of the year. Feel free to crucify me. Go.
I don't know. You're giving that worst film of the year over freaking Afraid and Night Swim.
Yeah.
That's a crazy
Worse than
take, Larry.
that?
because afraid
that's,
because afraid and Night Swim were not trying.
Yeah.
Speak No Evil was trying, and it failed.
did good. It did pretty good, you know.
Yeah,
Like-
but that's just me again. Yeah.
Also,
You're even with the McAvoy great performance. You're saying
Yeah.
worst movie of the year. That's
A good
That's a
performance.
crazy take, Larry.
No, a good performance a
That-
movie does
yeah.
not make. And of course, this isn't the first time
take
we've
back
seen
the
him
Josh
play a
Hartnett
character like
comp.
this.
I take back the Josh
Oh!
Hartnett comment.
Well, we haven't even gotten to that movie yet, so I
just
have
kidding.
thoughts
No,
about that too.
Hey, I'm just kidding. Hey.
Yeah, I have thoughts about that too. But again, we've seen James McAvoy plays this type of character.
All right,
Multiple
let's move
versions
on.
of
Let's
the
move on.
character. Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, so that to me is just So anyway, so speaking of remakes, we have another remake that came out this year that was supposed to come out 3 years ago, but finally it made its way to HBO Max, or just Max if you want to call it that. And I'm talking about Salem's Lot. So
Is it-
Salem's Lot,
Mm.
Stephen King, readaptation for a new generation. Personally,
know.
I thought it was excellent, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts are. Rob, go ahead.
I know this chat is just like chomping at the bit, waiting for us to bite at these. Like, what do you think about Alien Romulus, Longlegs?
Oh, we're
Yeah,
gonna
we'll
get
get
to
there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
be
Yeah,
patient.
Slovenia.
Yeah,
Take
Salem's
time to
Lot.
get through some of this garbage
And-
here.
A lot of talk about Subservience too. Maybe we should have included that, because is that popular on Netflix? That
That's-
Megan Fox movie?
I think it's in their top 10 right now.
It's
Terrifier
trending.
3 on the list.
But that's because that's outside of the movie. It's because of what's happening with Megan Fox right now.
And MGK.
Yeah, MGK, they broke up because supposedly it was because of the actor in this movie, because some TikToks were leaked about them like casually flirting, and everybody's like going crazy over the idea because
I'm
guy-
team MGK.
yeah, the
Send the
guy
link.
from Subservience is the guy from the 365 Days movies on Netflix, that 50 Shades of Grey ripoff. Yeah. So
All right.
everybody's going nuts.
Sorry.
But anyway, yeah. So
Tangent.
Salem's Lot.
Tangent.
Go ahead, Rob.
So I've been waiting ever since they announced this movie in, I believe it was like 2019. I've been so hyped for this movie because I'm a huge Stephen King guy. I've read literally, well, not all of his books, but I went back. I went down a weird hole where I went chronologically through his category or his all of his books, and Salem's Lot is still like in my top 3 of my favorite novels of his. So I was really hyped for this, and I love the original miniseries from the 70s, Toby Hooper ones, and I even like the one they did in the 2000s with Rob Lowe. Like, I love all of the. No, it's just Salem's Lot. It's just a straight up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rutger Hauer
adaptation.
plays the vampire.
Yeah, Donald Sutherland is his. I forget his
Barlow?
characters.
Not
Yeah.
Barlow. The shopkeeper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Salem's Lot.
So I'm just into this story, and so I was really hyped for it. And man, this movie let me down a little bit, but also didn't at the same time. It's hard to explain. It speed runs through the entire movie, which kind of kills the whole charm of the story. Because what's cool about, I'm nerding out a little bit. What's cool about like the story of Salem's Lot is getting to know these like little side characters and everybody's affairs in town. Like, oh, the guy who owns the bookstores having an affair with the secretary at the clerk's office and stuff. And you get to know these people, and so when they get, bitten by vampires or whatever, you're invested. And this new movie, you're just like speed running through all. It's like, fuck this. Let's just get to the action, which is fine. But like, you're taking a lot away from the actual substance of the story. So as an overall popcorn flick, it's fine. I did like how they changed the ending at the drive-through. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, drive-in.
Drive-in, yeah.
They weren't at a McDonald's, no.
Yeah, I you're right.
Because that would have been
Although
cool.
that might have been cooler. I don't know. But yeah, the drive
at each other. Yeah,
the drive-in was a nice twist, though. I like that.
Yeah, that was cool. Who else? Dallas.
Yes. I went. This is one of the ones I didn't plan on watching this year. You guys made it bold, like the ones we have to watch, and I was not excited for it because I thought it was one of the stinkers. So yeah, I did watch it. I did actually really end up liking it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I don't know anything about the original movie or book or whatever, so I have no complaints if it's worse than the original or not. But I thought it was really cool. The kid, I don't remember his name, but I thought he was badass. Like he was basically the main character, carrying the entire movie on his shoulders. Like he killed like half the vampires. I thought
I would have to agree with that. Yeah,
the cinematography, like I can tell that they were trying, like to be unique a bit. Some shots, like I don't remember any of the characters' names, but like the kids before that one was abducted, like you can see the guy sneaking up behind him in the trees. I thought that looked cool.
That looked cool. Some of the transition shots were also kind of cool. Yeah.
Into a book. There was like one with the clock, but
I mean, they emulated that scene from the 70s one where he's like scratching at the window, like, let me in.
Yeah, I was gonna say
let me in.
That genuinely creeped me out. I was like, oh shit, Homelander.
Well, imagine watching that at 5 years old, the original, and seeing that
they basically just ripped off the original
to this day. Well, it's described as is in the book, so you can say that Toby Hooper ripped it off from Stephen King.
Yeah, but the imagery, like the way it was lit and shot, it was cribbing off the original. Definitely.
Yeah, that's true. But
which is fine.
Yeah, because if it's done perfectly the first time, why change it? You know? Yeah.
Oh, also, it's rated R, isn't it? Like I did not feel that R rating at all, except the swearing. I didn't feel like there was much gore at all in it.
Yeah, that's kind of like the weird thing about streaming. It's like you don't have to abide by a rating or a runtime. You know that, right? So why don't you just release a 3-hour version with all of the gore and call it a day? It's
also
not gonna do.
My biggest complaint is that the main vampire dude was like barely in it. He was like barely a part of the movie. He was seen like every now and then, and I thought, like, I love this movie. It would have almost been on my top 10, but I felt the main vampire's death was very underwhelming. Like I don't know. He just went out like a bish kind of.
Yeah, I get it. It was just so easily dispatched with. Tregan, your thoughts?
I thought it was a perfectly fine popcorn horror. Like I haven't seen the original or read the book. I love Stephen King, but I just haven't gotten around to that one yet. I thought I liked that they didn't over rely on CGI. Like it was mostly practical effects, which was pretty cool. The main vampire looked pretty cool. The drive-in was an interesting setting for a finale, although I don't know. I thought it felt a little bit flat. But the acting was mostly solid, except for I don't remember her name, but the woman who tags along with them is super
the doctor?
overacting. Yeah, the doctor. I thought she was like super overacting everything.
Alfred Woodward. Yeah, she apparently watched too many Samuel L. Jackson movies before taking on the role.
Yeah, you can tell because everything she says, she's trying to make it like a one-liner.
Yeah,
it's like a little bit cringe.
Ain't got shit on me. Sorry,
I
just went like country Samuel L. Jackson. King Kong ain't got shit on me.
That's not Samuel L. Jackson, dude.
I know. I said a country Samuel L. Jackson.
That's Denzel Washington. Whoa.
Yeah, he's more like King Kong ain't got shit on me. something like that. I don't know. But anyway,
I was trying
let's
to
glaze
do a
past that.
country accent. Fucker.
But anyway, yeah. So, Trigan, anything else?
Yeah, I don't have much to say about that one. It was fine.
Yeah. I'm sick
Kept
and
me
tired of
entertained.
these motherfucking vampires
Yeah.
in this
Well,
motherfucking town.
I am tired. Jonah, final thoughts on Salem Slot?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Closing
Okay.
argument. Yes.
Again, very.
That's all that
very,
needs to be said.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
guys. I don't have the brain injury. All the brain injuries right here. I don't know if you can read that.
It's a book.
What?
Oh,
He's writing the Bible. Yeah,
Okay.
Savania, we are definitely discussing that soon.
Rob,
oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa.
I got
What
you
do
with
we
the
got
first
next,
one
Larry?
and, Immaculate.
All right.
I got
I wanted to say something really super quick. Rob, your mic is like a little
super
like
loud.
super loud.
It's
Can you like?
Oh, it is? Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah.
Remember
I got
that one stream when we didn't tell you how loud you were? That's how loud you are right now.
Thanks for letting me know. Okay.
only an hour.
I
into the
wasn't gonna
stream.
say anything because I
Okay.
thought it was just me. It was just coming off with me, but no. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Next.
So, Salem's Lot, pretty serviceable for me. I enjoyed it because, like Rob said, I'm a huge fan of the history of this film, the novels. Throughout it, it's a big part of my childhood, and so any iteration of it is going to be ace in my opinion. So, yeah, I thought it was awesome. Hope there's a 3-hour director's cut available soon because why not? Just release it.
I just
It's
don't got time
there.
for 3-hour movies.
Well, for those of us who do, that would be great though. If you have like the 2-hour version and the 3-hour version simultaneously available, watch what
Yeah.
you want. You know, that would
like
be
Justice
absolutely.
League.
Agreed.
yeah, like Justice League, exactly.
It was 4 hours actually.
Never mind. Never
Yeah,
mind.
Justice League was 4 hours compared to the 2 hours of the original.
Yeah,
It's
But it was worth it.
Yeah.
the 2 hours felt a lot longer though. That
Oh yeah.
awful.
Oh yeah. The fact that the aspect ratio itself changes is just ridiculous. But yeah, so
The original, not the. I was saying
no, I'm talking about the Joss Whedon version. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
But anyway,
it was shot for 3 and then he made it widescreen. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Fine.
so those are my thoughts on Salem Slot. Go watch it because if you're a fan of Stephen King, definitely not miss. All right, so remakes have something in common with our next category of movie, sequels. There's been a lot of sequels that came out this year. So why don't we start with the indie ones? Now, I don't believe I've seen any of these films, so you guys talk about it. I'm talking about Winnie the Pooh 2, Blood and Honey, Horror in the High Desert 3, and The Platform 2. So, take it
This
away,
is my
boys.
wheelhouse.
Who's seen what?
I've
seen Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2 about 3 times.
Treat.
So
I watched it once.
Yeah, let's talk about Winnie the Pooh 2 first.
I just want to say Tigger being like the Freddy Krueger of the movie is hilarious. When the girl's crawling on the floor,
Tigger,
and Tigger's
gang,
walking
gang.
above her. Tigger's walking above the floor, and he's like, look at me,
Come
bitch.
You're a fluorescent bitch.
Yeah. I love it, dude.
Tigger
That's
split
great.
into that movie like Spider-Man in that Avengers movie. You know,
I thought you were gonna say.
Just
what is it?
flipped into
Civil
the
War.
frame. Yeah, Civil War.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Where
going to
it-
say when he slid in there for pizza time on it's Spider-Man 2.
Yeah,
Nah, Tigger was smooth in that movie. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh 2 is fun, man. I know you have lots of thoughts, Dallas. We already know my thoughts. I'm a fan of this franchise. I defend the first movie.
The Poohverse is coming strong.
I think the first movie is like, God, whatever. We're not talking about the first movie, but I think it's a solid actioner. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. A solid
I have
like
Yeah. I have a
solid-
question though. Yeah, because there are two types of sequels. One that continues the story from the first one, and then two just takes the elements of the first one and does it again with a completely different cast. What type of sequel is this? The first or the second?
The first.
Well, it's kind of both. Like it does continue
Ah.
after the first one, but it takes a huge time leap that they fill in with some like voiceover dialogue.
No, it's a genuine
overall-
sequel.
Yeah, but overall, like it's kind of very similar to the first one. It's just like it's a straight up slasher. It's brutal. It's like very self-aware of how ridiculous this concept is.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see where they run with it because, like Rob, I am a defender of the first. I don't think it was amazing. I still think it was bad, but it was like entertaining at the very least.
Yeah,
bad.
and where the first movie was like kind of gnarly. Like there's some gnarly kills in that first movie. It's
it was
hardcore.
brutal.
It's treated very seriously.
Yeah.
That
This
was about
second
the buzz.
movie has fun with it.
That
Where
was about the buzz, man. Let him talk.
Did
Yeah,
you
I
see,
know. I'm winding him up. I'm ready.
Yeah.
ready
Did you
for
see
him.
Jonah?
Huh?
Did you
Yeah,
see
I
it,
was
Tony?
the one who was talking about how it was funny how Tigger always said bitch at the end of a sentence.
Okay. Okay, so we're done with that discussion. Let's move on to the next. He's like pulling his hair out. Okay, go ahead, Dallas.
Hey, I wanted to surprise Rob.
Did you catch him being like, "Let me talk. Let me talk"?
Yes. Okay.
He's like that annoying kid in class.
I wanted to come up first. Okay. So I wasn't
All right,
planning
what's the
on
next topic? No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm just kidding.
Dallas, let's go.
Okay,
Let's hear it.
I wasn't planning on watching this at all because I knew it would be absolutely terrible. But as Tregan knows, I wanted to surprise Rob by watching it. And a bigger plot twist is that I actually really enjoyed this one, which is a big surprise to everyone because I wouldn't shut up about how terrible the first one is. And I know Rob's opinion is that the first one is fun. And I did not feel that way at all. But I think the sequel is exactly what Rob said the first one is. It's a fun slasher. It does at least this one doesn't take itself as seriously. I think that's a big problem with the first one. It should know that ridiculous. It's a ridiculous premise, and it should run with that. And I think this one did. And this one actually felt like a real movie. Like the last one, you can tell it's like, I know they're both low budget, but the first one is a lot more low budget than this one. The characters are non-existent, like they're just cardboard. They're your stereotypical.
Wait, you're talking about the second one or the first one?
The first one, really quick. You know, they're like I said, they're just cardboard cutouts. You don't care about them at all. They're just running around, getting killed. Your basic hot chicks just dying. Like literally, one is like in the hot tub.
Terrifier 2.
Sorry. Yeah, I was also gonna say that this is, or at me at least, I compare it to the Terrifier movies. The first one, super low budget. To me, I don't like the first one, and the second one, I think upped its game. We're not talking about. We're not talking about.
Well, let's save the Terrifier discussion for later, please.
Anyway, I'm just comparing the second one.
We went on like 3 hours the other day just talking about just freaking getting mad at each other over Terrifier 2.
That's why I don't want to bring it up, but yeah, I'm just comparing it because the second one stepped its game up. I think the actors are a lot better. Like the main guy for Christopher Robin, like he actually felt like he would fit in a real movie, like especially during like the dramatic scene with his parents, like finding them. I thought his performance was really good there. But yeah, the kills obviously are the main focus of this movie, and I thought they did great. I thought the one that really stands out is the knife death. Remember the knives sticking out of the laundry or dishwasher? I thought that was the most standout kill of the movie to me anyway. It was like the death in the Chucky series with the maid. Also a mix of that kill from John Wick 3 of seeing the knife slowly go in the guy's eye. But yeah, I thought this one was a lot of fun. It was a fun, dumb slasher. It still took itself a little seriously, but not as seriously as the first one did. Also,
they're on the right path. I think they're on the right path with this.
They found their voice.
Series.
Yeah, I think they just needed to make a crappy
figured.
first one to get it out there.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it made way less money than it cost way more and made way less. It didn't make way less. It made the same amount as the first movie did. But it cost it cost more. So I don't know if that's going to affect how they're going to move forward with the sequels.
They'll keep making them.
They'll keep making it, of course, yeah, but we don't know at what quality, if they're going to continue to up their game, because maybe diminishing returns would factor into it somehow.
Also, right, the funniest scene was when they're watching the original movie on TV. I like that they kind of made the original like to explain the away the continuity errors, that the original is just like an in-universe movie. But the funniest scene, I died laughing, is when they're watching it and Pooh is like, "It's pooing time," and then the I died.
I could never. If that's what I'm in for, I could never get through those movies.
Hands down, best moment of 2024. It's pooing time.
Pooing time.
Okay.
Tregan, are you holding the camera?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
All right, let's move on.
So horror. Let's do the platform 2 instead, because again, I didn't see the sequel. I did see the first one though. So make it quick. Who's seen platform 2?
Yeah, I'm the only one that watched it.
Okay, go.
Oh,
quick.
One more thing. Flaming chainsaw in Winnie the Pooh. That won me over instantly. I was like, I actually like this movie now. It was because the flaming chainsaw. Anyway, yeah, the platform 2. I don't have much to say about it, except it is a downgrade from the first one. I don't know how many people have seen the first one. The first one I did like. This one I still like it. It's just weaker. It's kind of confusing.
Does it add anything to the story? We all saw the first one.
Yeah, it's a prequel to the first one.
Okay.
That sounds annoying.
It shows how, in the first one, everyone's like, I don't know what the word is, but like they're a lot more violent in the first one. Everyone's eating each other, killing each other. The second one shows that it wasn't always like that, and that they were trying to build a system, like make rules for everyone so they can actually get through the platform, whatever, and survive. But yeah, it all goes to chaos at the end.
We already understood that in the first one, though.
No. I think what he's trying to say is, at first they were trying to get people a chance to ascend or descend. It's the lower one is the rich one, right? It starts at the bottom and then goes up. Is that how it goes?
No, the lower one, everyone basically dies because the food.
Okay, so it starts from the top going to the bottom.
So they all understand, like, okay, if we all share this food equally, then we all get out.
Yeah, no, but I think what Dallas is talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the beginning it gave people the chance to ascend the hierarchy, basically. Is that what you mean?
No, I think no. It's just that everyone knows the rules, and they're
okay.
So everyone else to follow the rules so they can all make it through it alive. But
so it's not like it's like where you are is where you're gonna be forever. You can't like rise in the ranks.
No, I don't. I still don't really remember how you get out of there, to be honest.
I don't think you do. I think that was
you ride up the thing.
Yeah, but I don't like planned.
You ride up the titular platform.
The platform. You ride up it. That's
whatever. Let's move on.
No. Well, for me,
I wanted. I know no one else has seen it, but there was like this really confusing part, like how they move everyone from floor to floor, because after a while they all get put on random floors. Like they gas them so they fall asleep so they can do it. that was explained, but I was the main girl found a way to like stay awake during the gassing so she can like try to escape. I really don't know how she did it because like I wouldn't even begin to know how to explain because like if it's not in English, so if you don't pay attention for 10 seconds, you lose a lot. So I completely didn't understand how she was able to stay awake during it, and it had something to do with a painting because she ate it. She ate a painting that had sort of chemicals that do something, and she was able to like avoid the gas. I didn't understand.
Well, if anybody watching knows the explanation to that, please DM Dallas over here.
It's clearly deep into the platform lore.
Yeah.
There's a lot of confusing stuff.
And Tregan's arm is getting tired over there.
Exactly.
No, my arm's not getting tired. I was scratching my leg and checking the chat.
What do we got next?
Horror in the High Desert 3. Who's seen it?
Oh, sweet. Okay. Is it just me?
Yeah, only.
Well, I did a video on it, so you know my thoughts. I'm a big fan of this franchise. I'm surprised it's not more mainstream.
What is the general concept of the franchise? Like as a whole, what is it about?
It's a faux documentary.
Okay,
and
so
it's
found
really it's found big time. And it's really convincing. Like if you just sat your friend down and showed them the first Horror in the High Desert, I guarantee they would think this is a real movie, like a real true crime, like documentary or whatever.
Well, the curators at Tubi thought it was a real documentary. It was in their documentary section for a while.
Wow,
was it for real?
Yeah, and I think on Prime as well.
No way, that's crazy. Well, I buy it because it's so realistic. Yeah. And these movies are creepy because it gives you like little nuggets of scary stuff, kind of like Blair Witch style, where it's not like a traditional found footage movie where it's like, you know, all up in your face all the times, like jump scare city. So these movies just give you like little hints of scary stuff, and in a way that's more effective than like jump scare city. So they dropped this new one, and I was talking about lore. This adds to the story. You have to be really invested in this story to, I mean, it's part 3. So
yeah.
So now we're getting into like deeper. We're getting into the weeds with some of this stuff. It's good. I did think I was a little disappointed with this one. It kind of felt like filler, but it was still solid. Yeah. So I'm glad it's worth discussing.
Yeah,
because it's a cool indie found footage movie. But,
and you're glad that it's continuing. That they're still making it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Tregan is
what?
Tregan. I'm sorry, Tregan. You've seen these movies, right?
I watched the first one. I haven't seen the sequels.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised Dallas hasn't seen it because he isn't the found footage guy.
Dallas just disappeared.
I'm the found footage guy.
There he goes, just rising from the grave like that.
like the Undertaker.
Hey, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I
love found footage horror.
I do. I could have.
Ooh, I love found footage.
Found footage horror movies. They're the best. They're the best in the West.
I'm a big fan.
Stop piling on Dallas. Only I'm allowed to do
dweeb.
that. Anyway.
All right, let's move on.
Okay.
Reaction.
Yeah. Sorry. What did you say, Dallas?
I just said I've only seen Rob's reaction, and they look boring to me. But I haven't obviously seen the movie, so I can't talk. So yeah, moving on.
So it's official. Dallas thinks Rob's reactions are boring. Okay, let's move on. You heard it first, folks. You
That was
heard
a
it here.
clean shot.
Yeah.
You heard it here
Well, okay.
first.
Speaking of found
Thank you.
footage, well, let's talk about the latest installment of this found footage anthology series, where this time they head for space. Well, space-ish. VHS Beyond. I'm guessing we've all seen it.
Yeah. Fire.
All right.
Banger.
So,
Best movie we
Jonah?
talked about tonight. Yeah.
Jonas first.
Oh. It's the best movie we talked about tonight. Whoa. Okay. First off, the faces. What's going on here?
Oh, give your
Nothing.
opinion.
This is just
No.
my face.
Yeah.
Shock face. You have a
Yeah,
you
look
have
how
a
handsome he
resting
is.
shock. You have a resting shock face, and that's what I'm saying.
What?
Look like you're preparing for a thumbnail or something.
Rob.
Rob,
Rob's.
Scariest movie of the year.
Shut up, Larry. You do the same thing.
I don't frame my face like.
Like Home Alone.
So okay, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and just say my favorite segment. It's the first one with the police officers. That segment, that segment actually, this is the first time I could say this for a VHS movie, but it kept that same like level of energy throughout the entire thing, except for one segment, the dog segment. Kind of,
There's
It
got to
was
be
a-
one stinker in there.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even a stinker though. It was a good segment, but it wasn't better than the other segments.
I just don't think
Okay.
it.
But every segment except for that one was amazing.
I just don't think the dog one really fits the.
The theme.
Yeah. The
Justin Long directed that one.
Yeah,
great.
he did. Yeah.
I still like the
Um,
dog one though. It was messed up. I liked it for that. It's not your typical VHS segment, but it was. I did
What
like
is it?
how. What?
What was it?
Which one?
Dog one. I'm saying I liked.
Oh,
I
it's
still
dog
liked
one.
it. I liked how messed up it was. It's not your typical VHS segment per se, but it is. I did like it. It was.
Well,
it was-
no, I think it can work as a VHS segment. It does work as a just not a sci-fi based VHS
It doesn't
segment.
fit
you know.
the-
For
I think it
If it
fit
wasn't-
in there just because it was so out there. It was
True,
so
yeah.
bizarre.
yeah, but you know how it's supposed to have an element that's otherworldly. This can
Yeah.
actually happen today. People are probably doing this today. So that's why it stretches that idea of it being sci-fi because it actually can happen.
Well, man, there
Um,
are tons of good segments in that flick. The opening, the zombie, what's that?
The
first
zombie
segment?
alien
It's like a
stork. Yeah.
stork. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
That was dope.
badass. Very video gamey.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Evil Dead
Totally
vibes.
got you hooked into the movie.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I really like the Bollywood one. I thought that was solid
one's that?
as well.
Oh yeah.
Where
The-
it was like paparazzi
Making-
following
yeah.
her and
We find out she's an android.
Yeah.
also
First
I'm biased
Indian
because
segment.
when I did the reaction, I posted that the director of that segment made a comment on my video saying,
Oh,
"Hey,
that's
thanks."
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
that
was
was cool.
like, "Hell yeah, dude." I'm glad I didn't shit on it. 'Cause I thought it was
Good
I
thing
thought
that
it was
That would have been awkward.
But let's be honest, everybody, I mean, I think I speak for all of us when I say the standout segment of that movie is the skydiving one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yes.
that was my favorite for sure. That
No.
one ruled. It was so good.
Yeah. That really went to the next level.
I
That
did
was
like
like-
the
yeah.
skydiving segment, but I still think Storks was better.
Yeah, I like Stork better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of between those two for me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Live and Let Dive just edges over Stork, but
Yeah.
Stork was really good too.
Live and Let Dive reminds me of if somebody did a POV version of say
IMAX
District
movie.
9.
Oh,
Because that's kind of what it felt like when he was diving and then you saw the ship in the distance. It's like, oh, okay, what if District 9 took that turn of a violent horror movie and then it was happening right there in front of you? Like, to me, that was super cool.
I will say they need to
yeah.
get back to nailing the
Wraparounds.
wraparounds, because the wraparound was not good.
I didn't like this wraparound at all.
It was just like
Yeah, 'cause
anytime they both sucked.
Yeah, they were like hyping the video of what actually happened, and then you see it, you barely see anything.
It was
It's like,
so
okay.
underwhelming.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
dude, I
Yeah,
was so
but-
excited, dude. I was like, oh, we're gonna get like a whole another 30-minute segment here at the end
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
this guy's life, and we didn't. So it's-
Yeah.
It was not
But
satisfying.
what did you guys think of the one written by Mike Flanagan, the Stowaway one?
which one's that?
That's
The one where
the
the
last
girl enters, second to the last. Well, the
Oh.
last one essentially.
Yeah, that
before
was
the
good
wrap-up.
too. That was good too.
That was my least favorite. I thought it dragged a lot. It was boring, and there was a lot of parts where I couldn't even tell what was going on. Like it was just hard to see with the infrared whatever she had on. It was I don't think it was awful. It was just my least favorite. It dragged. It was kind of boring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's more concept rather than execution.
Yeah, I did like the idea of it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, besides the wraparound, that was kind of my last on the list, just because there was so much exposition building up to it that was it dragged a lot. And I thought the ending was pretty cool, and the whole concept it's so bleak. I was like, that's cool, and that whole idea. But again, like you can't see anything either, which is kind of annoying. I went and saw this in the theaters on a big screen, and I still could not tell what was going on.
This movie went to theaters?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think it was like a special screening. I saw it a couple days before it came on Shudder.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would have loved that.
But
Reagan's a big TikTok influencer.
Yeah. But
you did the dances?
Hey, wait.
I'm not that stupid. Thanks.
I think the only good Mike Flanagan movie though is Hush. I didn't enjoy Haunting of Hill House. I didn't enjoy the Haunting series, whatever. I got bored.
You want to start this right now?
Yeah, don't start.
Let's do it, dude.
Rob will
you think Mike Flanagan is okay?
Yeah, why don't we create a live stream where we just discuss Mike Flanagan stuff? Because his Exorcist is coming out in 2026, so that would be very interesting to see.
He might be
think Mike Flanagan is a bad director?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think he's a bad. I just think he makes bad movies, except for
because he's a bad director. Because if you're a good director, you'd make good movies, right?
Well, it's all about there's a lot more that goes into it. It's the script. It's
which he writes.
He wrote the script. Oh, so he's a writer and director. Okay, dude, he stinks. Dude.
Okay.
No, he didn't direct the VHS segment.
I see why Hush was so good because there was no script. There was a script, but it wasn't no dialogue or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Let's you can already see steam coming out of Rob's ears. Let's not do that.
Rob's got the steam whistles coming out. He's about to just start.
Well, anyway, it's gonna get even more steamed because I believe we all know how Jonah feels about this next movie. Because we are going to stay in outer space and talk about Alien Romulus.
I got
that. All right. Why don't we all
why
don't we let Jonah speak so that we can all tell him how he's wrong? Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Go ahead. Oh my god.
This better be good, man.
All right. Number one, I'm going to start off small. This is little for me. I don't expect everybody to agree with this, but I'm not a fan of Benjamin Wallfish soundtracks. I think they suck.
Who?
Benjamin Wallfish. The guy who did the score.
Yeah, he did the score.
I know, but what else has he done?
He did It Chapter 2.
That movie sucks.
The movie The Goldfinch.
Never heard of it.
All right, keep going.
He did a bunch of stuff. In the movie, the gravity thing at the beginning, it lasts 1 minute and 30 seconds. But why does it take up the entire ending of the movie for it to shut off again. So like he goes, so at the beginning it's a minute and 30 seconds that it shuts off, and then it immediately reactivates. It never comes back until the end when she activates it. When she activates it, but instead of it going off after 1 minute and 30 seconds, it stays on the screen. They're doing this for 8 minutes. Okay. Took 30 minutes of nearly useless exposition to get to the ship. They didn't really talk much about anything other than, hey, we're going to go to a ship and we're going to steal something off of the ship.
Okay.
That was that. 40 minutes into the movie, and all that's happened was walking, talking, and douchebag cousin being douchebag to Andy.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Ash appearing in Alien. This is something that's more on a actually, I might have to cut this one off, but yeah, I'm gonna cut that one. Yeah.
He knows he's gonna get red.
Because I remembered in the credits it said Ian Holmes' estate gave consent. Yeah, and I was about to say that's illegal if they didn't, but they did. So hey,
yeah.
I just forgot to take it off. People also believe it would have been better to use Rook or Fassbender, seeing as this is a Weyland-Yutani outpost.
Mm-hmm.
Because the AI robot used in the movie is a what is it? It's a Segan AI robot. And also the Ash animatronic itself was only used for blackmail and to terminate ships with aliens on them. I don't know the exact words, but I know that's that.
Deep into the lore.
And also,
did your research.
Why would they put one on a ship meant for the most advanced science research of all time, left alone a competitor? Also,
left alone what?
A competitor. It's a competitor. It's Segan and Weytani are competitor companies. They're using a Segan bot on a Weyland-Yutani.
All right, wrap it up, Jonah.
Okay.
Shut up, Rob W. Okay. So why would they put one on a shipment for the most? Okay, we already read that. Also, they completely forgot that chick had a face hugger on her face for 2 minutes. When she was,
they don't know what it is.
Well, they're trying to figure out how to stop it, but then they completely go off script. They're just like, "Hey, we're gonna skip that for a second and explain everything for 2 minutes, and then just about the ship itself instead of the face hugger problem. They just skip over it and then they come back to it later."
All right, keep going.
In the original films, it took up to a day for a xenomorph to hatch. In this film, it took a couple minutes. It did take a day. I see your face.
I agree with you.
I'm sorry,
Imagine you
just have a resting. I'm about to say something face now. It's like
no, because I do have an answer to that.
Okay, all right. Failed the typical very exciting scream that Fede Alvarez is known for. The one where when the face huggers or the aliens coming out of her chest and she screams. Typically, the beat drops and then she's supposed to scream right after the beat drops. It's something you'd have to watch the Evil Dead or Don't Breathe.
This is just little nitpicks.
No, that was a little nitpick. Everything else makes sense. We're getting back into the good stuff.
This is all stuff no one would.
People, shut your mouth. God, dude. I'm talking now. I got the notebook. I did time for this. Okay. People said the timer started at 20 minutes. Some said 30, but the detonation timer started at 47 minutes, which means you were either really hooked in or you were not paying attention. Okay, there's the zero gravity purge. This is the part where they're going through the tunnel with all the face huggers in it. From the moment they opened the door, Rainey was scared the entire time. You could tell. And Andy basically told him to stay calm and stuff like that, to keep your temperature down to the same level of the room so that they couldn't sniff you out. But she was sweating from the second she walked in there.
What's the point of these notes? You're just basically
shut your mouth.
Yeah.
The sound should have alerted the face huggers, but didn't. I'm talking about when the walkie-talkie goes off. The face huggers should have known something was up and jumped on him, but he didn't. Also, at this point, he was terrified. What's going on over here?
This is like a quarter way into how many notes?
Wearing headphones.
All right.
I'm not
skip
yet.
to your last one.
I got 3 more nodes. I managed to make it a little bit short.
Okay, speed run. Speed run.
Well, if you guys would just shut the fuck up and let me read, that would be awesome.
Well, I don't know. You could have a...
Make sure how long it is. All right, go.
That pregnant lady got stabbed in the chest, but she still lived. Even if she survived, there's no way the baby was still kicking because of all the other accidents that happened. But it was just because she gave birth to much taller Mark Zuckerberg. That's why that happened, I guess. So that the team. Anyhow, Andy, are you there? Made me gag a little bit. That's just a that's nothing really to the movie's expense. And this is the last one, I promise. Here, the ending was a little bit long, but it was good. I actually enjoyed the ending. Yeah. There's my. In conclusion, I could write this movie with my joystick in one hand and a bundle of Kleenex in the other.
All right. Let's move on. I think
we appreciate that.
What's said was said.
All right.
Yeah.
If you believe those things are valid reasons for you to not like the movie, by all means, believe them.
I feel like most of
the movie was, and then here's the one everybody was waiting for. The movie was boring.
Well, can I just say though that I want to say the first 5 points that you brought up about how it took so long, nothing was happening, blah 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 blah, before anything. That's pretty much the same structure as the first Alien. So for you to say that this is boring, to say that the first Alien was boring.
No, that's not true. Because the first
of course you're going to say it's not true, because then you'll be crucified.
Had interesting dialogue. Okay, there's nothing interesting about these characters.
Why?
That's actually kind of a good point by Jonah.
Yeah. Right.
No, why do you think it's not interesting dialogue?
Because all it is they okay. So I think it's cool that they're on the colony. I didn't get into the pros, but I thought it was cool they were on the colony. But once they met up with everybody, it was 2 minutes of talking about what's going on. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of it was dialogue about just like day-to-day life stuff and just nothing important. And we don't know the characters by the end. We don't know what they do. We don't even know their names, really. We don't remember them by the end. Does anybody remember their names?
I will back up Jonah there, that the characters here are not memorable. Like, you don't know their names.
That's what I'm saying. The first one had memorable characters.
Yeah, in the original Alien, you get to know those characters.
Okay. Do you remembering those names the first time you watched Alien, the original?
I remember Dallas. I forget.
See, the reason why we can make these comparisons is because we've seen Alien multiple times.
But you get to know,
and that way we know it inside and out.
Like
I've seen Alien Romulus like 3 times now, and I can say with absolute certainty it's just as good as the first one.
Disagree.
Look, I'm not as down on the movie as Jonah. Definitely. I will just say the characters in. Are we comparing the OG to this one?
No, listen.
No. What you need.
My biggest
What
problem with
you
Alien
need to do
Romulus,
is if the characters in this movie are essential to the story, or
They are.
basically if they make sense to what is happening in the film. But what I mean by that is if they were translated into other characters, would it still be as an effective story?
for
Sure,
what
but-
Alien? What?
But like, there's specific scenes in Alien when you really care. When oh god, what's that character actor's name? He's wearing the trucker hat.
John
and
Hurt.
He's
John
like,
Hurt?
here, kitty. He's looking.
Oh yeah, the guy Harry Dean Stanton.
That's it. You got it, Larry. Yeah, like you don't know that dude, but you know that dude. Like you don't get that sense for any of these characters in this new one.
He's an archetype.
Maybe because
yeah.
they're young and they're kind
But
of like douchey. But like
What I didn't establish enough in my notes is the problem with the movie is they introduce something, but either they toss it out or they just act like they didn't introduce it in a certain type of way. So like when they're going through the corridor with the face huggers, they cool down the room temperature. Andy's like, hey, everybody remain calm. If you remain calm, we'll get through this. Everybody immediately is not calm. They continue walking through, and then his sister calls him on the walkie-talkie, and he's like, and he immediately gets jump scares, but the noise itself should have alerted them, especially since right after that, the running away, they literally make a ton of noise and by throwing stuff and knocking stuff around, and they're jumping at that noise.
all right, Dallas, talk, and then let's move on.
Yeah, we have a lot of movies to get through. I don't think we should nitpick every little thing. Yeah,
What you should be talking.
That was your point.
Rob said it too. We should start moving.
Oh no, I thought you were gonna say something about Alien Romulus.
No, I
okay.
will. I'm just saying we should.
Well, say
Okay,
it, man.
okay. Quick thoughts,
somebody-
Strigan. Yeah, quick thoughts, Strigan. Alien Romulus, go.
It was cool. I liked it. It was good.
Okay, Dallas.
Well done, Trigan. You didn't have a notebook.
You didn't have a dissertation.
30-page essay
But hey,
on
we
why
know.
I thought it was cool.
You know what? We told Jonah to write things down. We told
Yeah,
him
it's
to
true.
justify. So good job, Jonah. You did your homework. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll try to be as quick as possible because I want to say more than
All right, we get it. Just say it.
Okay. So yeah,
Motherfucker, damn.
what going in? Talk. Shut up, Jonah. Good. Anyway,
I'm gonna be quick. I'm not gonna say things that I'm not supposed to say. So I'm just gonna try to get straight to the point. So bear with me as I try to do that. Okay, so go.
okay. Going in, I want exactly what I wanted was a mix of like aliens. And that's exactly what I got. It focused on horror. Half was horror, half was action. That's exactly what I wanted. And also, I love Alien Isolation, and I even got a little mix of that. So I was very happy with that.
Where?
What?
Just the ship itself, like the room?
The ship itself and the reason why it's abandoned. Yeah.
The
Very
way it
Alien
looks too,
Isolation.
like they tried to make it look more like the ship, like the interior of the ship from Alien, all retro style looking. That's what they went for instead of like, the prequels, how it's just all holograms and
super polished and clean and expensive.
I loved the zero gravity scene. I thought it was really crazy.
That was all I wanted from an Alien movie because I've been thinking about it for years. Like, why don't they do a zero gravity alien fight scene? That would be so cool. I actually thought of an idea of, if they were going to do an Alien sequel directly from the beginning, is that they would actually try and discover, like pirates would discover the remnants of Nostromo. And then the alien attacks them in zero gravity. So the whole movie will be zero gravity. That's what I was hoping for. But we got a little bit of that here. Despite
but the problem is
yes. We know what your problem is.
The problem is
I
it's
know.
inaccurate, man. It's
yeah.
continuity is a big thing.
Yeah, well, movie time has never been
Really
accurate.
quick,
Let's
I
just say
can I
that.
just say
But yet, the
Kaylee
40 minutes is accurate. The 47 minutes is accurate.
Kaylee Sweeney is in my top 3 hottest
Who?
actresses.
Who's that?
Kaylee
Yeah,
Spaney,
but that line brought her down some points.
Who is that? The main girl?
the
one
main
who
girl.
said,
Yeah.
Andy,
She
are
was
you
in Priscilla.
The one that
She
said,
was
Andy,
in she was
Civil
in
War.
the Craft Legacy. Yeah.
MCU.
Ooh, does that movie exist?
Yes, it does. I've never seen it and have no intention of seeing it. Yeah.
Who's
I heard it was
that
crap.
movie? That movie does not exist.
It does not. But anyway,
yeah.
yeah.
I
So,
also-
Rob, final thoughts.
Aw.
It's fine.
fine.
Let's move on.
All right. Good. All right. So, speaking of sequels, let's go into our next category, sequelitis, where a whole bunch of sequels came out. And we're talking about Beetlejuice, Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, and The Strangers Chapter 1. A movie
Yikes.
that I refuse to watch, and I will not talk about it. But let's start with that one, since Chapter 2 and 3 are both coming out next year. Who wants to talk about it first?
Quick
It
thought.
sucked. I hated
Yeah.
it. It was boring. It was stupid. It did not need to exist. They tried to do what the original did by having stuff in the background, except with the original, they don't play a big scary noise every time someone's in the background.
Everybody-
They just let it be there. And this one, it's like every time something's in the background. They make the killers so just dumb. They butcher the line, the line. We came why are you doing this to us? Because you
Because
were
you
home.
were home.
Instead,
Yeah.
it was because you're here. I'm
Yeah.
like, come on, man. It was just,
Hey.
and then I don't want to spoil it, but the ending, stupid. They had a post-credit scene, and it was dumb, and it was a bad movie overall.
You don't need to spoil the ending. It was in the trailer.
Was it?
Trailer.
The dude had a shotgun in his hand and had the easiest kill of his life. He
Yep.
could have ended this whole situation in one buckshot.
That
And
was one stranger though.
well, because the other one was right behind him, and he still turned around and still didn't shoot the guy. He just looked at him.
Oh hello.
Yeah, oh hello there. I have a shotgun, but I'm not going to use it. Oh, it's not loaded. Oh, it is loaded. Oh God, I didn't realize it was loaded. Hey,
If
but
I were to
somebody
give this
said they
movie,
wanted. Somebody said they wanted a Jonah cut of Alien Romulus. I got you with that. I got you with that script.
No, I think they want a Jonah cut of your dissertation. So please
Okay.
upload that to your website as soon as
Make a whole
possible.
video. Make a whole
Yeah. All right. How about you,
just-
Rob? Did you see Strangers Chapter 1?
I did. It's kind of a weird story. I went on a first date to go see this movie.
why did you do that?
She was super into horror movies, and she loved the first Strangers movies. Or the first one. I don't think she even knew that Pray at Night existed. I had to tell her oh, you like Pray at Night? Or she was like, I don't know what that is. But she liked the first one. And we went to go see it, and she brought some of her friends came, which was weird. Either way, we went to the movie theater, we saw it, and I'm sitting there and watching this stupid movie, and they're totally captivated. I'm looking over at them, and they're really into the movie. And I felt like a bad guy at the end of the movie after it being wow, that was bad. So I kind of just knucked up, and I was just yeah, that was fun. Because they were all whoo, that was fun, wasn't it? Because it was a girls' night out for them.
Yeah.
You know, ooh, we watched a spooky movie. We ate some popcorn.
Yeah, well, that's how you know it failed, because I don't think anybody who walked out of the theater after the first one would say that was a fun experience, because it was that terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
If you walk out of a Strangers film and say that was fun, it wasn't a good Strangers movie. It missed the point of what.
No, I
made
think
the
the
first one
original
so
Strangers
good.
is really creative and cool. I think it's
Yeah, but
well
it's not
directed.
fun. It's not fun. It's like it
meant to be.
terrifies you.
It
It's like
scares you
it
to the
stays
core.
with you. You know,
Sure,
the only way
sure.
something is fun is because you're kind of like, what do you call this?
wasn't fun.
Separated from what's happening on screen.
This was boring. This was not fun.
Yeah. So I think one of the reasons why they liked it, I don't know, were they of a younger generation? This group of
No,
friends,
they're like
that-
late, like mid to late 20s.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's the two stars. You have the actress from Riverdale and the guy from I
Yeah.
don't know, some Disney movie.
Some
whatever.
hunky dude
Yeah.
who has like
But
he's a total doorknob. He
Yeah,
has like zero personality.
Mhm.
Those two are like probably some of the worst actors working in Hollywood today. So that's
they
why
were
I don't-
terrible.
Yeah, they were terrible. They're terrible in their respective projects, and they're terrible, I'm sure, in this one. So
Mhm.
I have no intention of watching it. But that's what I mean, because when you're watching something bad happen on screen, you can translate it as fun experience. But if you're talking pure terror, no, you're gonna leave that theater shaking in your boots and looking behind you every step you take when you're walking down the street. So Strangers Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, I'm sure, are not effective in what they were trying to do, which in my opinion makes them not Strangers movies.
I would have
Yeah,
blocked the friend that you went with. I'm just saying.
There was one more day, but it wasn't that good, and then it fizzled out. So
That's good.
Probably
Okay.
took them to like
Good.
night swim or something.
That's good stuff right there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
All
awesome.
right.
Super cliche.
So- Yeah. So Strangers Chapter 1, downer. What about
I should have
let's
took
not
her
just
to Imaginary or Afraid or something.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
She would have loved those Blumhouse
yeah,
movies.
because
I
they're
bet.
Yeah,
really
those would
cool.
have been
Yeah.
instantly in her favorite movies.
Yeah,
ever.
Exactly.
totally.
Yeah.
Her
She would make you
letterbox
watch-
top 5.
She would make
Okay.
you watch those movies back to back like a child watches Frozen.
Yeah. So I love what Maduro Man says. They find Tamara in Chapter 3.
Oh yeah. They probably didn't know who that is.
Like, who the fuck? Why do you keep looking for this bitch? Come on. So in the third one, they do find her. Okay, that's good. We're looking forward to that. Thank you for that, Maduro Man. Okay, so let's talk about these back-to-back now. Sequels of big franchises that some succeeded, some didn't. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire and Beetlejuice. What do we think?
Frozen
All right.
Empire was
You
second.
guys talk about this. I'll be right back.
All right.
I hated Ghostbusters Frozen Empire
Same.
so much. I am like the biggest Ghostbusters fan, and I'd rather watch 2016 Ghostbusters than this. I hated it. Well, I won't compare it to 2016 because obviously the humor in that one's worse, but the humor in this one is awful. I didn't like the humor in Afterlife either, and I knew this one would also be lacking in humor.
That whole ending was so underwhelming and sad. I was like,
ending is terrible, especially when the unfunny guy from Eternals and Obi-Wan.
Kumail.
oh yeah.
He ruined it. The
Yeah.
movie was already bad, but the second he started firebending, I was like, "What
Yeah.
the fuck are we doing?" I see
What's
Ghostbusters
happening?
movies to see ghosts, not superheroes. I
That's
hate
very
this
true.
movie so much.
Although I would say though that would have been an interesting route to go because it felt like that was where it was gonna go, because there was a point where all of their power proton packs were taken away. And then, so I thought, okay, they're going to need to find a different way, not a scientific way, but maybe a way to meld science and mysticism together because, Venkman Jr., the little girl with glasses, I'm sure she would like come up with some super genius new way to fight off and trap the ghosts. But no, OG Ghostbuster just comes in with a new set of proton packs. It's like, oh, okay. So all of that setup was nothing. That was for nothing. Okay, good. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous where they make you think they're actually going to do this. They're going to expand the lore of this franchise, introduce new things to it, and bring it forward. But no. We have the same asshole, dickless EPA guy who's now the mayor.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to say. There's so much fan service, and I love fan service. That's why I like Afterlife so much. But the fan service in this movie was so.
I love Afterlife. I had a good time.
Yeah, I like Afterlife. And I'm saying the fan service. This one felt so pointless. Like bringing Dickless back. There is no point in that. There was this bringing Slimer back. He had one scene, and that was it.
Yeah,
and I hated
it. It was a bummer.
Yeah, when they went into the library, like the one from the original.
Yeah,
they saw the librarian ghost, and she just jumps out at them, and that's it. She's just there for 1 second. It was so pointless. I hated everything about this movie, except the little commercials at the very beginning when they were watching Ghostbusters 2 with the Statue of Liberty. I love Ghostbusters 2, so I love seeing that. But
Rob, did you see it?
Oh, dude.
Oh, dude. Too cool.
I was just waiting for you nerds to get done talking.
I didn't
you
watch the new one. No, I watched Afterlife, and I didn't bother seeing Frozen Empire because I heard it was junk, so I just didn't watch it.
Yeah.
It's nerd city.
How about Beetlejuice?
I saw it.
I did see that one.
It was fun.
I had a good time.
Yeah.
Speaking of fan service.
The problem with Beetlejuice is that it had too many side plots that just weren't explored enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So like they introduced this ghost dude that Jenna Ortega ends up falling in love with, but then they kind of just toss that story aside.
Exactly.
And you think that that's going to be the story, but then it's not.
Same with the Monica Bellucci character, the stick-up lady. It's like you think, oh, she's going to be the big bad, but no, she just wants to get back together with Beetlejuice.
But I did enjoy the movie, though. I had a good time watching it. So.
Aesthetically, it looks great. Yeah, and the feels. They got the feels back of that OG Beetlejuice, but narratively and just the whole thing was just a mess.
I pretty much agree. It's like they kind of forgot what their main storyline was, and jumped all over the place. But besides that, it was a fun movie. It was funny. Michael Keaton was great. I can't believe they killed Bob. I was a little disappointed by that. But like it was a fine enough movie. I went and saw it with my girlfriend, who's like a huge fan of Tim Burton and the original Beetlejuice, and she loved it. So it was a success.
I didn't think Bob would make a return because of all the stuff going on with him.
No, I'm just.
He said Bob.
Right?
Didn't you say Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
Bob was played by. Who played Bob?
Bob's the dude with the shrunken head.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's stupid old me talking. Ignore that situation. But yeah.
Okay, fine. Then let's ignore that and move on to the next film on our list. Still going into the sequel arena, a sequel / midquel, I guess is how you would call it. A prequel, I guess. Yeah. A Quiet Place Day One. We've all seen it?
Yeah.
I have, yeah.
Okay. What do we think in comparison to the rest of it? Let's start with you, Jonah.
Oh God. Let somebody else go first. Dallas.
Okay, Dallas.
Give us your essay on it. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Look.
Did you do a reaction to this one?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the first movies I actually liked this year. It was good. I wouldn't say I liked it for the horror aspect. I kind of liked it more for the dramatic, emotional moments, like the pizza scene. I thought like when they went to the pizza place and the lightning scene when like there's lightning,
they're screaming.
They're screaming. I like that.
Yeah.
And then spoiler alert, but the main girl's sacrifice at the end, that got me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's really all I have to say. I did really like this movie, but not really the horror aspect of it.
I think after the release of A Quiet Place Day One, that was when all of the better horror movies started coming out one after another. So that was like the signal of good things to come. Me personally, yeah, I agree with everything you just said, Dallas, where it really was kind of like a self-contained story. It's it's not trying to expand the universe or explain any of the goings on. It was a story set in this apocalypse, in this arena. Um but I know that a lot of people were misled by the trailer, which is why I don't watch trailers anymore, because they'd be misleading you left and right, because they did think it was going to be like a day by day account of when the aliens landed. That's day one. What happens in day two? What happens in day three? How does the military respond? Blah, 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 blah.
The
So,
military.
yeah, they were like expecting that kind of movie. And when it wasn't, they took it against the movie because that's how it was advertised, I guess. But for me, yeah, love the characters, love the setting, the scenes that were full of tension. The acting was great, the score, yeah, it did drag at certain parts, but I'm not going to hold it against it. But yeah, I did enjoy it very much. Rob, how about you?
Well, I did have like trepidation watching it because I was like, all right, so we're doing a prequel, which seems to be the thing these days. But we've already seen like day one in the second one, right?
Yeah, but only for a little while.
Yeah,
And also
on a much smaller scale.
in the context of that town, we didn't see it happen
Right.
anywhere else.
So I
But yeah,
know, like,
I think I know what you mean. Like, if you're just going to do an extended version of that opening scene from A Quiet Place 2, then why call it A Quiet Place Day 1? Because we've already seen it before. Yeah,
I get it. It's a different location. So
yeah.
and
So
it
they should just
had-
call it A Quiet Place NYC or something.
right. Yeah. It basically had like all the 9/11 imagery to it, with all that disaster dust on people's faces and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, it won me over. It's a really well-made movie. I'm not shocked because I really like this director's last movie, which is like an indie movie with Nick Cage called Pig.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I've been meaning to watch that.
Which is like a really kind of emo movie, but kind of like John Wick.
It's John Wick with a pig. Yeah,
Pig.
Yeah,
and no action.
So I was not shocked that this movie got me in my feels a little bit, especially with Lupita Nyong'o. She's such a talented actress. She's so good, and I really liked. I'm coming around on that.
Joseph
is that
Quinn?
His name?
Yeah, the Stranger Quinn guy, the Stranger Things guy. Yeah,
Eddie.
And I really came around on that guy, and then I just saw Gladiator 2 recently, and I was like,
I'm sorry.
He's in that? I didn't know.
Yeah, he's in there, but he's really on top of his game in this movie, and I really like their chemistry. So. And I'm a cat guy, so I gotta like this movie.
Joseph Quinn, real fast, is actually going to be playing one of the Fantastic Four.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's playing Johnny
He's
Storm.
playing Johnny Storm, the fire guy.
Yeah, Human Torch.
I'm down.
I like Fire Guy better.
No, I like
Fire
Guy. I liked A Quiet Place Day 1, but I didn't think it was anything too special.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not crazy good, but yeah, I still like it. It's my favorite.
Intriguing?
I thought it was pretty good. I think it was like kind of on par with the first one, better than the second. But in a different way. Like the first one is great for scares. This one's great for the emotional moments and just the character and the world and everything. I would have liked to learn more about the aliens and everything. You just kind of see it happen, but that didn't take away from the movie at all. I still thought it was really good. And as someone who's not really that much of a cat person, at multiple points, I was like, just get rid of it. Like it is causing you issues. Just throw it.
It's gonna be fine. It's a cat. It'll survive.
Like it can go live on its own.
That cat.
Yeah,
that cat made the movie.
Yeah.
For me,
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, I agree. If they're ever gonna make a third Quiet Place, which would be the
4.
fourth, but yeah, but it's going to be A Quiet Place 3. It's not going to be called A Quiet Place Day 1 Part 2.
maybe
So
it'll
if they're
be
going to make
Day
a
2.
third A Quiet Place, it has to be the final one, and it has to be from the point of view of the military. And that should be like a direct, like from day 1 up until they discover the signal being broadcast from the island from the end of 2. That's how the narrative should go, because I think that would be like amazing, and then that should be the last.
These movies make too much money. They're not going to let it go that easy.
Yeah, and then there's eventually going to be other A Quiet Place Day 1 pocket stories where it's different areas with different characters.
But the next
responding.
one should be military based.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Which is what I was hoping for the second Cloverfield film to be, but alas, we never got it. Yeah,
I like the Cloverfield movies.
I do. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've only seen the first 2. I didn't bother watching the third one because I heard it
The
was
third
junk.
one was good. I like the third
Was
one.
good?
the Netflix one.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
the Netflix one.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not-
got to get around to it sometime. But yeah, the first one's good. I like the second one more, actually.
Yeah.
Just
Oh
like
yeah,
has its own
13
story.
Cloverfield Lane is
Or
amazing.
10 Cloverfield Lane. But
Oh,
yeah,
10
that
Cloverfield Lane,
one's
yeah.
really, really good as its own movie. But
Yeah,
the
well,
first Cloverfield
the-
is pretty good too.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Netflix Cloverfield movie was retrofitted to be a Cloverfield movie. I don't believe it was originally set as a Cloverfield movie. They had
Well,
to
neither was
retrofit
10
it.
Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah, that's but again, because it was so strong as a story, it stands out on its own. And the fact
Yeah,
that it was a
exactly.
Cloverfield movie, it's like, okay, that's beside the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. So there, A Quiet Place Day 1, we all liked it, but yeah, could have been better. And we're gonna see if that saga continues. Okay, so now we're gonna get into the part 1 of our 2-part categories here, where we compare 2 films head to head. Well, in this case, for part 2, we have 3. That's because of one person in the chat who shoehorned it in there. I'm not gonna name names, but whatever. So part 1 of our head to head would have to be Infested versus Sting, 2 spider themed movies that are just, I don't know. I know Dallas has like an affinity for these creatures. He has them as pets. They're all over his house. So I'm guessing you've seen them both, Dallas?
I've seen Sting, but that only as a favor to Tregan.
Okay.
Oh wow, you watched Sting. Huh.
I couldn't handle I didn't start it, but I started the trailer for Infested, and I was like, no, I'm out. I'm not. I can't handle this movie, so I didn't watch it.
I didn't
Yeah.
watch Infested, but I did watch Sting, and
Okay.
it's barely a spider movie. To be
Yeah, it
honest.
is.
It
It
is
literally says it in
Like
the
an
beginning.
alien spider. It's hardly a spider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did end up liking Sting. I thought it was
Right?
decent.
It's
like
from the same effects house as Lord of the Rings. It's Weta, so there's some pedigree behind it. Yeah.
That's cool.
It helped me a lot. Sorry.
Yeah. So who's watched Infested then?
I watched both.
I watched both as well. Rob,
Rob, didn't you do an infection reaction?
Yeah, I saw
you watched
both.
Infested. I saw your reaction. Yeah.
I couldn't watch
Yeah, I
it.
saw
Sting
both.
too,
Sting is like Tremors, kind of. It takes it more lighthearted.
Yeah.
No, it's more fun.
Mhm.
I could
it's
do without some of
highlights.
those. I could do without some of those side characters in the building. I
Yeah.
think they're a little hammy. Whereas Infested takes it totally serious.
Yeah.
And you know what? Hell yeah. Like, I'm down with that. Like, let's go full balls
Yeah.
deep into this, like, intense spider,
Yeah.
like, scary story.
Mhm.
All the characters where you genuine, you were rooting for all of them. You know,
Yeah,
you
that
got
was
to
the
know
thing
each
about
of them.
Infested. Those characters were like lovable. You
Mhm.
want them to survive.
Definitely.
I like the
Even
characters
though-
in Sting.
Yeah, but they're like cartoon characters in Sting. And in Infested, they're like real fleshed out characters.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't talk about it. So
Yeah.
It's like, have you ever seen Attack the Block, Dallas?
never heard of it.
Yeah, I've seen Attack the Block.
Yeah,
Okay.
you should check it
Yeah,
out.
I watched that years ago.
Infested is kind of like that, but a little bit more serious, I guess.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does that make sense, Larry?
Yeah, Attack the Block is the one with the aliens, right? With John Boyega.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
one where
one, yeah.
the aliens are like taking over the city or whatever, like they're
Yeah.
human made or whatever.
Yeah.
And their
Yeah.
hideout is in like a sort of like a coliseum type deal.
Something.
Yeah, and it's like
yeah.
some like young teenagers have to like defend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Young urban
Defense.
teenagers in the inner city are trying to defend their block. Yeah. But yeah, I agree with okay, so let's ask between the three of us who have seen both, which one is better than the other?
Infested for sure.
Infested
I don't
as well.
even think it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sting was decent. It was entertaining, but I could have done without a lot of that drama in between.
I like
and the main girl, she like the little girl, she really bothered me the whole time. I was just so sick of it. Like, just kill the spider. It's obviously not a spider.
Yeah.
Like,
but also
you
it's
know
interesting
this.
that the little girl and the French dude from Infested kind of like have the same, you know, they have the same motivations to rescue the spider. So
Yeah,
it's
but the
interesting to
little
me
girl
that
is-
you think one should have killed the other
Well,
more
to
than
me,
the other one.
to me with Sting, like, she saw it growing. She's like, is it normal for a spider to double its size in 20 minutes? Like, no.
That ain't no spider. Spider don't grow in 20 minutes. That ain't no spider.
Yeah,
there
and
is one. Yeah.
Eric in the movie is like, that's not a spider.
Yeah.
I loved Eric. He was the voice of reason the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah. For
I
me,
love when movies have a character like that.
yeah.
Too many wacky characters in Sting.
Yeah.
For me.
Sting is more fun
Yeah.
than Infested, but Infested is intense and tragic and powerful, and you know it ticks all of the boxes with the type of movie that you don't want living inside your head. So
Like,
that's why I
it's-
love it better.
It's
Yeah.
very
There's
creepy
one
crawly.
specific
Yeah.
scene in Infested where they have to go down a hallway, and it is like makes your skin crawl, man. It is so intense. They have to go down this hallway.
I remember sitting in my chair and watching it and literally like curling up and going like, oh,
I know.
don't.
It's so good. It's
I
so
was
good.
doing that with Sting. I wouldn't be able to handle Infested.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Dallas, you would expect
My favorite one was when the girl discovers the spider in the shower and in the bathroom, and then she locks herself in the shower and they're trying to catch it, and then he kills the spider, and then when he lifts his foot, all of the baby spiders inside the spider.
Oh my god, dude! Yeah, there's
and
so
then
good.
spiders crawl out of the shower drain that the girl was hiding in.
No way. Oh, hell no. I'm good.
I cannot
So
wait for that
fun.
guy's Evil Dead movie. Like, I know.
Oh
it's
yeah,
gonna be
he's
so
directing
good.
the new Evil Dead. It's gonna be so awesome. Yeah.
Oh my! There's 2 new Evil Deads coming out next
Mhm.
year. Yeah. I'm looking
Not
forward
not
to
next
both.
year, I don't think. But
Yeah,
upcoming.
2026.
Well, there's 2
yeah.
coming out. There's 2 coming
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I'm looking
Infested
forward to both.
rules, man. Sting
it
is
was
really
so
good too. Like, no shade against Sting. It's good. It's just victim to a better Spider movie.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Completely
That's true.
different tones from what I can tell.
Yeah, very different tones.
Very different.
Sting
tones,
doesn't take
exactly.
itself super seriously. Infested does. It like works actively to creep you out, to make you uncomfortable. Like, it's very good.
You know, one thing in Sting, it takes place during the winter. There's a snowstorm, but I noticed that at one point there's lightning, and the subtitles literally say "lightning strikes." Like, have you ever seen lightning during a snowstorm? 'Cause I have.
I don't know. Have you ever seen an alien spider land in an apartment block?
I have actually.
Have you?
Okay, good.
Yeah,
So
that's why
there's
he's so
your
scared
answer.
of spiders.
He has experience.
I have trauma.
Okay, well, let's not get into that therapy session right
Yeah.
now. Let's move on to our next head-to-head, which was supposed to be just 2 movies, but
No,
okay,
wait.
let's give it to him. Yeah, what?
No, I'm saying we don't need to compare it with Apartment 7A. We can do that later.
No, I'm just saying because it's not bold, I wasn't able to watch it.
Yeah, it's
So if
fine.
anybody has
I
seen
didn't watch it
Apartment
either.
7A,
Pretty sure I'm the only one that
comment
watched
to it. But The two films that we're talking about primarily are Immaculate and The First Omen. So whoever commented that we talked to those about those in the chat, here's your segment, buddy.
Here we are,
Immaculate,
it's
First
on.
Omen, and Apartment 7A. So
I-
who wants to
Immaculate.
start?
With
Trigger?
which one?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I watched both of them. I guess I'll start with Immaculate because I watched that after The First Omen, and for most of the movie was all right. The ending was super brutal. I really liked the ending. Leading up to it, it was okay, and the director was definitely very, very, very horny for Sydney Sweeney.
I know, dude. I was about to say, like, when she's sitting there talking
Who
to the
isn't?
priest on her knees, I thought it was about to turn into a porno session, bro. I was
Yeah,
like, oh,
I lost it at that super close up, like zoom in on her feet. I was like,
Yeah.
come on, dude.
yeah, dude. I was like,
But like,
yeah.
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was
Cue
super
the
creepy or
Tarantino
anything.
joke there.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then-
Tarantino, Dan Schneider, whoever else you want to name.
Yeah.
Me.
And then
But
compared to The First Omen,
The First
What do you
Omen, I
think?
thought it had great vibes. I thought it was super creepy. The acting was all really good, and the only thing I didn't care for was how it ended. It felt like there was supposed to be more movie to it, or like that's how a sequel to it could have started.
I hope there's a sequel.
That would be really cool, just like a direct follow up.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what The Omen is. And the cinematography in it was very good. Like I thought it was a really good movie all around.
Mhm.
Yeah, I definitely preferred that to Immaculate, but Immaculate was fine. It was a fine enough
Yeah.
movie.
I agree
Yeah.
with Trigan all the way, 100%.
Okay. Yeah,
He-
well,
he's
just for
from-
comparison, we'll compare the two films. Immaculate was shot digitally. The First Omen was shot on film. So that explains the difference in the cinematography. Immaculate was shot on location, but it was shot in like Romania or something, while The First Omen was actually shot in Rome. Hence the
Mhm.
difference in budget. Immaculate was made for like something like $7 million, while The First Omen was made for like $30 million, almost 40, I think. So way more expensive. And because it didn't make that much money, I doubt that we'll be seeing that sequel that we're all hoping for. And then
Sorry.
yeah, and then the main difference between the two, the thing that they share was that Immaculate was released first, and then The First Omen was released literally less than 2 weeks after. So that really killed the chances of The First Omen getting anywhere, because you're like, I just saw that movie. Why are you making me watch it again and pay for it? If they'd waited until like maybe July or maybe even September, I think it would have done better at the box office. But
Yeah.
that's
I
it.
think with The First Omen, with that trailer they did with like the 80s style filter, I think it would have been cool, at least for like the physical release, to get a version like that.
Yeah,
yeah,
But they
that
didn't
would
get
have been
into it.
nice.
Yeah, I thought that would have been cool. But I,
Yeah.
like I said, I agree with Trigan all the way.
Yeah. And I just want to shout out that opening scene. Oh,
Oh,
Which
that
one?
was, for The First Omen.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
that was
whoa.
intense.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was really good. And the thing is, it didn't have to be gory. It didn't have to be in your face. It was just tension building, and then you have that happen. It's like, wow,
Yeah.
that's awesome. What about you, Rob? Between these two movies,
I like both of them for different reasons. Unfortunately,
we all know why you
I
like
saw...
Immaculate. Yeah.
yeah.
What? Because I'm some like weird pervert or something?
Yeah.
Some
No,
sex-
because you're a straight dude. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I took my little brother.
Hey, I thought the girl in The First Omen was attractive too.
Yeah, but not.
Oh yeah, she is.
Mimi.
But like in an otherworldly way. Have you guys seen?
Hey,
Servant,
she
by the
went out
way?
to the club.
Yeah, I know, definitely, but
Yeah.
still.
Have you seen Servant, by the way, on Apple TV?
That's the M. Night
No.
Shyamalan show.
Yeah, that's the girl who stars in that TV show. It's excellent. But anyway, go on, Rob. Continue.
I liked Immaculate, I think, a little bit more just because the simplicity of it. It was like very tight. And I mean, the movie is short too. I think it's like 82 82 minutes or 85 minutes.
something like that.
It's like
yeah.
very tight. And
very
it's a
compact.
powerhouse performance from Sydney Sweeney. The first Omen definitely has way better visuals. I mean, that scene when the hand is coming out, that childbirth scene is insane. That's totally nuts. But I think if I had to rewatch one, like gun to my head right now, I'd watch Immaculate.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Naturally.
I would rewatch First Omen again. I think.
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
watch
for
First
me,
Omen.
that's the better of the two.
I like the.
just-
I think. Never
And
mind.
that
I was
ending
about
of
to say, like,
Immaculate
forget it.
is so crazy.
yeah.
Definitely.
The ending, I think the ending for First Omen was better, but I think the ending to Immaculate was okay too. Yeah.
Dude, it's a oneer. A one take
Yeah.
long shot of her
I get it, but
acting her ass off.
She did a good job acting, but it's just like, when she's going through the tunnels and all that, and the guy's coming around the corner. Yeah, I mean, she had at one point, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if I'm getting this right. It's been a minute, but she had like a lantern lit or whatever, and she turned it off after he passed the corner. So he literally looks in the corner, and she still has it on for a second, and then she unlights it, and then he still doesn't recognize and walks off. And you're thinking like, oh, he knows she's there, but then she just keeps moving.
Yeah, it's horror movie logic, whatever.
Yeah.
I ignore that. But,
That's video
that
game.
intense close up of her face when she's screaming in agony at the end is so intense and feral. It's hard to not put that above something like the First Omen is awesome too. So it's hard to compare the two.
Larry, you said something about one of them was about giving birth to the devil, and one of them was about giving birth to Jesus. Which one was the one about Jesus?
Immaculate.
Immaculate was about giving birth to Jesus. It's literally taking the blood from the nail that was used to crucify Jesus, and then genetically modifying it to create a fetus, and then implanting it into a willing subject.
Didn't she beat
Immaculate
the shit out
conception.
of Jesus then? Technically, didn't she just smash Jesus's head in at the end?
Well, yeah, that's kind of like the whole point is why is it more important to force me to give birth to something that I didn't even ask for, which begs to question the entire Virgin Mary thing. Like, Mary didn't ask to give birth to Jesus Christ. God just said, no, you're gonna take care of, you're gonna have that. So where was her bodily autonomy? So that's where that whole conversation came out of in the current climate of like, does a woman really have a right to her own body, or can somebody say that once she gets pregnant, she has to push through with it, whether she wants to or not? So that's part of where that conversation comes in.
Right,
and then
real quick, round robin, including you, Larry.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you pick? Larry, what do you pick?
Oh, First Omen.
Trian?
First Omen.
Immaculate.
First Omen.
Damn. Dallas.
What? You said you liked the Immaculate more too.
I know, I did too. I know, we got swept.
Pervs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I didn't give my opinion, though. I didn't give the reasoning.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, I did go to see Immaculate because of Sydney Sweeney, but
obviously, yeah. Who wouldn't? Anyway, the third inclusion to this list, which Dallas is the only one to have seen, Apartment 7A, which is a prequel to Rosemary's Baby. So it is technically about inseminating a woman with the seed of the devil. What do you think of that movie, Dallas?
I'm not moving on until I get to give my opinion. I didn't get to say anything about the last two movies.
You've been talking the whole time.
I didn't get to give my opinions, though.
Okay, go on. And then you can go into Apartment 7A. That's why I've given you the floor.
Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm a big fan of the original Omen movies. I I don't know exactly what I was expecting with the first Omen, but I was a little disappointed. I thought it was kind of mid. I didn't think
Which one? The first one, the original.
Omen. No,
Okay.
the 2024 one. But yeah.
Okay. Because when you said the first Omen, are you talking about the first Omen or the original first Omen?
Yeah.
You know how confusing that is.
These timelines are so confusing.
Yeah, just like the first Purge. But anyway,
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed. I didn't expect it to be very scary, and I didn't think it was. I feel like the only scary scene was like in the dark where the burnt lady was. That was about it.
That was creepy.
I think the only thing I expect from the Omen movies are like Final Destination type kills, like in the second one, like the elevator wire splits that guy in half.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted more of that. We did get the priest with the thing going through his head, and then the guy getting hit.
Born yet?
He
wasn't born yet. He gonna do all this telekinesis.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. But
like the Omen character obviously was doing it all,
That there wasn't as many cool Final Destination like deaths in
right, but Damien was the one doing all of that, but he wasn't born.
No, not necessarily. He only did some of it, but most of it was done by
by bad instant, by just bad.
by his daddy basically.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
There was a lot of fake out jump scares as well in the first Omen that I noticed. Sorry, okay, Immaculate. I just like it better because I like the whole end. I thought it was cool seeing her like it kind of turned into an action survival movie. She's just taking out all the bad guys left and right, and then the ending was obviously very unexpected.
We're talking about Immaculate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. And now going into Apartment 7A.
Yeah. I don't have too much to say about it, but I am surprised that I did like it. I did like it. And the only little complaint I have is that I don't know, there was, I'll just say grape. If you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's expected. It's Rosemary's Baby.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a grape scene, and right before it, there's like a really weird dance number. It turns into a musical before it. Everyone starts dancing, and then there's a demon that does its thing. It felt out of place, and then at the very end, I don't know if you've seen
no spoilers. Yeah. I still plan to watch it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it leads directly into the original
OG,
just like the first Omen.
Interesting.
And Rogue One and other movies like that. Yeah, I like.
Wait, Rosemary's Baby goes into Star Wars.
Yeah, they all did the plans. They get on
somehow Rosemary. Returns.
Oh, okay. So you're okay in conjunction with. Okay, I gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
The baby is just Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. All right.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are our
plot
three
of
head
Star
to
Wars
heads.
3 was all a MacGuffin.
Yeah, that's true. So anyway, these three films talk about demon babies or even Jesus babies that may turn out to be demons whatsoever, which then leads us to our next film, which is also about a demon baby child whatsoever.
Oh yeah,
released earlier in the year, expected to make a killing. Unfortunately, it did not. We're talking about Abigail. What do we all think of this movie?
Mid.
Loved it.
It was fun.
That was great. Yeah.
Which one said loved it?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to speak now?
Why?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, I thought it was a fun movie. I am a little salty that they killed off Angus Cloud so fast, considering he's dead and we won't get to see him anymore.
I don't think they knew that when they were making the movie, but okay.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't know that, but yeah, that was my only problem. I thought it was fun watching the vampires go around. The ending was pretty cool. I like the ending. A lot of these endings the problem with 2024 is a lot of these endings are kind of lackluster. This one was kind of a fun, very exciting ramp up, all that. It was a good time. Yeah.
Okay. Tregan?
Yeah, I went and saw that with my girlfriend. We both thought it was a pretty fun movie. It's just like entertaining through and through. The kills were, I mean, I don't remember most of them, but I remember it being fun. Up until the third act, which I mean, the fight itself was all right, but I mean, the dialogue just tanked.
Yeah.
It was
dialogue.
The dialogue was terrible.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem of the writers.
Radio silence.
They radio silence. Yeah, they're not really good with dialogue. They're great with bringing things to life, but how it gets there, it's like like Ready or Not is one of my favorite movies of all time. But rewatching it, you realize this got some really bad dialogue in it. But the concept is great. The execution is amazing. And with Abigail, I thought it was just okay. It's not one of my favorites. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's not really something that I would watch again or recommend. And this is this is how I know whether or not I enjoy a movie is whether or not I want to watch other reactors' reaction to it, because that's kind of another way of reliving or rewatching the movie. I was not interested in watching reactions to Abigail, so that's my 2 cents about it. Rob, what about you?
Yeah, I'm totally with you there, Larry. Like, I have no interest in rewatching this movie.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's fun. I'm a big Dan Stevens guy. I had stock in that guy when I saw him in The Guest. So I'm like, this guy should play James Bond. He's English. He's good looking. He's tall.
Yeah, but I think he doesn't have the toughness for James Bond.
You don't
That's
think?
just no. I think
he's gritty. I think he'd make a cool James Bond.
I think he's too pretty to play James Bond.
What are you talking about? That's like the whole point of James Bond.
No, James Bond is sexy. He's not pretty.
You don't think Dan Stevens is handsome?
No, Dan Stevens is handsome, pretty. He's not handsome, sexy. He's sexy, but okay. For example, would you say who's prettier, Daniel Craig or Dan Stevens?
Stevens.
Yeah, see, Dan Stevens is prettier.
That's a trap question, but like, I think we can make Stevens a little gritty.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm with Jonah here and everyone else who thinks that.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
I think he would make a great Bond villain though, because it's unexpected.
Oh yeah, he plays a good villain.
Yeah,
he's a good villain.
Well, he's very cunning. That spoiler.
Dallas, that's not what that means. Okay.
Spoiler, he turns out to be like the bad guy at the end of Abigail.
Well, I think you could tell that from the get-go.
Yeah, the whole time he's going to be the bad guy.
He's going to be the
I mean, it might be a spoiler to someone who hasn't seen a movie before, but for most people, it's not an issue.
Well, I don't know. When I saw the trailer, I thought, oh, it's going to be Gus Fring again.
He was a bad guy.
Well, he's always.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. But he wasn't the main baddie, I guess.
It was a good plot twist if you didn't see it coming. But I think.
But you're totally spot on with the screenplay, like the writing, because every fucking word
second
was
word.
fucking this and
I think they wanted
that.
to break. I think they wanted to break Scorsese's Wolf of Wall Street record. I think that I don't know if they did. I don't know.
No shot.
Street is an amazing movie. First off, but
Sorry.
Wolf of Wall Street is a great movie, though.
Well, yes, obviously, but it holds the record for the most F-bombs in a movie. So I think that they were trying to break that record. Yes.
Yeah, like over
crazy.
300.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
It got so bad you couldn't even tell by the end of the movie.
Exactly. It's like nudity in Showgirls. After a while, it's like breasts are just breasts.
I've never seen one of those before.
It's like,
I'm sure you will now. Yeah.
You know when a guy is a cool motherfucker when he doesn't have to announce that he's cool motherfucker all
Like,
the time.
Exactly.
that in Jurassic World.
I'm
Yeah.
a cool motherfucker all the time.
Like, I'm gonna
Mhm.
fucking rip your fucking guts out, you fucking bitch.
No,
It's like-
just do it.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was ridiculous.
You don't need to tell me. You know,
And it
do
just seemed lazy.
Yeah, it's got
Yeah.
some child writing in there. It's got some childish writing in there.
Very.
So
Yeah.
I did like the girl from Lisa Frankenstein. I thought that was
Yeah.
good.
Catherine,
She was fun.
baby.
Catherine Newton.
She had a really cool scene as the vampire. I think
Yeah.
that song playing in the background and she's doing all the dancing and stuff. There's really good cinematography there, and it was really
True.
fun. Yeah,
I only saw this movie because I knew Catherine Newton was in it, and
Mm.
I thought the movie was. I'm with Rob. It was kind of mid.
I watched it for Angus Cloud, to be honest with that one. I miss him.
Mm.
I miss him.
I watched it for
Okay.
vampires.
Fucking miss him, dude.
Yeah, I watched it because of.
Is this a
Radio-
better vampire
Radio
movie than
Silence.
Salem's Lot?
Yes.
I think so.
Nah,
Yes.
I don't. I think Salem Slot is better.
yeah.
Nope.
But then again, I'm biased against that title. You know, like I said, nostalgia and all that. So,
Right. Yeah, I got.
All right,
but I
what-
would watch
what-
Salem Slot. I would watch Salem Slot again, but not
Same.
Abigail.
Speaking of which, my Aunt Casey, we did a little early Christmas
Oh, God.
present. I want to tell you this because this is related to Stephen King books, but she didn't realize what she had. She had a first edition Stephen King The Shining, which goes for $1,700.
Mhm.
That's not
Whoa.
true.
Did she
It
throw
is
it out?
true. Go on eBay, fool. Look it up.
No time for that.
It
All
sold for $1,700.
Okay.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, I do. I believe it too. But again, $1,700 for a first edition novel is not really impressive.
Next.
Because first editions go for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. So 1,700, it was just fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I
but we're
didn't know.
talking about like Shakespeare first editions here. You know,
Oh,
we're
right,
we're not
yeah.
talking about like contemporary authors.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, there you go. So, all right.
Okay. I didn't mean to go
So
off that.
Abigail, pretty much mid. Some of them liked it, but you know what? Abigail is a naughty little girl. So why don't we go into our next category of naughty people? This time we're talking about naughty boys, naughty men,
Naughty
doing naughty
boys.
things in their movie. And the
boys.
two movies that we're going to be talking about, one is actually a bait and switch. So the first is Blink Twice, starring Manning Chatham. And then Naughty Boy
Manning
number
Chatham.
2, Strange Darling, which is actually a bait and switch. Now, I did not see Blink Twice, but I have seen Strange Darling. So I'm gonna start with this one and say that the director of this movie saw too many Quentin Tarantino movies because it's obviously influenced by his directing style. And I did not really think the whole time jumping was necessary. It feels like it makes it blatantly clear that the writer and the director was so unsure about the narrative that he was talking that he needs to resort to a non-linear narrative gimmick to get his movie across. But performances are great. Cinematography is amazing. But yeah, not my favorite. Anyone else? Anyone who's seen both Strange Darling and Blink Twice?
Yes.
Okay,
have.
Dallas, go ahead and let's hear your compare and contrast between the two.
Oh, I wasn't planning on comparing them.
Or just talk about one and then the other.
I
Okay.
saw Strange Darling. I can talk about that.
Blink
So
Twice,
no
have
one-
you?
No one else has seen Blink Twice.
I didn't watch either.
Maduro Man says he blinked once at Blink Twice and missed it.
Exactly. Like,
What a
you know,
dad
anyway.
joke, though. That's a dad joke,
Yeah.
Dad jokes.
So go ahead. Let's talk about Strange Darling first. Okay, Dallas, go ahead and then let's go
Yep.
to Rob.
I really liked Strange Darling. I wouldn't really compare them, but Strange Darling was better. I don't really have too much to say about it. I just really liked it. I did
Do
like.
you think the non-linear narrative works
At
for the
first-
movie, or would it work if it was just straight through?
At first, I was like, why are we doing this time jumping thing? It's also a little hard to keep up with, but I did keep up with it, and I did eventually come around to it. I'm not sure if it would be how it would feel if it wasn't like that. Well, it wouldn't be a plot twist if it was just linear. So, like, I think the time jumping is necessary for it to be a plot twist.
Yeah, but I think it would be interesting to like somebody made a linear edit of this film, kind of like what they did with Memento, where it was from the ending to the beginning, and then somebody just made the beginning to the end. If they did a linear edit of this film, I think it would have still worked because it took a while for the reveal to happen. If you were telling it linear, because they were in the car, they were discussing what they were going to do, and then she was like, "Are you a serial killer?" And then people will be thinking, "Oh, obviously, yeah, he's a serial killer. Now, why this movie is here?" And then they go into the room, and then he begins to strangle her, and then they take drugs, and then the turn happens, and then you realize, oh, it's just, so there was a twist that happens at the right time. If it was a linear narrative, that still could have worked, whether it was like jumping all around. But yeah, that's what I mean when I say style versus substance.
I like that it jumped around. I liked it more like that. I also like seeing Gomez from Breaking Bad at the end. That was really cool. The only complaint I had, it was kind of cringe when Gomi from Breaking Bad was arguing with the girl cop. She's like, you only don't listen to me because I have a vagina. Like, that was cringe.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I have to say. It was a good movie. I really liked it.
Yeah. Rob, your thoughts on Strange Darling?
I again had an interesting experience watching this because I watched it with my sister, who has a massive crush on Kyle Gallner.
Mm-hmm.
That dude. Dude from the movie. So every time he was on screen, she would like clutch my hand. She loves that guy. So she was really into the movie. And as I was watching the movie unfold, I got it. I was like, okay, yeah, they're doing the Tarantino thing, like telling it out of a story.
Yeah.
And somebody commented on here that there was right in the beginning, this movie was shot on 35 millimeter.
Yeah.
And it is a little douchey to pronounce that right up front. It's like, okay, dude. Because
when I watched the first Omen, that's the first thing that I looked up. What was it shot on? Was it shot digitally or on film? So, it's better that way as opposed to like gimmick of like, no, you're supposed to like this movie because it's shot on 35 millimeter.
It gives off the what does Family Guy say? It insists upon itself.
Yeah.
It's up its own ass.
Yeah.
A little bit. But the performances are really good. The movie's good. And it's a tight little thriller. I think this movie's getting a lot of attention now, but if this movie dropped in like 1998, it would just be like a regular programmer that we'd see on like USA Network or something. But nowadays we don't get movies like this often.
That's true.
So like it's kind of a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. But also, I think that if it came out in the 90s, like maybe as a Sundance premiere, it would have gotten a lot of attention because indie filmmaker, and then they're going to plaster. But that was the time when independent films were actually, marketed by Hollywood studios because
it seems like Roger Avery directing.
Yes, exactly. That sort of.
You get what I'm talking about, Larry. But anyway.
Yeah.
What's the other movie?
Yeah, Blink Twice.
Yeah,
Dallas, you're the only one who's seen it.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say about it, except that the song from Spider-Man 3 when he's like dancing around the street.
Mm-hmm.
This movie ruined that song for me because it also has another grape scene, and this song plays during it. So I'll never be able to listen to this song the same way now.
Yeah.
No, you still can.
No, you can't. Yeah, it was also good. The only thing I didn't like is that why in movies why do criminals always keep evidence like throughout the entire movie? They're taking pictures of their crimes, and then of course that's how the main character finds out what's going on. Like why?
Well, because they're rich and
This movie
powerful, so they don't. Yeah, they don't care about. They think that they can get away with the consequences. So
The movie is
that's how it is.
capitalizing off of that cliche.
yeah, and it's also a cliche. Yes, you're right, Jonah.
Yeah, it was good. It also if you know who Simon Rex is, he's in Scary Movie 3.
Yeah, and Kristen
5.
Slater's in there.
I remember him from the porno. Yeah.
What?
What?
I know
did
what
a
you're talking
porno
about,
there.
Larry. I know what
He-
you're talking about.
Yeah, he did a porno when he was very, very young. Yeah, just solo stuff. Yeah,
Is it
so-
over the top stuff? I don't want the solo.
Us old guys know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just solo stuff.
These
so
youngins,
nothing-
they don't know nothing about that.
They don't know
It
nothing.
ain't
They don't know
like
about.
nothing.
K. It ain't like the Kim K.
They probably don't even
Oh,
know
no, no.
anything about the Tommy Lee Pamela stuff.
Yeah.
don't even
or the
know-
Rob Lowe stuff. Yeah.
Did you know
Yeah,
that
well,
before
yeah.
Rocky, Sylvester Stallone did Lorno?
Yeah,
Mhm.
he did
Yeah,
that
everybody knows
before.
that.
Jackie Chan did one as well.
The Italian Stallion. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So for the what I call Don Draper element, I will not watch Blink Twice. Those are just, I draw the line with those types of movies. I can't
That's
handle
fair.
stuff like that.
I'm not a Channing Tatum fan, so
I like Channing Tatum. He was also good in this, but yeah.
I'm
There
sure
is-
he is. I'm sure the movie is very well made, but I can't
good.
handle that aspect of it. So.
There's one
Mayor.
dumb part when at the end when everything was going down, the other girl that's there helping her just kind of stands there like she's outside with a gun and she can hear the main girl getting attacked and she just stands there. She just doesn't do anything and takes her sweet time to come help. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
still a good movie.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Okay, well, let's continue our talk of naughty boys with Trap. We've all seen it.
yeah.
Mhm.
I watched it today.
It's a
Okay, so what?
sports
Since it's
movie.
fresh in your mind, Jonah, why don't we start with you?
I really liked it. I really liked it. I had a great time with it, especially with that ending. How he just kept slipping away,
Mhm.
and then
You
even
like that?
yeah, dude, I thought it was fire, dude. I was like, yo, how did he get out of that? What? And he's like, he'll be in the cop car, or he'll be in the limousine for a second, and then somehow he managed to like super quickly put on.
Yeah,
some clothes
exactly. The
and
word
get to the
somehow.
car. But
Yeah.
no, I think where the movie shines is when they're actually at the concert. And
When the entire movie is just an advertisement for M. Night Shyamalan's daughter.
what's
Yeah.
the thumbs up? Yeah.
Lady Raven.
Lady Raven. It's like, seriously, really? Yeah, well, I thought that movie was essentially a short film
I
that
kept
became a
getting-
concert film.
I kept getting
Then-
annoyed that he wasn't killing her, to be honest. I was like,
Yeah.
yo,
That was
dude,
like,
you had plenty of opportunities just to your family knew, everybody knew, you could have just done her in right there,
yeah.
from the bathroom all the way to the last moment we get to see her. It's like, yeah, she should have been dead by now.
Well, Larry,
Exactly.
Larry, you did a reaction, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah, I saw your reaction. It's a really good reaction. Check out Larry's reaction to that. But I'm curious about Tregan's.
Yeah.
I went and saw this in theater, and honestly, I really liked it. I know it's stupid, it's
Yeah.
really dumb, and I
I-
went in expecting nothing, and it was just I was entertained through and through. I was like, "There's no way he gets out again," and then he got out again. I was like, "Oh my
Yeah.
god!"
And then
I
at the
know.
end, right before the credits, he gets out again. I'm like,
Exactly. It's like it's so dumb that it's just
ridiculous.
really
Yeah.
entertaining. It does not take itself seriously at
I
all.
love it.
It's
Yeah.
such a silly movie, and it's just really fun. I thought, like, that's That's what I cared about. And yeah, the stuff at the concert was awesome. When they went out, it was a little less awesome, but it was still a fun movie. I liked
No,
it.
I still enjoyed it even when they got out of the concert. I
Yeah,
was like,
me too. It just wasn't
my
as good.
my only problem was this dude kept just not killing the people that knew. I mean, I
Yeah.
get that it's the family, you don't have to kill the daughter and the boy because they don't understand, but like the wife could have done her in, the freaking lady from the place done her in, the movie would have ended a lot simpler if you just took out the equation.
Yeah, to me, with like all the outfit changes and everything, it felt like Hitman.
Yeah, no.
Like probably the most accurate Hitman movie we've had to date.
I know, dude. He changed so fast, but the thing is,
it was
like
nuts.
the movie tells us that he's so good at all this stuff. He's good at lying. He's good at which his acting was kind of spotty at points.
Yeah.
His acting was very spotty.
I think it was intentional.
Yeah, well, maybe, but
just based on the overall feel.
Josh Hartnett, he was so good in that movie. Like he leaned into the camp. He knew exactly what was he was serving. He was
understood the assignment. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
I thought
I had no problems with this one. I loved it.
I thought the acting and dialogue were bad, especially during the beginning, like when he's talking to the mom of his daughter's friend, whatever. I thought,
oh yeah, that
it was so weird. It was so bad.
Yeah,
it was so bad, especially the framing. Like every shot, they were perfectly centered, staring into the camera. It just felt so weird. And his acting, mostly during the beginning scenes, was really.
Well, that's like the whole thing with M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, he does that with all his movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Bizarro World. It's like aliens acting.
I don't know. It was. I didn't.
Hey, let's go. Hey, wouldn't that be cool if we go check out this hole? Doesn't that look cool? Let's go down there. It's like, we're watching a concert right now. It's like, let's go check out this hole.
M. Night Shyamalan has been known to not do second drafts. So the first thing he writes is what goes on the screen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is probably a bad idea, but
which is how we got Lady in the Water.
The Happening.
Yeah. Oh God.
As a '90s kid, it was cool to see my boy Josh Hartnett back on the big screen.
Yeah.
Crushing it.
Absolutely. Yeah. For sure.
Right,
so
what
so Trap was okay. Nothing special. It's good for what it is. Now let's move on to a movie that I actually saw this morning right before we went on the stream, and that is Heretic. Okay, has everybody seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was in.
Sorry, it's Heretic, not Heretic. Sorry, it's Heretic. I don't know why I pronounce it Heretic.
Like diversity.
I don't know why.
That movie was a talking simulator.
Yeah, that movie was Heretic. Was like a play. With how much talk.
It could have easily been a stage play.
It could have. I think that it might actually end up being a stage play, but
it was an interesting. It still was interesting though. I thought the dialogue was interesting enough to keep me attracted to the movie, especially who is it? Hugh Grant.
Yeah,
Hugh Grant. It's very good. Very good.
He was awesome.
He killed it.
Yeah,
I love the ideas behind it, the conversations behind the ideas of like religion and faith and all of that. Right. I did like how it built to its ultimate reveal of not the ultimate reveal, but rather the first reveal of him like saying that there's a prophet, whatever, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I liked the things leading up to all of that, but for people who haven't seen this movie yet, it's gonna get spoiled, so please be quiet. Turn away. But when the reveal finally happened of what was the whole point of this whole thing, it makes sense, but it didn't hit. Did anybody feel that way too?
The ending?
Yeah, like the whole point. Why did he do all of this?
Right,
What
to prove
you
like
know,
to prove that he was in
the
control
proof.
or
What is the true religion? When he
right.
revealed the word, basically, of what true religion is, or when the girl found out.
Right.
Um, it it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, was that it? Although it's amazing, like the
Right.
concept of what that word means, it's like, yes, obviously that's what religion actually is.
Mhm.
But did anyone else feel like it didn't land the way it was supposed to? Or maybe it was just because of expectation, maybe?
I'm totally on your. Yeah, I feel the exact same way, Larry.
I just didn't like at this point. The movie was just a kind of like a talking simulator, and so when it got to the ending, I had already forgotten like half of the movie because he
Yeah.
talked so much. But it was still. But what? Yeah, I wasn't disappointed, but mainly because I had lost sight of where the movie was going by the end.
Dallas, what do you
Yeah.
think about this?
Yeah, on paper, you would think that I would hate this movie because it's nothing but talking. But
Are you a religious guy at all?
yes,
I
but
am.
Okay.
like I don't
I-
get offended by anything.
We've never talked about that. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
yeah, on paper, I would hate this movie because it's nothing but talking. But I never got lost or confused. I listened to like every word Hugh Grant said. I really enjoyed it. I'm surprised how much I enjoyed it. I liked the Monopoly conversation about.
His whole speech about
Yeah.
iterations is fascinating.
Yeah,
Dude,
I listened to every second of it.
Dude, he had like 10,000 monologues throughout that movie. Like
Yeah.
he never stopped talking. It makes me wonder how they managed to memorize all that, you know?
Yeah.
And I love
That-
the comparison. I'm sorry to cut you off, Larry.
No,
I
go
love
ahead.
the comparison to the that Radiohead song and about like songs that are iterations or whatever
Oh, wait,
is going on.
it's funny. I noticed that in the end credits, they played knocking on heaven's door, which was also a cover, like because it wasn't the original song; it was someone else singing that song. So-
Right.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's the one of the lead actresses was playing that, was singing the song.
I didn't
Sophie Thatcher, yeah, the dark-haired one. She's the one singing that song. But what was interesting about that, it was knocking on heaven's door, but the arrangement was similar to Mazzy Star's "Fade Into You." Did you notice that, Rob?
I did not notice that. No.
Yeah, because it's like we all know how knock, jing, jinga, jinga, jing, knock, knocking on. But that was like
yeah.
it was like 3-4 time, like jing, jigga, jing, jigga, jing. It's like very. If you listen to Mazzy Star, "Fade Into You," and then listen to that song, to her cover, you would think that she just sang "Knocking on Heaven's Door" with the instrumentation of that. So again. The whole concept of iteration, like things get borrowed from things before that. But Trigan, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the whole religious conversation of this movie.
I was fully invested the whole time. I would listen to hours more of Hugh Grant talking about that, just because the dialogue in this movie is so well written. Like, it is unbelievable. I really liked Hugh Grant's performance. I thought the stuff in the basement was interesting. It was twisty, to a point where it almost reminded me of Saw. And I love the Saw movies.
Yeah.
And
that's a very cool insight there.
I think the only thing that didn't really stick with me as much was when the girl didn't just escape at the end and like went back down to the basement. I was
she
like,
was locked in.
Yeah, she was locked in.
At the door, she couldn't get out.
Yeah, but it's like she didn't bother until afterwards when she went out the window.
Oh,
remember?
Yeah.
So she could get out, and she saw that she could get out, and then went back down anyways. I should have said a spoiler warning because now I've just like ruined the movie.
You suck.
I suck. I'll take all the blame.
Was this
this guy stinks?
Yeah. Was this before or after one of them was killed?
After,
okay.
What is the audio editing in it?
The audio editing.
Yeah,
This does fall under that category for me and there's one other movie in here where it's like the first half of the movie, I was totally locked in. I was like, oh my God, this is like one of the best movies I've seen in years. And the ending, it didn't
Or
lose
rather,
me.
the reveal.
But like,
I think I
yeah,
can
there
guess
were-
what
once it-
the other movie is based on criticisms I've heard.
yeah, once I get
Which
into
one?
the basement.
Yeah.
What's the other one? I think it's Longlegs.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well, we'll talk
no,
about
it's
that
not.
later,
It's not that. It's not that.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Sorry, no.
I know a lot of people did not like the end of that one, but we'll get to that.
I enjoyed
No.
it.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
We'll
All
get
right,
to
let's
it.
move
Okay,
on.
go on, Rob. What were you saying? Yeah, I kind of lost you after the reveal.
Yeah, once I get into like the basement, I think it gets a little too movie. Like, I don't know. I got lost in the movie, like with all the dialogue and stuff, and then it becomes like a actual like movie,
Okay.
and it's like,
You know what? I thought it was kind of stupid when the girl who was dead got up and killed the Hugh Grant.
That too. Yeah, I didn't care for that part. I thought that
Oh,
was a little
wait.
silly.
Oh no. Okay,
I think
I want to talk about that part actually
Okay.
I think
for a
the-
second. But go ahead, Dallas.
the whole thing with the butterfly, how she's like looking at it and it disappears. I'm thinking she's having a hallucination. They were talking about like how when someone's dying, they have hallucinations. I think
Right.
everything
Oh.
from when she gets up to kill Hugh Grant, I think that was a hallucination. Everything after that is hallucination because
Okay.
she's
Oh, okay.
actually dead. and
All right.
dying.
Well, that's not what I was going to say. I think that because the whole point of them being sent down there was that they would witness a miracle, right? And the whole idea of somebody dies and then she comes back and then we find out it's all a trick, because they found out that no, there's no such that's not a miracle. There are no miracles here. I think that her last gasp to save her friend by killing Hugh Grant with the fatal blow, that was the actual miracle.
Yeah, I was thinking
that
I saw the butterfly.
reinforced her faith.
Yeah.
And then the butterfly is supposed to be the soul of her friend coming back to
Yeah,
say
of
goodbye,
course.
or
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
That's definitely
but
what it.
I think
yeah.
Dallas's idea is cooler.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously that's a great thing about it because it's so open-ended. You don't really know. And actually that's going to go straight into another movie that has an open-ended thing for our next
Give us a
category.
segue, Larry.
Yeah, that's a nice segue. But I just want to say one final thing. That Trigan, you mentioned the writing of this is amazing, right?
Yeah.
The people who wrote this are the same people who wrote A Quiet Place. They wrote all three actually: A Quiet Place Part 2, and A Quiet Place Day 1.
Why couldn't they do as good with those?
They also wrote Haunt, which is one of my favorite like Halloween set serial killer thrillers. You should check it out. But yeah, they're good. I didn't know that they were capable of such knowledgeable, not knowledgeable. That's stupid. That there was insightful writing. So I hope they make more of this. And I do hope that it gets a screenplay nomination because you're right. The dialogue in this is amazing.
And real quick, shout out to Hugh Grant to leaning into him being it's a killer performance, but him leaning into like him being older and he can't rely on his like good looks as much as he can. Yeah. But he is like like you said, he's charming. Yeah, he still looks great, but he's like an older guy now.
Yeah.
So when he welcomes those girls in, he seems, safe.
Right.
Good man.
But like he uses that in kind of like a threatening. I don't know. That opening scene when they're in the living room and the lights are flickering. It's so well done, man.
Yeah, he toes that line perfectly between charming and creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a surprise for me. I was not thinking of watching this movie, but I'm so glad I did because it really does. It really does.
Yeah, Heretic rules. It's a great movie.
Congratulations, Hugh Grant, on your Golden Globe nomination. Hope you win. We know you're watching, so hi.
Did he get nominated?
Yeah, he got nominated for Best Actor. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
hell
awesome.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I know some other people on this list are going to be nominated too.
We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
Next.
Well, anyway, Heretic again, like you mentioned, the ending does open it up for possibility. So that goes into one of the films in our next category, and that is creature features. They seem to have had a resurgence this year. We seem to have a lot of creature features with, of course, Quiet Place and Alien Romulus we'll be talking with later. But these three are some of the ones that some may have seen, some may not have. I'm talking about Never Let Go with Halle Berry, Arcadian with Nicolas Cage, and The Watchers, directed by the other non-singing Shyamalan daughter. So of these three, I've only not seen The Watchers. I was supposed to watch it, but I just didn't have the time. But I have seen Never Let Go and Arcadian. And I want to start with Never Let Go. Who's seen it?
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure I'm the only one that's
So
seen
let's
it.
talk about it, Dallas. How about you, Trigan? You didn't see it? Do you hear us?
Yeah. What was it? Never Let Go, Arcadian.
Never Let Go, the Halle
and,
Berry movie.
I don't think I watched any of these ones.
Okay.
And The Watchers.
And The Watchers. Yeah, I didn't end up getting around to that one.
So let's
Yeah,
talk
me
about at Dallas. So Never Let Go is like a post-apocalyptic, kind of like a Quiet Place type film, as is Arcadian, but yeah, where it's about a mother and her two sons trying to survive the apocalypse, but there's really no proof outside of what their mother tells her. Tells her kids. And so therein lies the main conflict.
Yeah.
What did you think of that conflict?
What? I was just gonna say.
So, like, what did you think of the world and everything else? Go ahead.
Okay. I did like it. I was a little confused at first. I was like, what does this rope have to do with anything? But yeah, obviously as it goes on, I understand. But also, I still don't really...
so I don't have to watch it.
What?
Maybe. So could y'all just spoil it for me so I don't have to watch it?
Okay.
No, that's well, you see it in the trailer when you see them being
do?
tied to the rope. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You want me to spoil it?
The reason?
You should check it out.
I plan on
Never
watching
Let
it at
Go.
some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's avoid spoilers. But
well, my biggest problem is the ending. Is I am so confused.
Yes.
I can't talk about it now. Can you guys like mute me or something for a second?
No. We can work around it. So let's just say, okay. So first of all, do you think the ending was real or not?
It's so confusing. I don't know how to talk about it without spoiling it.
Yeah, but do you think that the ending actually happened, or is this something that's just happening in the character's head?
I really don't know. It's like I said. I don't.
It could be either or, right?
Real or not?
It could be either or. It's kind of like your ending for Heretic. You know, it could be that's a death vision that she's having, or it's actually happened. She did actually escape. You know, but in this particular case, yeah, it's just a weird kind of like, huh. But I do have one theory about it where I do believe that it is.
Talk about it.
Does Trigan look like he's a kidnapped prisoner in this live stream?
It's like you're sending a ransom message to your parents to come bail you out.
Help me.
All right, sorry, Larry.
He's
go
doing
ahead.
Morse code. He needs help.
Yeah. Okay. So, what exactly do you want to talk about that's confusing you, Dallas?
Well, I can't mention it because they don't want me to spoil it.
Okay. Headphones off. Go. You two. Go.
Yeah.
I will wave when we're okay. Okay.
I don't understand. I thought at first that maybe like the mom. I'm not saying the mom made it up, but I'm thinking like whatever's happening isn't apocalyptic. I was thinking it's only affecting them, and there is people out in their world that have no idea what's going on. And
so you think it's like their personal brand of purgatory?
Yeah, because it looked like there was real people, and like the guy that the kid killed was calling 911, and I was thinking that was real. And then the little girl showed up, which turned out she was like not
A
real. but
monster. Yeah, she was one of the demons, basically.
ending was
yeah.
so confusing. I really liked the movie up until the ending. I was so confused and I didn't like the ending at all.
Yeah, well, I think I interpret the ending as they all die, but he ends up going to heaven. The little boy. So his brother dies. He ends up going to heaven, and him being rescued is actually his version of heaven because his brother is with him. And the reason why his mom isn't with them is because she committed suicide, and suicides can't go to heaven.
Yeah, but
So
the brother reveals that he's also not real. Remember, he says,
yeah,
"Mom
he
loves
says
me more."
she loves me more. I think that is the doubt creeping in the brother who survived's head. That's still kind of like your sins will still follow you up until heaven.
It's
I think
I just didn't like the ending.
yeah, the ending is okay.
I
We're
really,
good.
I really like. No, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Yeah,
No,
why?
I want,
They're not going to know the context
I
anymore.
wanted
So.
to. Well, I can't mention it with. It's a death of a character that I they'll.
Okay, well, there's
God,
only
it's
3
gonna be my
characters.
like 5-hour live stream.
Wait,
This
wait,
is
Yeah,
their, this is their 3 characters now, so there's
Wait,
only 3 characters.
That
in
one
the movie.
character's death was good. I really liked it. I cried.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was I think I know who you're talking
I
about.
thought it was very well
The
done.
little girl.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. All right. So The Watchers. Who's seen The Watchers?
I
Unfortunately.
did not.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Am I
So
the only
your
one
quick
that's seen
thoughts?
Okay.
That's the only one who has that kind of time. I mean,
Dakota Fanning, did she look good?
Not really.
Dakota Fanning and the old
That's the only
lady from
question you have.
She didn't even look good.
Not really. I wouldn't think so.
Jeez,
bro, my
what's the
boy
point?
Fernando said he went in there and watched it stoned and then passed out in there.
That's it. That's the review.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
review.
I heard it was pretty boring.
Yeah.
I heard it has like elves or something in it, right?
No, it's
What?
they're weird little creature things that can shapeshift into anything.
They're elves or something in the woods.
They're not elves. I don't
are
know.
They're
They're-
elves.
and it's
Like weird
elves.
things.
It's not
I don't know.
elves.
About it,
All
except
right,
I didn't
all
really-
right, decisive or whatever you say.
I didn't really care for it, but I didn't despise it. It was me.
Okay. It had its merits.
Eh.
Nepo
Ish.
baby directing.
Yeah, it had its
What is
merits.
Nepo baby?
Ish.
What is that?
No, babies of baby who gets
You don't know what
job because of
nepotism means?
Brother, what do I look like? A genius?
Oh. Yeah, I know.
I don't think anybody's gonna say yes to that.
That-
Anyway.
I, well, I would-
Nepotism is-
That was a clean shot, Larry.
I was not a clean shot. I just
I'm sorry, you're
myself.
just lining them up one after another
Yeah.
for me to shoot down. So
All right, Larry, move on. What's the next one?
okay, so this is the
Rock,
thing
rock,
that will cause a lot of discussion. Arcadian. Okay, who's
What?
seen it?
Me.
Yeah,
Oh, you.
Yeah,
Well, see- oh, good.
I,
Okay,
watched-
I saw it, Cardi. Yeah.
I love it. I really liked it.
I had
Okay.
a great time with Arcadian.
Yeah.
All right.
I love the
It's-
creature designs.
It's kind of like it's basically a quiet place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially, it's a quiet
with
place.
Nick
Meets
Cage.
Bird Box meets. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nick
and
Cage is only in a third of the movie.
I know. Yeah, he's not in it too much. So if you're in it for the cage, you know, he's not in it a ton.
Got
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Um,
that's the reason I had interest in it was Nicolas Cage.
Exactly.
But I've heard it's good past
It's
him. I
really
just
good.
love Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, it is.
It's really
It
good.
is.
Mm,
Yeah, it's cool. And the creature fit, the monster effects are
Yeah, that's what I
Really?
like.
man.
you
Really
like
good.
those hairy platypuses on
Yeah,
steroids?
no,
you like
those-
those monsters?
Those monster
You gotta
effects are
watch-
pretty.
Wait, have you seen it, Larry?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it, and it's,
Oh,
it's
and-
because of you.
You didn't like it?
No,
I
not even
love
a little bit.
Really?
Okay, first of all, the movie opens and we establish the world is in chaos, blah 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 blah, and
We
yet
can see it.
everybody's like living their life on the farm, like everything is fine.
Yeah, that's
And only
fair.
and the creatures only come out at night. It's like if the creatures only come out at night, wouldn't you still be a little afraid to live your life during the daytime? Because who knows, maybe the creatures are gonna come out in the day. But no, they're farming, they're playing, they're flirting with the teenagers and stuff
No,
like
they're
that. It's
still.
like,
What are you talking
okay.
about? They're still scared.
No, they're not. They're not scared. They only get scared at night when the creatures arrive.
And then they do
Um,
stupid stuff sometimes at night.
and then they
like,
do stupid
chill out
stuff, yeah,
or
at
something.
night. So it's
Yeah.
like, okay. Second, yeah, the creatures, I did not care for the creatures. They were like funny looking. They look like creatures from the Dark Crystal. That's kind of like what they look like.
I
Not
hate
scary at
CGI
all.
I thought they look good,
Yeah.
man. There's
And then
a-
like
there's
that
thought
kind
the-
of thing.
I
It's
thought
like,
creatures-
Happen.
yeah,
I
and then
don't
and then
like
the
CGI creatures. If you
yeah,
can't
the
do it
rage
right,
cult that shows up out of nowhere. It's like, oh, okay, so you're gonna shoot the kid's kneecaps off because he was stealing, and then boom, just like that, it's gone. So where's the build up to that existing in this world? It doesn't make any sense.
What about the
yeah.
what about the scene where the kid from It is pretending to be asleep and the hand like comes through the door?
Oh, yeah,
and,
that was the best scene from the movie.
Yeah, that was good.
that was the
That was
best
good.
scene from it because I was watching these movies while I'm working on computer. So while I'm working on my day job. So I'm working, and then it's just silent. It's here on the other monitor, blah, blah, blah. And then I look back because I didn't think anything was happening. I look at the second monitor, and then there's that large
was so
thing
cool.
almost piercing him. It's like, whoa, back, 10 seconds,
Yeah.
10 seconds. I need to see the start of this.
That's
And then
Right.
it's like, oh, okay, that was a cool movie. But then that also gets tossed aside because he's trying to catch it because he wants to study it. And then nothing.
and they kill it right away.
And then they don't do anything with it.
yeah.
And then what else? Yeah, and then there's a scene where spoiler alert, Nicolas Cage almost gets killed, whatever, because of the negligence of one of his sons. And then the
Right.
other son kind of like, this is all your fault. You're the reason why dad is going to die. And then you shut up. And then he proceeds to strangle his brother because he doesn't
God.
like being told that he's responsible for a family relative's death as he's being responsible for another family relative's death. Like, did you guys read this after you wrote it, before you filmed it? Seriously? It's just inconsistent plotting, world building. There was nothing there that I could latch on to,
Continuity
except for
errors
that
left and right.
one scene. That one scene was amazing. Other than that, no. It's I that's the one that I meant,
Yeah.
Dallas, when I told you, it's you're 0 for 2, or you're 0 for 2 or something. Like you're
Yeah, I
strike
thought
one.
you meant Daddy's head. I was going to be upset.
What else
Um,
is next?
Well, we'll talk about that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who else wants to talk about Arcadian?
No, let's move on.
Yeah. So yeah, watch it if you're a fan of Nick Cage, for the 30
Not
minutes
yet.
that he's in it. But yeah, other than that, pass. All right. So we're done with the creature features. Now let's go for some other creature feature that kind of doesn't make any sense when you think about it. Let's talk about Cuckoo. What do we think of this movie? Did we all see it?
I was
Mhm.
surprised. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
What
Go
did
ahead.
Tregan think? Let's hear Tregan.
Very good.
I'll be honest with you. I was kind of dozing off while watching it, and so I missed some stuff. And then I rewound a little bit and picked up on it. But I still feel like there was something missing in terms of context for what was going on the whole time, which would have bumped it up a little more for me.
Yeah.
But I thought it was fun. It was cool. It was different. It was a unique story to be told on the screen for,
Yeah.
in a time of sequels, prequels, reboots, and requels. Like, it was cool to see something different. And Hunter Schafer did a good job in the acting. A couple of the scenes
yeah.
were creepy,
For sure.
but I didn't find it overly scary. And again, I would have liked a little more explanation.
There's that crazy scene when she's
On the
riding that bicycle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
and then you see the chick running
That-
up behind her.
Oh my
It's like,
god.
oh,
Yeah.
That was the only
That's
No.
a spooky scene.
yeah.
That didn't creep me out. I didn't really get creeped out. I just had a good time.
Yeah, but again, I think I know what you're talking about, Tregan. It's like the central conceit of why they're doing what they're doing is kind of like flimsy at best, because it's like, really, that's what it's about. It's about animal preservation.
Yeah.
Really? That's what we're doing. Okay. So that kind of was the letdown for me. But again, if they were gonna go creature, they should have just went full creature, because
Yeah.
it didn't do anything when that truth was revealed. Rob, what about you?
Yeah, it's a very interesting movie for sure, and it's neon, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And neon is definitely trying to do like the A24 thing.
Yeah, that's
And
really cool.
you know, like I said, I like my boy Dan Stevens. I think he is making a choice in this movie, doing that accent and everything.
Yeah.
Do you know why
It's-
he speaks with a German accent?
Is he from Germany?
No, but he's fluent in German. He actually did a
Okay.
German movie, German produced, shot in Germany, and he speaks German all throughout the film.
See, gives me more reason to like this dude.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that dude is such a badass. If he wants to bang my girlfriend, he can do it.
That's crazy. That's a crazy
I'll
statement.
be a cuck for Dan Stevens.
That's
Mhm.
wild.
Maybe not, but yeah, either way.
He might
Sure,
take
bud.
you up on that.
He's in the chat. He's watching right now. He's like, all right,
Yeah.
well, there we go.
Cuckoo is cool for the overall like
Yeah.
tone. I think it is
yeah.
creepy.
It is. Yeah.
It's maybe not scary, but it's unsettling. And yeah, Hunter Schafer and Dan Stevens are great in it. So
Yeah.
it's my
That
thought.
And
ending-
Hunter is amazing. Yeah, she's
That-
so good in this.
That ending gave me Invasion of the Body Snatchers vibes.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, like, because she, the whole time you're trying to rescue her, you're not sure completely if she actually is infected already, because it didn't really show her getting the actual, implant or whatever they were trying to do. So when it actually comes to it, and then she finally does her little voice or whatever, you're like, oh crap, she actually is preserved now. But no, the movie didn't scare me. It was not scary, but it was fun. It was a fun time. I enjoyed it.
Cool.
Much different from what I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be generic.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't see a trailer for it, but I had no idea that that's where it was going to go.
I had no idea going into it, but I definitely wasn't expecting this.
Yeah.
Neon's coming for that A24 ass. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully they do
Okay.
better.
Yeah. Well, okay. So obviously we all know Hunter Schafer is a Gen Z icon. So why don't we get into some Gen Z centered films that came out this year? It's What's Inside. I saw the TV Glow and Tarot. I've only seen two of these, Tarot, and I saw the TV Glow. I did not see It's What's Inside.
Yeah, I saw
But why don't we start with just in
Tarot.
general these three films? Who's seen all three? You've seen all three?
Yeah.
Okay, so in general, comparatively, these films, I know they're very different from one another, but what did you think?
Well, yeah, like you said, they're way different. Like I can't talk about Tarot the same way I talk about the
I saw the
TV
TV
Glow.
Glow. Yeah, I understand.
I will say, yeah. So let's just. Did anybody else see Tarot?
I saw Tarot.
Let's talk about that.
Okay, let's talk about Tarot. Dumbest movie ever, but
Yeah.
fun.
Really dumb.
Dumb
I
fun.
did have to Shazam one of the songs because I really
Okay.
liked it, and it didn't come up. I was really pissed off, so I like spent a lot of the movie like trying to figure out what the song was because I really.
Did you
liked
look at the
song.
end credits?
I did my best research. I couldn't find the song.
Really? That's interesting.
It's the opening song of the movie.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
I'll look for it. Maybe I can help.
It's like
Maybe
a
it's on the
whispery.
OST. Maybe it's on the OST.
I have to buy like the soundtrack or something. I don't know.
No,
No,
I don't
it's
think
on
so.
Spotify.
Don't worry about it. I'll check it out. I'm sure I can find it
Yeah.
for you.
But
But
either
anyway,
way,
Yeah,
I don't know.
things
I
like
think Tarot is generic and junky and fun.
Yeah.
It reminded me of like a 2003 movie,
Mm,
and I
exactly.
kind of like that. Let's bring that shit back. Let's
Okay,
bring
but-
back
a little bit
you
better.
know,
Yeah, a little bit
like-
better. Yeah.
yeah.
well, maybe not that, but let's
Yeah.
bring back like crappy movies like that. You know, like we took that for granted back in the day.
Yeah,
And you don't
maybe.
think like some of those monster designs were kind of cool?
Yeah, that's the
Like
thing that I was gonna say. The creature effects were pretty cool. The magician though was
It's like
oh,
13
whatever.
ghosts.
Yeah, but yeah, the tarot card creatures were pretty cool.
Well,
yeah, that's the only thing I liked about it.
my thing about tarot is they get their readings and all that, and you're kind of expecting them to happen in a certain way. So, like, one was about love, but that was the dude who got hit by the train, and then they just made it seem very out there and open, right? That
Yeah.
exactly what happens on the card is basically, instead of trying
Well,
to
Jonah, what's your sign?
Yeah.
what's my sign?
Do not enter.
Yeah, I'm still doing the live stream.
I don't know. April 25th. I don't know.
Aries.
That's not an Aries, you idiot. It's
I don't
either
know. I'm in April, so I just assumed.
it's either Gemini or the one before it.
Well, who
Oh yeah,
cares?
you're a Gemini.
we-
You're a Gemini because Gemini
Class
precedes
C.
Taurus. Yeah.
What are you about to do?
Class-
The sign trick on me here?
And Larry, what are you?
I'm a Taurus.
Why does this matter?
I knew that. I don't even know why I asked.
Yeah,
What's
I'm 100%
You
a
reek
Taurus.
of Taurus.
Yeah, I'm a
You've been-
Taurus
You've been
who's
hanging out
born
with
in the
me.
year of the dragon. So
Or
Do
Double
you want to
trouble.
get? You want to guess what Trigon is?
See, I don't really know
Sagittarius.
the other
Capricorn.
personalities, but I think he's a Leo.
No,
Oh.
no,
Those
3
were the
guesses
only-
wrong. I'm a Libra.
Libra.
Oh.
Libra. Interesting.
Very level-headed.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I,
that is-
I
that is cool.
think it
So-
was the year of the monkey.
Ah. So you're a level-headed fun guy.
I guess so. Yeah.
I was born in 2001. Which one am I?
Yeah.
You're a 9/11 baby. Anyway,
That's
let's
what I was
go.
gonna
and-
say.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm sorry. I took us on a long tangent.
Yeah. I don't even know
Okay,
why.
so tarot again, it's fun for what it is, but definitely not a repeat viewing experience. I saw the TV Glow. Who's seen it?
I watched that one.
Oh, okay. Now I know this is going to be a deep discussion, but let's try and what did you all think the movie was about?
Well, I mean, for like the way I saw it, it's different for everybody, but the
Yeah.
director meant for it to be about transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Like she said that in an interview. But for me, it was just kind of like dealing with depression, anxiety, and like all those
Oh.
different mental illnesses where you feel like you can only confide in a certain part of your past.
You, Rob, what did you think it was about?
Well, not only that, but that's another movie where I was really falling in love with this movie halfway through. And then the end got a little too fantastical or
Metaphysical.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
It lost me a little bit, but I was really digging, and I hate to explain it like this, but like I was really digging the vibe of the movie.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
halfway through.
He had a great
And
vibe.
yeah, once I got to like the bar, it kind of lost me a little bit. But I still did overall like the movie. I didn't love it though.
Yeah.
For
you?
me,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah. For me, it's just like anybody who's like an outsider.
True.
Like I think that connects with all types of different people.
Yeah.
Whether you're a loner, or like you could be like a punk rock dude in a tight prep school or something. It connects with a lot of people on a singular level.
Yeah.
It doesn't just have to be like a trans message or anything.
True,
But,
true, yeah. Because I think it's all about ultimately about change, about how people were supposed to change, and some of us are too scared to change, and so we revert to what we think is the normal, and eventually we spend the rest of our lives living that normal life, forgetting the thing that we wanted in the first place out of life, and so we settle. But then there are these moments when we look back, or rather when we look into ourselves,
God,
which is
and
what
how
that whole
hard
scene in the end.
how hard
When
does
we
that scene hit? I'm sorry to cut you off, Larry. How
Yeah, he was
hard
Yeah,
does
yeah.
that scene hit when he's like rewatching the show and it's not the same?
yeah, and it's
How
not the same.
how is that? That is so relatable. Like
Yeah,
rewatching shows that you grew up and idolized, and
or
you
movies for that
rewatch.
matter.
I
Yeah.
still love Sweet
Larry,
Life of Cody.
Larry, your speech had me captivated.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, that idea of, there's a scene where when he's older and he opens his chest up, and then inside is the glow of the television set from when he was young, and he sort of like gets this moment of euphoria, because that's when he's remembering the thing that the person who he really is, and the things that he wanted, and all the dreams and desires that he had, only to like snap back to reality and go, I'm sorry, I'm taking some medication, I'm just trying to get through some things, because ultimately you need to get back to the real world and the life that you decided to live. And whether that's the trans experience, or the gay experience, or the outsider experience, I think it relates to every single one of us, because ask any person who has gotten everything that they wanted to get out of life, they will still tell you that that's not the life that they wanted to live, if they were being honest with themselves.
And that's why that ending is so hard hitting.
It's hard hitting, because that's what life is going to be for you. You will make choices that you cannot turn back from, but you'll always remember how good it might have been. And that's ultimately the saddest thing about it.
Dallas, give us your thoughts on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, try and follow that.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. And
that speech was amazing.
Yeah.
Double speech there.
Yeah, Rob told me that I hate this movie because it's a drama, and it's, I don't know. Yeah, he said I'd hate it.
It'd be a little too slow for you.
Yeah, and he was right. I didn't really care for it. I knew it wasn't scary or anything like that going in, but I don't know. I was still bored. I wasn't looking to watch a drama. I didn't care for it. Also, I had no idea. I didn't have any idea what it was about, but someone did tell me what it was about. But if no one told me, I would have no idea what the message was and all that, and I would be like, what is even going on? So I definitely would have hated it if no one told me the message behind it. So yeah, it wasn't my thing. I just wasn't up for watching a drama at that point.
Fair enough.
I really wanted to love this movie. I just think the ending is just a little too. Man, there's something about that. I don't know. And I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so I get like the scene at the diner and shit. Like,
where's I didn't know this was a drama. It's drama doing on the horror list.
Yeah, because there are some
it was
dramas
considered
that have,
horror.
Yeah, there's some horror elements to it. Yeah,
everyone was calling it horror. I don't get it.
Yeah,
it's not a horror movie.
Really.
Like the Moon Man, I guess. The creepy Moon Man.
The stuff that's happening on the TV show is kind of scary. Yeah. But just quickly, it does remind me a little bit of a movie that I don't know if any of you have seen. It's called Closet Monster. I believe it's a Canadian film or Canadian production, but it's also a coming of age story, but it's more LGBTQ focused. It's blatantly so, but it has that kind of like coming of age story with a little bit of horror elements weaved into it. So if you guys are interested, go check out Closet Monster. I think it's really good. Yeah.
I was thinking about doing a reaction to this, and I was like, I couldn't even imagine doing a reaction.
Which one?
So I saw the TV glow. Like, how would you even react to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of tough to make a
Also,
reaction.
shout out Fred Durst, Limp Bizkit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
he played the dad.
Yeah, very small part, but he did good.
Isn't that
I
a
thought.
show for girls?
I'm gonna do it my
Yeah.
way. It's my way, my way,
My
or
way
the
or the
highway.
highway. Rolling, rolling, rolling. All right,
Next.
Larry.
It's What's Inside. Who's seen it?
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly, the two of you go.
It was fun. I don't really have too much to say about it. It was a fun little Netflix movie.
Yeah, it's a tight thriller.
Yeah, I wasn't too invested until, spoiler alert, death started happening. I wasn't really on board until those characters fell off the balcony and died.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, now it's getting interesting because now they're like, oh no, I'm gonna go to jail and stuff, and then like
Do you guys know the premise of this movie?
No clue.
It's like a body switch movie, right? But
Yeah.
it's
Really
multiple
quick.
bodies. Yeah.
I'll explain it really quick. So it's this like class reunion, and they're all like graduated from college. So, and they all have like affairs toward. They all have like interests towards each other. Like, so couples show up, and they end up inviting this dude who's kind of like a weirdo guy that was popular when they were in college, but they haven't talked to in a while. And he was kind of like a Elon Musk type. And he got expelled from school for weird reasons, whatever. And then he comes back to this reunion party. So, and when he comes back, he's got this like little game device in a briefcase. And he like opens it up, and it's got all these like little switches and stuff on it. He's like, you hook these up to your what is it, Dallas? Like
temples.
your temples, and we'll play this game where everybody hooks themselves up, and we can beat each other. Yeah, I know.
Body switching movie. Everyone switches bodies. There's a bunch of shenanigans.
Yeah. I didn't need the deets, Rob.
I'm sorry.
Sitting here giving us the full film here.
My bad.
Oh, man. You should have heard his
I should have done
date
this
story.
My bad. It's a good movie though.
It's not scary.
All right, Larry, what's next?
It's more of a comedy, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It's more like
horror films on our horror list. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway,
all right.
Let's keep going.
Okay, so we're almost done. Don't worry. We only have like 25 more titles to go. No. I'm not kidding. No. Okay, so next, let's stay in the Gen Z field. Even though this is a movie that was set in the 80s, I'm talking about Lisa Frankenstein. I'm guessing we've all seen it.
Yep.
I didn't watch it yet.
Oh, okay. So,
Jonah, you suck. That was one of the bold titles. Be better.
It's not. Oh, is
really?
It? Oh,
it's
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's one of the bolds. Yeah.
Every girl,
anyway.
every female that I've talked to loves this movie.
Obviously, they would.
I might have gotten to it if I didn't have to write down notes for Alien Romulus. That's all.
This movie is going to be an instant cult classic.
Yeah, for sure.
You think?
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Okay.
I already know.
It's
just
like
judging from every girl I've ever talked to. Yeah, they will love this movie.
Yeah, it was like Edward Scissorhands for a modern audience.
Oh, that's what they're saying? Wow. Obviously,
that's what I thought it felt like.
Oh, that's what you thought. Okay, I thought that's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got from it.
I thought the movie was pretty mid. Another one I only watched for Catherine Newton, but I thought it was mid.
Yeah, I don't even think it was mid. I think it's just
forgettable,
unnecessary. Basically, it's like
who's the guy in it?
Cole Sprouse?
Yeah.
No,
I thought that was a good physical performance. I thought that was fun.
Yeah, I mean, performances aren't the issue. It's like the movie as a whole. Maybe I'm just sick of this generation cosplaying my lived experience from my youth and not getting it right.
I get that, but this is not the movie you want to unload on, Larry.
Yeah, why not?
Time
Backlash?
Cut. is
Oh,
the
time
mo-
cut. Okay, I get it.
That's
Yeah, but
where you can unleash on that.
yeah, but that was 2000, so I was already in my 20s by the 2000s. So that's not my lived youth experience, basically.
I
No,
think
at least
Lisa Frankenstein is harmless.
You know, the only good thing to come out of this movie is this right here. Can't fight this feeling
Oh
anymore.
yeah, that's amazing. That's really the coolest
I've
one.
forgotten what I started.
Dude, that
fighting.
movie is adorable, man. It's super charming.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was a cute,
Yeah.
cute, fun movie. It's just
Was
a
it
good,
as-
good feel.
Was it as good as that video that Dal just pulled up?
No, nothing's
No.
as good as Rob
No,
dancing.
obviously
I
not.
can't fight this feeling.
All right, what's next, Larry?
Yeah, but Lisa Frankenstein is not really my thing. But I'm glad everybody's liked it, and only time will tell if it will, if it will become a cult classic. Probably for this generation of young girls,
Yeah.
but certainly not for
I-
the rest of us.
I will say really quick, I took my niece to go see that in theaters. She loved it, and she went out as Lisa Frankenstein for Halloween. So,
So okay, gotcha. All right. Well, from one cult classic to one that's trying to be a cult classic, the Smile series. We have Smile 2 that came out. I reacted to this yesterday. I'm still going to edit the reaction, but yeah, I recorded a reaction to it. So
I can't
I'm
wait
not
for
going
that.
to get
Stop doing
too
numbers.
much into it. You're going to have to watch my reaction for that. But
Oh yeah.
what do we all think
I love
of Smile 2?
loved
Very
it.
good.
I thought it was
Very
better than
good.
the first one.
I thought so too.
Really?
I thought it
That's
was
not
bad.
saying much though. That's not saying much though.
I love the first. I thought this was
Yeah.
bad. The first one
I mean, I didn't like the lead, to be honest.
for a
But
sec. Oh, the first one.
No, for the second one.
Oh,
And
well,
the
yes.
first.
Oh, okay.
Smile 2 rocks.
Yes, sir.
It
They
was.
upped
It
the
was.
board,
I thought it
too.
was really good.
I love that.
So
they
you're all in agreement that Smile 2 is great.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Not Jonah,
no.
Not Jonah.
Okay.
because he
I
has to
mean,
be the
but you
contrarian.
still think it's a good watch.
Yeah, it is all right. Yeah, I mean,
All right.
it's
yeah.
it was a little bit better than the first one, but I hated the
Really?
first one.
What?
I-
Well, I didn't hate the first one. I'm just gonna say this. I didn't hate the first one. I just thought it was underwhelming.
Yeah,
The second one did not even come close to underwhelming. That's all I'm saying about it. Yeah. Watch my reaction if you want to find out my reaction.
I'm
Larry
very
is
happy for
like-
that reaction.
I will say that I didn't think the second one was that scary. I honestly thought the first one was scarier than the second one.
That's fair.
Let's just say smiling dancers in the closet flash
Yeah,
mob,
that was goofy.
not scary.
I thought that
not
was goofy.
Scary.
yeah.
It's ridiculous.
There's
It's
a
So many
great
ridiculous things that happen in this movie that I'm just like, come
there's a great
on.
twist in Smile 2 when
It's
No.
impossible to
it-
scare me nowadays. So I
when
mean,
you
it's
find
like-
out like the friend wasn't there the whole time. It's like, wow,
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that
pretty
was
crazy.
okay.
I-
But that's the thing, because if it's established in the first
got you, fair
movie
point.
that you can't trust anything you see,
Yeah.
Mhm.
you
I-
know now. You know you're watching out for it now in the second movie, and so you're just, what do you call this? You're preempting your surprise by
I-
this point, because it didn't really give you anything new. It didn't expand the lore. It didn't explain anything about what was happening. It's just it's the second type of sequel that I was talking about. It's the same concept but a different character, same story repeated again. So I'm like, at least the first one built up to something. This one, it kind of didn't.
There's go ahead.
The biggest complaint about this movie is that I loved everything until the very end. I thought the ending was extremely predictable. Like,
Yeah, I kind of knew that when that was the idea that, oh,
Yeah.
like
it's gonna be your big comeback concert, and I'm like, oh, okay,
that was
we know
super
how this is
obvious.
gonna.
I was like, oh, maybe they're not doing it. Like when she's in the freezer and doing all that, it's like, oh, they're
Right.
actually not gonna do it. But then they go right to it anyway.
Yeah. Although I'd be more interested to see the aftermath of that, because
Yeah,
that's like
but it was-
100,000 people
That's like
now have the
Armageddon.
smile monster in them. So what's that gonna
Armageddon
look
in the
like?
third one.
Yeah.
All right,
Also-
guys. All right, guys. Here's my thoughts on it. I'm just kidding. I have no notes. I thought it was as good or less than the first one.
I love the opening too.
I did like when they were driving to
Yeah,
Staten Island.
Exactly, Fernando.
There was a funny line when the main girl was talking to her girlfriend. And she's like, "We have to go to Staten Island," and her girlfriend's immediate response is like,
Ew! Why?
Yeah. Good shit.
Shitting on Staten Island. Which, by the way,
so
Staten
accurate.
Island is that an island?
Yeah.
It's gross out there. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
an
an island.
appropriate response.
You ever seen the first Purge?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. No, I was just playing Joey from Friends. Staten Island. Why do they call it an island? An island. Okay,
Love it.
so Smile 2, I guess I'm in the minority, the thinking it's not
Joey.
that
Yeah,
good.
Smile 2 is great, man.
But hey,
Yeah,
to
I love
each
it.
his
I'm
own.
okay with- I'm
So
okay with
let's
Wait till his freaking
Fucking
chin
Bible.
fell off.
sorry, what?
I said I love the weight kill when his like the gore in this movie is much.
Yeah,
it was
but they-
That was
insane.
CGI
Yeah.
gore. It was boring.
freaking
CGI gore.
Yeah.
jaw
But they-
slipping off
yeah.
his chin. I love that.
Exactly. But they
That
missed
was-
the opportunity that when the thing fell, that there would be the smile there because your teeth don't bleed.
Mm.
So that would leave a smile. But they already did it at the opening when they killed off Kyle Gallner. Oops, spoiler, sorry.
Oh,
So
right, yeah, I love the
Oh
opening.
right, I hate
Yeah.
when they do that, dude. When they kill
Yeah.
off the
The
characters
opening
like
scene
that,
was
man.
killer.
no, that's like a rule for a
So
sequel.
good.
You're supposed to kill off your returning character, and it's usually the first kill of the movie. So
Yeah, but that
was so
scene was
epic.
really good. That
was a
opening
good
scene was
scene. That was
It was
all
a
a wonder,
I don't
right?
remember that working
Yeah,
for
it was all a
Halloween
wonder.
Resurrection.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was a
remember that
one
rule
take.
working for Halloween Resurrection.
Oh yeah.
Halloween Resurrection.
Same with
Are you
Alien
serious?
3.
Yeah, I said I don't remember that rule working for Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah, but nothing
Working
worked for that.
or
Yeah, no, like
established?
Nothing worked for that movie.
nothing worked.
Halloween
I'm pulling
Resurrection.
out
Yeah,
the
nothing
note-
worked.
That's
Although
it. I'm pulling out the notebook. Oh.
Yeah, Halloween
Before we
Resurrection
get on a
may.
yeah. Keep
yeah, not
going,
work.
Larry. Keep
Yeah.
going, Larry.
Anyway, so Smile 2, we're done with that. So why don't we go into a couple of indie films now? Because the director of Smile started out with indie films. So we're going to transition into that. And these are two films that I actually have not seen. One is available on YouTube. The other is also available on YouTube if you watch it before they take it down. Milk and Cereal, a short film, and then the the start of the Mickeyverse horror universe, The Mousetrap. I have not seen either of these, so guys, take it away. I'm gonna go pee.
Has
I thought,
no one else
Let's
seen
make
the-
this quick, Dallas.
Is it just me and Rob that's seen Milk and Cereal?
I watched
I've
that
seen
one
Milk
as
and
well.
Cereal, yeah.
All right,
like
so
that
we've
one.
all seen it. I love
Okay.
it. It's my favorite found footage of the year.
Yeah, Milk and Cereal is
Yeah.
man, that is like just expert filmmaking on a low budget. And you know what it comes down to? It's not only the filmmaking, it's like the writing.
Right. Yeah.
How they
Part of filmmaking,
like
but-
scripted, they molded that story where it all made sense.
And it was
just-
inspirational to people like us YouTubers. Just
that you
make
can do something like that. You can just shoot it in your living room
yeah.
Right.
with like your buddies. But those are like really good performances.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially
actors.
Milk, the Milk guy. His performance was great.
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah.
That was and his buddy was really good too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
only-
is a standout movie, man.
Oh, yeah, the only complaint I have is that the ending was a little abrupt, like him just
Yeah.
shooting his friend.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
like,
didn't,
coming
I
from
didn't care
Milk.
for the ending.
Yeah, I
For
thought it was
for me, the movie was good, but I think my expectations were a little too high, so I was kind of let down. Because I heard everybody saying like, "Oh my god, look at this new movie! It's like the greatest thing ever." And I watched it, and I was like, "It's good,"
Yeah.
and like the performances were good, and I liked
Got a
some of
little
the
too
story.
overhyped.
but
I
like
hate
it
when
was
people do that. Just
definitely
overhype.
really overhyped, which kind of ruined it for me. But I think on a future watch, I'll enjoy it more.
What was the other one?
Man, I watched it on
The Mousetrap.
Only
No.
Rob has seen it, right?
I
Am I
watched
the
Rob's
only one?
reaction. I watched Rob's
did-
reaction to it.
I
the
haven't
fact-
watched
That
it.
doesn't count. I've seen his reaction to
Yeah,
it.
well, just from watching the reaction, I was like,
It
I
looks
was,
awful.
yeah,
looks
it looked like the worst movie I'd ever just.
absolutely trash.
It looked like a bum film or something.
Yeah.
Somebody
I will
had $2
say-
and they just went somewhere with it.
The main actress in the movie commented on my reaction video, and she said,
Hopefully, she's not here.
she said, "Thanks for watching this," and she gave like an emoji, like one of those what's that emoji where it's just like or it's like
What?
What are you doing?
it's like it's a weird face. It's like a face.
What are you doing, dude?
Like
It's like a weird face.
Hey, can
It's
you do
like
it again?
a cringe
Scared?
face.
Can
It's
you do
a
it again
cringe
for me?
face.
Oh, okay. Like,
Oh,
ugh.
With the
And she was like,
wobbly
thanks
smile
for,
one.
and she even put in quotation like sitting through this.
Yeah.
And she said, because I gave her props. I said she was like the only standout, worthwhile thing, like good in the movie. But yeah,
Yeah.
Mickey's
Yeah.
Mousetrap is bad, real bad.
You told me that like you felt the way about Mickey's Mousetrap the way I feel about Winnie the Pooh, the first one.
Maybe,
just-
yeah,
That's what you said. Yeah, that's what you said a long time ago. But yeah,
yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe
Okay.
she does. I don't know. Well,
So
she
you done?
was a cutie pie.
Yeah. You guys done talking about milk and cereal?
Yep.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we talked about it
Okay.
already.
Good. Because
We were
that is
talking
something
about-
that I wanted to see, so I wanted to avoid
Yeah.
any spoilers. So
We were
good.
talking about Mickey's Mousetrap.
Yeah, but the Mousetrap, Mickey's
Awful.
Mousetrap. No,
Yeah.
I you can spoil it all you want because it's already spoiled milk at this point to me. So, so let's move on now to another indie film that came out. I believe it was also on Shudder, if I'm not mistaken. And we're talking about Oddity. Now, this is something that was recommended. I believe it was by Rob. You did you tell me to watch this? I think I don't know what it was, but I did see it, and I thought it was good. Who else has seen it? Dallas, you've seen it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's
oh,
bold,
we've
so we
all
had to
seen it.
watch
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was one of
everyone
the
has
bold
seen
titles.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
bold.
it.
Yeah.
Title, so we
I
had
love
to-
So why don't we start with Trigan? What did you think of the movie?
Again, I think it was a little overhyped for me. I thought it was good. It had a good atmosphere. I
Oh.
didn't find it overly scary though.
I thought it was
Right.
the scariest of the year. Yeah.
And I thought like some of the
Wow.
the twistiness at the end was kind of little ham-fisted.
Yeah.
But I liked the atmosphere to it. I just didn't personally find it that scary.
Those
Right.
jump scares didn't work for you at all.
That jump scare in the tent, man.
Again, it's definitely way too
I
hard
think-
to scare me. So
I think the
yeah.
jump scare in the
Yeah.
tent might have gotten me, but I don't think it did.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the scariest scene for me, the scariest scene of the year, was when she looks down and the wooden man who's like looking up at her. That got me more than anything else.
Yeah,
That
dude,
was a cool
totally,
shot,
man.
yeah.
That movie is just eerie, dude. It's super
It is.
scary.
It
I
is.
don't know. Maybe Trigan's got balls of steel over there or something, or maybe he's just putting on the front.
No,
Man,
dude, I
it's cool for
mean
school.
it. I
Guy.
didn't find it that creepy, and I thought some of the shots, like the way it was filmed, just kind of looked like crap. Like in the asylum, I thought it looked like junk.
Yeah, the asylum stuff I would have to say is very poorly executed because it's like they didn't know how to shoot in direct sunlight or daylight or anything like that.
Yeah,
They didn't know how to make it creepy if it wasn't dark. But I will say that the thing that I loved about the movie was the utility of the storytelling. It's such a small story, and yet it went to so many different places. Like you did not know where the story was going to go. That I absolutely enjoy so much. Jump scares don't get me anymore. It's not a thing that happens to me. If it does, it's very, very rare. So it has to be very unexpected. But yeah, the atmosphere, the performance. I was wondering why is this blonde twin blind girl so creepy and so antagonistic? And then when it gets revealed, you realize that, oh, okay, yeah, she has every right to do that.
Yep.
And then the last shot of the movie ties back towards the beginning when the guy was playing with the bell, and then she told him not to ring the bell, and then he gets the bell, and it's like, that was so cool to end
nice
it like
ending.
that.
Yeah.
My god.
I also like that even if he didn't press the bell, she still succeeded because he lost everything that he had. So even if he didn't press the bell to kill himself, he still would have been miserable.
Yeah, but he would have been free, which ultimately was his goal in the first place. He wanted to be free of everything. So he would have gone on with his life regardless. But the fact that she's not going to let him get away with his life, that was icing on the cake.
I also love the editing of the wife's death when he's like creeping into the tent and it just cuts and it's covered in blood and he's like sitting there regretfully. I love it.
Yeah. That's what I mean by the utility of it. They really chose their shots carefully and executed them the way that they wanted, except for those hospital shots. Yeah, but really, really cool movie. Another movie that I'm glad that I did catch up on because it's gonna stay with me also.
Yeah,
and I just loved how old school it felt.
Yeah,
it felt like an old school throwback.
It felt like a 70s Hammer movie.
Yeah, like an asylum. Like what do they call those movies from the British movies from the 70s?
Yeah, Hammer.
I guess Hammer. I was thinking more like the original Tales from the Crypt.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot what they were called. That production company was called. Yeah, but you're right.
You know what I'm talking about, though. Larry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cool. Well, speaking of throwback, that leads us to our next movie. We're talking about In a Violent Nature. I have issues with this movie.
Same.
So let's start with the people who absolutely loved it. Raise your hand if you loved it. Okay, so let's move on.
I thought Rob really liked it, didn't you? In your reaction, you said you liked it.
Rob, did you like it?
Getting caught in the act.
Rob exposed.
Oh my god, are you afraid of getting piled on?
Okay.
In 1080i, but
I think Rob should go first.
What? Why are you pushing this on me? Look,
you're the
I
only
like the movie.
Good, Rob. It's so
I like
good
the
to you.
movie. I think it's a really cool idea for a movie. The idea we're following around Jason.
Yep.
And the movie achieves that. Where I think the movie lacks is when it cuts to like other shots of, people around the campfire and stuff. No, just follow around this dude.
Yeah, the dialogue is so bad.
Oh my god!
The
dialogue and acting.
The characters are awful.
I'm glad
the thing is, I do appreciate what you're saying, Rob, about how this is, we're following Jason. But I feel like if you're gonna do a POV movie, do a POV movie. Don't cut around. Don't cut around by establishing cinematic shots and then cutting to the POV and then doing some character work. No, just do a POV movie.
It should have been like Maniac.
Especially
Exactly.
that ending. Like, what the fuck?
The ending was so
we were talking
bad.
about
The
Late
ending
Night with the Devil having a lame ending. This is the ultimate lame ending.
That for sure. Because
didn't Rob say
what is
he
it
loved
like?
that ending in his
15
reaction?
minutes?
No, I don't.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what is it like? 10 minutes of like literally nothing happening?
I kind of want
something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. And
She's
then
driving in the car. They're driving in the car, and it's a monologue scene.
Yeah, it's a monologue scene, and then they stop because she has to like tend to the wound, and then you think, oh, he's gonna come out of the woods and attack, and then
like 15 minutes of dead air.
15 minutes of nothing.
Fernando, I hope that when they do the sequel, I hope they do it differently because this is definitely a unique story. This is definitely a unique style of filmmaking for a slasher film. Mm-hmm. But I feel like if they went through and did that all the time with the series, it would ruin the originalness of this movie. I feel like they should do it differently going forward.
Yeah. Although,
How do you end that movie on a old woman in a car?
Yeah.
Doing some. It's not like Tommy Lee Jones at the end of No Country for Old Men when he's like making a really powerful statement. It's just this old woman like just yapping.
That
like,
we have no connection with whatsoever.
I thought she was
she's just
talking about
there. Yeah.
She was talking about getting her to a hospital.
It was like
like
nothing.
15 minutes.
For 15 minutes.
You're gonna be okay.
Me a lot. It reminded me a lot of the ending of Strange Darling, if I'm being honest, where it was just like
same.
Blah. Like, what is that ending? What was that ending for Strange Darling? Again, filler, because they used every single 35mm footage that they shot because they announced it. It's shot on 35, so they would use every single second that they shot in that film. But anyway,
I wanted Johnny to win. I thought that's what the ending was going to be. It's focusing on Johnny. I expected him to win and kill everyone.
Exactly, because you're looking at the forest in the distance. Oh, he's about to rise up.
Yeah,
maybe it cuts back to them, and he's in the cab right next to her, killing.
You have to have a final girl. That's how it goes.
You do have to have a final girl, but make her earn it. She didn't earn being final girl.
Yeah, she just ran away, and that was it.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. It should have just been like J horror, how just nobody ever lives. You know.
This is an extremely boring movie.
Where?
Yeah. Anyway, okay, we're down to our last 10 movies. So this is all in the group. Another indie film.
Rob W stopped at his steps right there when you said that. Yeah, he picked up a can and then you go, we have 10 titles, and he's like,
but they're in groups, so we don't have to worry about doing them individually. But anyway, so our next batch of indie films that we're going to go through, again, not a lot of these have been seen. I've seen one of them. I've seen Mads. But then there's also Frogman and Blackwater Lane. So I think Mads is the one that most of us have seen.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Treating you watch that too?
Mads, yeah.
Yeah. What do we think of Mads? Let's start
Amazing.
with you, Dallas.
Love it. It was one of my last movies I've seen, and I wasn't even planning on watching it, but it shot up to my top 5 of the year. I love it. It's one of my favorite zombie movies. It's crazy. It's like, I don't know if any movie has ever done this before. I think I've heard of one that's done this, but it's
which one?
I don't remember the name, but I remember it ended in like a ballroom or something.
No. What are you talking about? Have never done this. What are you talking about when you say this?
It's all shot in one take. The entire
movie. Oh
yeah,
the one take.
It's not like 1917 where it's CG or hidden cuts.
Yeah.
All one take. It's crazy. I love it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a gimmick that didn't really need to happen. And talk about logic. Like, why did it take him shorter amount of time to get back to his house when they turned off the alarm on a bicycle? Then it took them to get to the party on a car. So it's like, okay, that's interesting. But yeah, are they zombies though, or are they just chaos demons? We don't know because they're not really biting each other and killing each other. So that's a little bit confusing. They're not rage virus because they're not killing anybody. They're just pushing people off bridges and into the rivers.
So it's like she just yeeted the guy off the bridge.
So it's like, I don't really know what is happening here. But yeah, as far as a concept goes, it's cool.
Yeah.
But the whole idea of the movie itself is just a bit ridiculous to me. Tregan, your thoughts?
I thought it was pretty cool. I liked the one take thing. I thought it was a different style than I expected. Like, I thought there would be more zombies rather than just following one by one. My issue was with the logic. I was kind of confused. I was like, okay, so why did he take so long to turn, but she didn't, and then she took even less? By the third girl. I was like, I don't really understand. I would have liked to know a little bit more about the zombies and then how this association of the guys who go around killing them came to be. Like, it just, you don't learn anything, which I guess works enough for the film story. But I don't know. I thought it was cool. I thought the performances were all pretty good, and it was an interesting.
Oh yeah. I would have to say the performances were
French know
really
how to
good,
make
especially the blonde girl. Yeah, when
Yeah.
she started twitching and going
Just
crazy.
screaming.
The one who pushed the girl, the guy off the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was good in
It was really good.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what about Frogman and Blackwater Lane? I didn't see that. So
I didn't see Blackwater, but I
Yeah,
saw
I didn't see
Frogman.
I saw Frogman.
okay,
Frogman
talk about
fucks.
Frogman.
Frogman fucks. Yeah, baby.
I
Trian,
didn't-
Trian,
He
you
gets
didn't
up
see
in there
Frogman?
and makes little frog
No, I wanted to watch
babies.
it, but I never got around to it.
Oh, dude. I think Frogman is my favorite found footage movie of the year.
I didn't like it.
I don't
I
know
don't
why
like
you
it.
didn't like it. It's a cryptic movie.
I thought it
If
was.
you don't know anything about Frogman, he's like a internet legend. He's like Bigfoot,
Frogman is
basically. So
Okay.
people,
Like
so
Slender
people
Man.
are looking out for Frogman. He's like this half frog, half man.
It's so dumb.
He's got
Oh, really? Because I would have
Yeah.
never gotten that from the title.
It's so
But he has a magic wand.
shut up.
It's so dumb.
I know he has a magic wand,
I hated
Yeah.
that so much.
and he's this
You were kidding.
crazy, mystical character that lives in the woods.
It's
So
awesome.
people
dude.
go out and try and find him, and they
Okay.
shoot it on this old vintage camcorder.
I did
It's sick, dude. Frogman rules.
That does sound
Frogman fucks.
like,
Frogman fucks.
Yeah.
I just thought it was really boring, and then he shows up at the end, and then I hated it because he shows up with the magic wand, and when he shoots his wand, it's literally a Star Wars sound effect.
Don't give it away.
I hated
It's
it.
so good. It's so
I
good.
hated it. I hated
It's
the
amazing. It really is. And they
Yeah.
said Frogman is returning.
And
then
it's never boring too. It's like
Nah,
always giving you like little teases
it's so
of
Yeah,
like,
I
oh,
like
did we just see Frogman? Yeah.
boring.
It's
Yeah,
not like
it's a
Blair
very-
Witch where it's just like
That's exactly what
people
I.
wandering around the woods.
Nothing.
It's like
I wasn't expecting to like it either. And I wasn't even planning on watching it. But then they put out a physical release, so I bought it and took it out of town with me. And when I watched it, I actually
hell yeah.
really enjoyed it, dude. I was
Yeah,
like,
Frogman is fucking awesome.
Frogman fucks, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, we will
Frogman.
have a physical release in Canada.
All right, we can move
Probably
on.
not. Yeah.
80s. It's
Yeah.
dumb.
So anyway, Blackwater Lane. Who's seen it?
Oh, that was me.
Okay.
We
Quick
can move on.
thoughts.
We can move on.
Is it bad or
so
good? You
no
say
comment?
bad.
No comment on the movie?
It's Leighton Meester in a bad adaptation of a book or something. Yeah, it's really bad.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, let's
okay.
move on.
All right. Now, we're going to talk about one of, I think, the best horror films of the year. I only saw this yesterday. Mind you, I recorded 3 reactions yesterday, and this was the last one, and it was the longest, but I ended up loving it out of all of the 3. And I'm talking about The Substance. Who wants to go first to talk about this?
Okay, I'll talk about it. I guess.
Okay.
Dead silence. It was so gross. I started out watching this movie eating chips, and then I just put them down
Mhm.
because it's just what's his name, Dennis Quaid's like chomping at
Oh
it.
yeah, that was
That
Oh,
was-
yeah.
and it would only
Yeah.
get worse from there. It was funny. It was nasty. It was a lot hornier than I expected.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I definitely thought it was just porn the whole time.
But the
It
the,
is.
perfor-
Fat and half gross.
the
Yeah.
performances were all great, and the practical effects were sick. So
I got lost in the sexualness and forgot the plot, to be honest.
What is this movie even about again?
Right, yeah, I was like, what is this movie? Right? Wait.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
what do you
remember.
think? What did you think the movie was saying?
Oh shit, I gotta go incognito. That's what I was saying.
it's just about like, well, beauty standards really, and like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
oh my god, my brain is fried. the
Yeah,
length that
it's
some people will go to try to retain their previous image because of
right.
what other people perceive them as, or how they perceive other people perceiving them.
That's true. That's true. So it's not enough that you look at yourself and be beautiful. You're always thinking about what other people are thinking of you. What I loved the most about this movie was how, because the director Coley Farja is French, and I remember there was an instance. Uh, uh, I don't know if it was a couple of years ago, if it was on the Golden Globe Awards or the Cannes Palme d'Or Festival ceremony. Do you guys know who Brigitte Bardot is?
Name
Yeah.
sounds familiar.
Yeah, she's like one of the OG blonde French bombshells from like the 1960s. And she retired. And then a couple of years ago, she decided to come out and present one of these awards at one of these ceremonies. And the ridicule and vitriol that she faced
Oh, because she was
because
old.
of how she looks like now was just stupid and gross and rude and just inhumane. And the scene at the end when Sue decided to make a replica of herself and it became this weird monster, and Elizabeth from deep within was screaming, it's still me in here. It reminded me of that moment of like everybody was calling her a freak, everybody was calling her, judging her because she dared not to look the same as she did when she was younger. And that is the ultimate sin in Hollywood for women, aging. And
You
that's
know
why
what?
this movie is just, it hits so hard.
I'm
Because
really glad.
You relate to
Yeah.
old women?
I'm really glad you actually made that comparison, Larry.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to understand the ending a little bit more,
Mhm.
and that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Of
Because I'm sure that's
why-
where Coralie came up with that ending. It's like, damn, this is, you look up a picture of Brigitte Bardot and you'd be amazed. You'd be like, fuck, she was gorgeous. But the fact that people turned against her because she dared to get old and started
Or you
calling
could
her a
say
freak
you
and
could
all
say
of
the
that.
same thing for the why they didn't recast that girl for the new Top Gun Maverick.
Exactly,
Who
because
was
Kelly
in the
McGillis does not
original.
look the same anymore.
Yeah.
But Jennifer Connelly still looks the same as she did during the 80s. So
But
perfect
other
casting.
than that, man, this movie is so stylish and so cool. It is like it's got a
It's like a neon
beat to
fever
it,
dream.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. This movie has a vibe, man, and it is rocking. It's just punk rock, and this movie rules.
I think it's me and Jonah's turn because we're the outliers here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good.
I did not care for it. It's just not my kind of thing. I didn't think it's an awful movie. I can see why people love it so much, but it's not my thing. It's not that I hate body horror or anything. I didn't really think. I don't know. It didn't really get me. The only thing that got a reaction out of me is when she pulled her teeth out. That was the only thing that was like, but yeah, I thought it was perfectly fine in mid up until the very end when it went completely off the rails. I thought it's not that it disgusted me, which it also did, but I thought it was so dumb and silly that it ruined the movie for me. Especially when the freaking tit fell out of her face.
Yeah.
I was just laughing the entire ending. I wasn't.
It's supposed to be funny, actually. It's
Yeah.
not supposed to take it. You're not supposed to take it seriously because it calls back to that to one of the casting people said, like, if only that breast was actually coming out of the middle of her face instead of that nose. Boom. So you're supposed to like look at it as ridiculous because it is such a ridiculous statement to make. So when you see it happen in real life, that ridicule turns into revulsion and shock, and it's like, really, that's how we're gonna punish people for getting old when they have no control over it. And I just want to comment on something that Farpoint stationed here. He said that there's a difference between aging and stopping taking care of yourself. Yes, but I do believe that there is a very interesting way that they illustrated this in the movie when they showed Demi Moore completely naked and she looks amazing for her age, but you could see that there are certain things that plastic surgery, liposuction, and any form of exercise cannot fix. Your body will naturally change as you age. There's nothing you can do to get that back. And then you see Margaret Qualley naked doing the exact same poses, and you see the difference of what those bodies could look like. And once upon a time, Demi Moore had Margaret Qualley's body. That you can see it in all of the movies where she takes her clothes off in the past. But the fact that no, taking care of yourself is not going to be enough, because there are people who age that are unable to exercise because of an injury, because of depression, because of whatever. So they are unable to take care of themselves. So we shouldn't look at these people as being less desirable just because they don't look the same that they did in the past. For example, Kathleen Turner, one of the most beautiful, steamy actresses of the 80s, she had to stop taking care of her body because she went through some illnesses, and that's not part of her control. And you shouldn't have to resort to plastic surgery and doing all these cosmetics just to be able to maintain yourself and be desirable, which is, I think, ironic, because the star of The Substance, Demi Moore, that's exactly what she's doing now. As she's promoting the movie, she's getting younger. She looks better promoting the movie that she made than she did in the movie itself. That is just, but that's the game, apparently. And that's because of people who think that, no, you're not allowed to change. You were saying something, Dallas?
Dallas, what do you guys think?
You know, even Margaret Qualley, it's like also wore a bodysuit. Like that's not even like completely her real body. And the only reason I know that is I know Paul is watching this. Paul told me, of course, Paul knows stuff like that. But yeah, it wasn't even entirely her body, so it's still perfection.
Exactly.
Well,
So,
can I make one more like little end note on this? I think it's so kick-ass that and not to seem like, oh, Rob is like woke or something, but I think it's so badass that a woman.
The fact that
comes out
you
of the-
said that makes it woke already.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if it does, then it does. Whatever.
Let's hear it.
I think it's really cool that a female director has the balls to make a movie like this, and then we get the Strangers Chapter 1, directed by some crusty old white dude that has zero ball. I don't know if that's on the list, but it's like the dichotomy between the two is crazy pants. It's like, this is what's interesting.
The
Like,
Strangers,
this
is it on the list?
No, that's not what he meant. We already talked.
Oh, sorry, no. Okay, yeah.
Did we already talk about the Strangers?
Oh,
we did. Yes.
Yeah, we were.
I don't know, dude. This stream has been going on so long.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, keep going.
But like, this is where the energy is.
Yeah.
Whatever she's doing, this is it.
Let
Big
Jonah give his
The
opinion.
last movie was really good too. Revenge. I've seen that one a couple times.
Yeah, Revenge
Yeah, I
is
haven't
great.
seen it yet. I want to
Stagnati's
see it.
Revenge
It's-
is really
it's-
good. Yeah, I agree.
No, Revenge is a tough watch, but it's really good.
Yeah,
Is that the one where they're in the desert and she's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
good. I like
But
that.
I just wanted to give it a moment of appreciation to the sound design and score in The Substance,
Yeah.
because
Oh yeah, I did like the score.
the music was so good,
Yeah.
and just like the sounds they use for everything, it just makes everything so much more gross.
Also, sneaky, one of the creepiest scenes of the year when she's in that diner and she like looks at that dude and he's just like, 7 days. It's long, isn't it? Or something. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
God, it's like fucking, ugh.
Larry,
Yeah,
your
you find out that he's the older version of the
webcam
guy
turned
who
off,
gave.
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry.
Larry, your webcam turned
Yeah,
off.
Yeah, I know.
Briefing.
My battery died. Hold on, I'm fixing it.
Oh, okay.
We should let Jonah give his quick opinions on The Substance because he didn't say anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll give my quick opinions. Me personally, I thought they were focused more on the sexual side of things rather than the actual
Keep it
plot.
up.
I swear, dude. They're like basically the whole like hour, the last hour of the movie is
What,
just
you didn't like
Margot
seeing
Qualley.
Margot Qualley's booty cheeks?
No
Bro,
one's
I don't
saying
think
that.
I don't think Margot Qualley's that hot, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'll go-
I think what you're talking about more is
You're
like
ugly,
the
but not
sexuality of the
Yeah.
scenes, the objectification. That was the
Right.
whole point that
Yeah.
the director was trying to make. It's like, this is what you guys want to see, so I'm just going to give you this because this is all you're looking for.
It's funny that-
So it's
But
like
that's not what
by
I was
giving,
looking for, though.
yeah, but exactly. But by giving the audience what you think they want, also kind of like turns the mirror on them. You know, it's like, okay, so the first thing that you're going to say is, oh, that's not what I want, because you don't want to look like a creep or a pig. But the whole concept is, yeah, that's kind of what most men really want. And if you're the exception to that rule, congratulations to you.
I think men and women should be sexualized equally in movies.
And they do, actually. I don't agree that one gender is more sexualized than the other, because it's not.
Well,
Although
it
is unfair.
Get political here.
Oh,
Before we move on here,
holy shit!
I'm gonna stand on notice.
Kidding.
Demi Moore looked great in this movie.
Still
100%.
Hard agree.
Yep. No.
The fact that she's
Emphasis on
6,
I know.
what,
Far
62?
point. You made a weird comment.
What?
Dude? Demi Moore comes up to you, like, and wants to hook up with you, and
I'm turning that down immediately.
and you're gonna turn that down. You're out of your
I'm
mind.
turning that down. Absolutely.
Smash.
Yeah. Sasha Sash says it reminded her a
Margot
bit
Qualley,
of Death.
I'd give a chance, but you know. But,
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm
4
with
points. She
Farpoint on
is
this.
and a great performance from her too. Great acting.
Oh yeah. Hopefully she gets an Oscar nomination for that, because
All
it's just amazing. Anyway, so that's The Substance, one of my top 5 favorites of the year. Let's go to a third part of our indie chills. We're going back to back with one of Dallas's favorites, I assume, Daddy's Head.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Daddy's Head movie that popped out when I was searching on Pornhub, but that's another.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I thought.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah,
I thought about making a YouTube video where I compare Daddy's Head to Stagnatti's Revenge.
Okay, but I think you'd be in a lot of trouble if you did a video saying, I think I like Daddy's Head better. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't think that's the vibe that you want to put out there.
I think I'm more on Stagnatti's Revenge's side.
Yeah. But anyway, Daddy's Head and stop motion. Two very similar films in terms of mood, not in terms of execution, obviously, and story. But yeah, so let's start with stop motion, because
I think only me and Trigan's seen it, right?
I
Which
watched
one?
both of those.
I thought Rob saw it.
Stop motion.
I saw stop motion as well. Yeah.
Okay, well then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I thought stop motion was an interesting film. It wasn't especially amazing, but
I thought
it had great ideas. The execution was also pretty interesting. The ending, though, was just like,
yeah,
I get it. I get why that ending is there, but it kind of left you unfulfilled, because
I
when you
didn't like
realize, oh, that's what all of this was leading up to, and you kind of saw it a mile away coming. So
no one in the chat has seen it. You got to explain it.
Yeah. No.
okay. So stop motion is basically a young lady who is a filmmaker who does stop motion with her mother. Her mother falls ill, so she decides to make her own stop motion movie. But then her psychological state starts to deteriorate and things take a turn. So that's essentially the concept of the movie. 4 point. It's very Black Swan. It's very just that whole the pursuit of perfection, even if it kills me, kind of thing. Which it's just, yeah, we've seen it. We've seen that sort of movie already. So how about you guys? What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's mid. Yeah, Mid, man. I didn't really care for it. Yeah, the message is that or I mean the story, she's being controlled by her mom, and then as soon as her mom's gone, she's being controlled by another person.
Who we realize is blah blah blah. We're not going to spoil it for 4 Point. Who hasn't seen it?
Yeah, I think the only thing scary about it is that like how long stop motion takes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that can relate to that.
It's
If you make
crazy. Yeah,
it takes forever.
Trinium, what do you think?
Yeah, it was a bit slow. I liked the vibes to it. I thought it was kind of had some creepy moments for sure. Nothing out.
Yeah, the stop motion sequences are especially creepy. Yeah,
and I really liked it that one shot where she looks away and then the figure turns its head on the camera screen.
I don't even
right. Yeah, I remember that.
I was like, oh, that's cool. I liked that part.
So that just works every time. They did it in Sinister. They did it in Sinister.
Sinister's
in a lot of the movies.
Yeah, but I think worked well. But again, yeah, the ending, like I could see that from the moment that character was introduced. I was like, this is exactly who it is. Like no one else.
Have any of you watched the movie Censor?
Yeah, I watched it. I wasn't a fan of Censor though.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that ending where it's like, really, that's where all of this is leading up to. Ugh,
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even
the
lead up for Censor, I didn't even like that movie at all. I got bored with that one.
It was kind of boring. It would have been cool if
you want to talk about Daddy's
so
head
anyway,
a little bit?
anyone? Okay, let's talk about Daddy's head.
Love it.
All right, let's talk about porn on Rob W's channel. Let's go.
Yeah.
I didn't do a reaction to this. It was between this or Mads.
You would have clicked on the wrong one, Rob.
Okay, so let's hear from Dallas, who's chomping at the bits. Go on.
Yes, I loved it. I think this is one of like the most underrated movies of the year because I hear nothing about this movie.
Yeah, it's ghosted, basically.
I think it was as creepy as Oddity. It's up there as one of the creepiest of the year. That freaking thing, the creature thing with its like head in the middle of its face or face, and it just looks
face in the middle of its head. Yeah,
yeah, it's so creepy that it also reminds me the entire movie gives me Babadook vibes because it's like,
but it's way more effective in my idea. Like
blah 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 blah.
If you put
all right, go ahead.
Babadook in the same sentence as this movie, I'm not gonna watch.
But it's dealing with the same message that the Babadook has. But in my opinion, I think this movie is way scarier and more effective than the Babadook.
We're not talking about the Babadook here.
Oh, are you you're a big Babadook guy?
Yes.
I forgot. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I quite like it too. I like the Babadook. That's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I love.
Yeah, the Babadook is amazing.
I mean, the kid is annoying, but like,
that's the point.
Yeah, but in terms of comparisons to this, I don't. Apart from the family member being dead, I don't really see any comparisons to it. The strained relationship between the stepmother and the son, maybe there's something there.
I made a list of comparisons. Mother figure and son grieving about sorry, I thought I saw someone leave. Yeah, mother and son grieving about dad. Troubled kid, like he's causing problems and lashing out. Spoiler alert, the dog dies. Love interest for mom, like in the Babadook, the mom also has a love interest.
Yeah.
The way the creature moves, like the creature like super fast when it moves, like it
it speeds up.
Natural movement of it, and it crawls on the walls. It's all black, obviously, and it's
just got some creepy visuals in that movie, man.
Yeah,
big time. I think the visuals in that movie is way scarier than the Babadook.
Yeah, but does it all add up though? That was my issue with it. It's like it doesn't really have an ending, basically. nothing really gets resolved.
You're
The
right
creature
about
is
that.
killed, or is it? And we don't even know anything about this creature. Was it a creature that existed before that preys on people with grief, or is it a creature that manifested because of their grief?
Yeah, I think
like I don't really know what is happening in this movie. You just have a stepmother who doesn't want to be a mother, who wants to have his kid adopted out, and then this weird creature with the face that can change, which we don't really know anything about either, just wreaks havoc on
it
them.
doesn't have a tight ending.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a point. What is the point of this creature being in their lives? The creature in the Babadook, you kind of get the point of why it's there. You know, it's supposed to help them get past this this thing that's happening between mother and son. But that doesn't. It's clearly
You don't
Babadook
think it's
inspired.
the same thing? Like grieving?
No, it's not the same thing, because the Babadook, you can say, is a manifestation of what's happening between the two of them. This is something that happened because of this boiling anger between mother and son, of this boiling rage that a mother is about to abuse her child and probably even kill him. That was a manifestation of that rage. But this one, though, it's like, okay, so is it just a mythical creature that comes out every now and then and tries to feed on people's grief?
Yeah, I understand. I understand the criticism, but I still think the movie's good and like has very creepy visuals.
Yeah, but there's so few and far between, though. I feel like it. What is there? 3 sequences of creepiness in an hour and 40 minutes? It's like, do you really think it can sustain that? So,
Larry,
I don't know. Rob's incredulous. Rob is like, I'm not believing what I'm saying right now.
Unfortunately, I did watch this movie in my basement and the TV is so much darker. I could barely see the creature. I had to rewatch it in my room. Yeah, it's creepy. That freaking thing is creepy looking. So
it is.
I watched it.
I would get it. I agree there. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I watched it during the day today and still thought it was like the creepiest movie of the year to me. I don't know what it is about that.
I think just on a surface level, it's creepy. Not even getting into like the metaphorical shit. I think it's just a creepy movie. Larry,
exactly. I don't care about the metaphor. Like every movie's doing, it's a metaphor for grief. Like every movie does that now. You just have to ignore it at this point.
Right.
But just the visuals of that thing, they're just, it's so creepy. And when it scampers across the wall, I'm like,
yeah, but that's you could say that about the creature from what was that Stephen King movie from last year? The Boogeyman.
Pet Cemetery.
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but
it looks like the exact same
creature. Trash though. That's the
but it's the same creature. It's the same creature design. It's just the face that changes. Nah. So if that's your justification for it being creepy because it has a creepy creature, then why doesn't
it's not
the same?
The actual image of the creature, it's the way it's directed, and like the tone of the scene, and the way it's the build up and stuff like that. That's what's scary about it, Larry.
Yeah, because when I hear the word when I heard of the title Daddy's Head, I literally thought they were gonna find their father's head in a bag left at the front of their house and they have to deal with it. I thought that was the movie. I did not know that it was going to be a creature feature. So maybe it was just unexpected, but I thought it was a little bit underwhelming to me, but you know.
I'm still convinced it's something else, you know.
What do you think it is?
Let's move on to the next one. Come on, man. We're getting super late here.
True. Okay. Let's go for the big thing for the year. Terrifier 3. Okay, we've all seen it. I saw it just a couple of it's one of the 3 movies that I reacted to yesterday. All I'm gonna say is it's played out, it's tired. Let's move on. That's all I'm saying.
Oh wow. We gotta talk about it. Just like one of the biggest of the year.
Yeah, no, for me, let's move on. I'm done. You
You're
guys
not a Terrifier guy.
No, I'm not a Terrifier 3 guy. I still think that first one was the best at creating tension. Yes, it's super low budget. Yes, the acting is questionable, but at least it gave us levels of art. The clown,
Yeah.
he wasn't just always like the whole time he would like frown and then he'd smile and then all of a sudden he'd frown again and then you don't know where he's going to be coming from. You don't know what he's
So
going to be
wait,
doing.
Larry, you like the first one, but you don't like the second one?
No.
The second one's awful, dude. I don't
Second
get
one's
y'all.
awful.
Let's not get into that. We
Yeah,
can't.
the
second
third
one's
one.
awful.
The third one
The
is
first-
even more just useless to me. It's like, okay, yeah.
I really do not understand that.
We don't need to get into it.
Oh
Let's-
god,
let's
here we
Terrifier
go, dude.
Only Terrifier 3.
I loved
Yeah,
it.
so Terrifier 3. Yeah.
It was my favorite. I really enjoyed it. I thought it upped its game from the second one. That shower scene, real standout. Where the chainsaw he freaking rips
Yo,
him
dude,
into-
the way she sat on his lap like that, dude, I had to pause. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm
What?
just kidding.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You remember, like right before the shower scene when they're in the house and she's like,
oh,
"Oh, I
I
would
thought
have
you
fucked Art
meant
the
he
Clown."
sat on
Or I would-
Art's lap.
Well, no,
No.
it's a great there's a great scene like right before where she's talking to the
Oh yeah, and
dude
he's like,
and
"Oh,
she's
yeah.
like, I would love to like look in his eyes and
Mhm.
be there in real time, like smell what he smelled like and
That's the best
and,
part.
and,
of
and
the
it's a
movie.
comedic scene because like Art the Clown
Yeah.
is just like smelling himself.
yeah."
You know, it's a
Yeah.
really funny scene.
Yeah, I
But,
thought the movie was hilarious. It was
Yeah.
so
It's a
funny.
comedy.
Bar scene. I love the bar scene.
The
I still
bar
think
scene,
it's-
I
I
was
still think it's a little too long, but I mean,
Oh
It's
yeah,
still
that's
better
another
than-
thing. Yeah, way
Yeah.
too long. It's still way too long. They could have cut
Right.
out 20 minutes of that movie and it would have been fine.
Yeah,
that's the problem with these last two they've been making, dude. They're just too long.
Yeah.
I think Terrifier 3 towed the line between the first two very well. Where like you
I
still
think
get a
so,
bit
too.
of story, you get the brutal kills, you get that kind of grimy feel that the first one had, mixed with the more polished feel of the second one. It goes all the way with the kills, of course. And Art the Clown is just amazing to watch. Like he's so funny and brutal. And Sienna's character like continues to evolve into being like a great final girl.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait to see what the next ones have to offer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
the only problem I had was I don't know, if Jonathan is dead, that was kind of unceremonious.
He's not dead.
Yeah. It same with
Of course
like
she's not. Of course she's not dead. They have to milk this for every
That's
dollar
the
they
thing.
can get.
Here, Larry, I want to pick your brain about this. So you like the first Terrifier movie, even though
We're
it's,
still on that, okay?
Yeah, let's not.
Let's do it.
I
man.
know, but this
do it.
segues into the third one.
Okay.
But like that first one is so like a nothing movie.
Bad.
It's just like a cat and
What are you
mouse movie.
talking about, dude?
What?
What
Are
are
you
you
serious?
guys?
Okay, why do you think
talking
it's a
about,
nothing
dude?
movie?
Because it's just a stalk and slash movie. Like in the second
Yeah.
one, we actually introduce real
Oh,
characters that we
God,
care about.
please, with these, nobody gave a shit about them. Nobody cared. They were cardboard cutout characters.
The first one was
What he
swear-
said.
what?
You don't-
Sorry. What?
Well,
What?
I
so
swear,
Jonah,
dude.
you don't like Sienna and the brother?
I could care less about them.
Yeah, they're just fodder.
I think they're fleshed out. I think they're interesting
I'm
characters.
going
Like
to a party
I'm rooting for 'em.
later. I'm going to a fucking party later, and hey, I like evil shit. I'm crazy. Oh wait, no, your whole family's insane.
You don't need to do this again.
We don't need to rehash this, Jonah.
I
We know how
mean,
you
just-
feel about it. But
Oh
yeah,
my God,
the reason
dude.
why I enjoyed the first one the best was because it introduced me to the concept of Art the Clown and
Yep.
how he goes about doing his kills. So I guess what I'm trying to say is now that I know his MO, the stuff that he does after the first movie is just rote. You know, it's just common. It's just like the same old. So it doesn't
Fernando-
excite me that much anymore.
Fernando's
So-
joining.
you
the
don't
team.
think Sienna is an
Fernando
interesting
with the
final girl?
chat.
Because I didn't think that this movie needs a final girl. But this franchise doesn't need a final girl. I feel like they created the final girl because they wanted to continue the movies. You know what I mean? Like it. Why didn't the first movie have a final girl then? If this was something that
So
needed
what?
to happen in this franchise,
You could say the same thing for like Freddy Krueger or Jason, or like any of
They
those
always
guys.
have
Michael
they-
Myers.
yeah,
They don't need a final girl. So what?
yeah,
Each
but
movie
they don't
just
come
needs-
back to the for the next movie. They don't build a franchise around these characters. You know
Of
what I
course
mean?
they do.
So they're
For all
one and
those other
done.
movies, they definitely do.
No, they don't.
Well, okay, maybe Nancy for
Laurie
Nightmare on Elm
Strode?
Street 1. Yeah, I'm not talking about. Okay, so I'm talking about this franchise. If the final girl trope was very important to this franchise, why wasn't there one in the first movie? Because they wanted it to be different from a typical slasher movie.
No, it
They
was a
wanted it to be
placeholder. It was an
something else.
independent movie. It was just a showcase what
Hey,
they
Gavin.
can do.
We're talking about Terrifier 2. You want to come in here and shit
No.
on me?
No,
We don't need Gavin in here.
I mean, no offense to these characters, but I'm with Jonah. I could care less. To me, it's like okay, they're here. What else you got?
The box
That's
of
kind of my
cereal.
feeling.
The box of cereal with all the bugs and glass in it is more important than those characters.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's because
there
they
you
got
go, Aaron.
and that's because they got a little bit of a cash grab from the boxes of cereal that they put out after the movie released.
Maybe. Yeah,
So
maybe that's
it's
it.
not
Yeah.
even because it's in
We're
the
not even
movie
talking
that
about
it's
the movie at this point.
But don't you think these movies would lose steam if it was just Art the Clown just like killing people left and right? Like we need rootable
well, the thing is, did we need a sequel?
people.
Though? Did
Yeah,
we need a sequel?
Exactly. The reason why they created characters to relate to is because they needed a reason for the story to continue.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, but it's not what this movie initially was meant to be. It was meant to be just about Art the Clown and his zany kills. But the fact that they created that for the sequel just makes you go, okay.
And what character building is there for Sienna and her brother? Because Sienna's story in this movie is I'm going to a
Trigan's
party.
zoning out.
Yeah,
Jonah, just shut up.
Rob, just shut up.
But yeah, I get basically what I'm saying is, yeah, fine. Like I said, been there, seen that. Let's just continue with the rest of it if that's
it's a
what you
fun
wanna do.
movie. I liked it. Moving on.
It's
Ridiculous.
great. It's great. You guys are
It
that's
rules.
an L take.
Okay,
Okay. Sure.
Yep.
I get
Whatever.
it. All
3
right.
against 2. Let's move on.
Yeah. So let's move on now to our last three movies. Two of them are back to
Good
back.
shit. Good
What I classify it as the failed next big thing, because these are movies that are supposed to be the next big thing behind the people who created them. But sadly, I don't think that's how it ended up. The first one, of course, is speaking of Terrifier 3, made by the creators of Terrifier saga, Stream.
Yeah.
And then the other one is what is supposed to be Russell Crowe's next big horror cash cow after The Pope's Exorcist, The Exorcism. I have seen Stream. I have not seen The Exorcism. Who
you
has
watched
seen The
Stream,
Exorcism?
Larry?
Yeah, I saw Stream.
Has
Really?
anyone
Let's hear your thoughts on that one.
On Stream?
Yeah.
Tired, played out, and common. Like,
awful? The
I've
act-
seen it. I've seen these types of movies
I
over and
know,
over
I know.
again. I don't really
See,
have anything
that's
else
what
to
you
say
think
about it.
Terrifier 2 is.
And 3.
Yeah. Stream is not good.
Stream, Terrifier 2, and Terrifier 3 are all interchangeable in my opinion. Yeah.
Stream is terrible. The acting is terrible. Dialogue is terrible. The
Yes.
kills are the only somewhat redeemable part of it, and it's so predictable too. You can
I thought Danielle Harris
see
was
from a
cute.
mile away.
Danielle Harris was the only good one in it, actually. Her
And
death
they
was the
killed
only
her
one that
off, like,
affected me.
instantly.
Yeah. But
It's like-
yeah, speaking of,
And it was nice to see Tony Todd.
It
R.I.P.
was just a
this is
cameo.
a stack,
galore.
it's a cameo cast.
You
Yeah,
know,
basically Dee Wallace from The Howling and Cujo.
Felissa Rose.
Yeah, and then so it's so many great casts. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous concept. The fact that they were like in the middle of the killings, and then they find out that there is a game happening. Then
And that
the
was
announcement
it
was
was
made. It's
clearly
like,
David Howard Thornton playing.
Yeah.
that
one of the killers
role.
is David Howard Thornton, the more
Yeah.
animated
and
one.
he's
Yeah.
very like animated.
Yeah.
And he's basically playing Art the Clown.
Essentially, which I'm like, dude, just make him do something else. Come on.
And they also just straight up stole a scene from Jurassic Park, like the kitchen scene. This is beat for beat the scene from Jurassic Park. Yeah.
Have you seen
Jurassic
any of
Farm.
these, Trigan?
Nope. I'd never even
Scream?
heard of Scream.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like, from the producers of Terrifier, and they tried to release it theatrically, but
I was actually very excited for this
Yeah.
movie. The trailer
Like-
won me over. I was actually excited for it, but yeah, it's awful.
yeah. Okay, what
Treat
about
it.
The Exorcism? Did anybody see that one?
Yeah. Go for it.
Go for it,
Dallas,
Dallas.
make it quick.
Okay. So I'm the only one that saw it, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. It obviously isn't a good movie, but I fully expected it to be so much worse. It's obviously not good, but it's not
bad.
it's not.
It's like fat Russell Crowe.
Well, he's always been fat. But anyway,
No. Not
you go in expecting completely generic horror movie, which it is. But
Yeah.
I like that it's not it's not a straight up exorcism movie. It's the plot is that he takes a role as an exorcist in a film, and then he gets possessed while he's making the movie.
Yeah.
But the ending is completely what you would expect. It's all the power of Christ compels you. Yeah, the ending is bad.
You know what would have made the movie work though is if his character from The Pope's Exorcist was the one that exorcised him.
Yeah.
That would have been super meta.
I did like the character. I do think Russell Crowe did give a good performance. Like he has like a traumatic backstory, and he has an interesting relationship with his daughter. That was the only good part of the movie. His performance and his relationship with his daughter is the only good thing about the movie.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
But was it scary?
No, it's the horror scenes are as generic as you can get.
True. Okay, great. So there you go. Our failed next big things didn't really making a dent. And now we are down to our final film. In my opinion, the biggest horror film of
After
the
almost
year.
5 hours.
After almost 5
That's
hours, we're
insane.
down to our final film. And of
Trigan
course,
looks
the
like he's-
movie that we're all going to talk about right now is, I'm sorry, Tom A, it's not going to be Azrael, although that is a film that I'm dying to watch, and I will
Never
be
heard of
watching that. We're talking about Longlegs, the movie that nobody saw coming, and everybody ended up either loving or hating because it didn't live up to the hype. So who lands where? Let's start with you, Dallas.
Yeah, everyone overhyped this for me.
Okay.
Trigan mentioned a few movies that were overhyped for him and ruined it. That's one of them for me. Everyone was saying this is the scariest movie of the year. There's not a single scary scene in this movie to me.
They said that about Alien Romulus. Shit wasn't scary at all.
I didn't say it was scary. I said it was a mix of horror and action. We're not talking.
No. I'm just saying that's what they said about Alien Romulus.
Oh,
Yeah.
anyway, yeah,
Anyway.
it's super overhyped. It's not scary at all. I also wanted the mystery of like Silence of the Lambs, Manhunter. I wanted something like that, like Seven, but the mystery wasn't really there because she didn't figure out who the accomplice was. Longlegs just told her that it was her. Spoiler alert! It was her mom. She also didn't decode the messages. Longlegs just
gave them no time to exit off before you said that.
But whatever. Nicolas Cage's character just gave her the formula on how to solve his coded messages. There was no mystery there. I didn't care for this movie. The only part I liked was when the mom shot her partner with the shotgun. That was hilarious.
Okay. Trigan, what are your thoughts?
Well, I only watched it once, and that was in theaters, and I really liked it.
Yeah.
One of my favorites of the year based on that experience. Not because it's overly scary, but the atmosphere is just so unnerving the whole time. I totally get Dallas's criticisms that he was making about the mystery kind of just being given to her. I think if they were given a little more time to the movie, because the ending did feel a bit rushed, but if they had a little longer runtime, I think it could have been like perfect.
Yeah, I think that movie would have benefited with just one extra scene at the end. I don't know, maybe them walking out and then the sky turned blood red, or you saw a silhouette of the creature emerging from the depths, silhouetting against the sky in the distance. Like that would have made it just more satisfying. But that ending being deliberately, what do you call this? Ambiguous. Just kind of took away some of it. It's still, in my opinion, the best of the year, but that's just me. I love the atmosphere. If you love the atmosphere, go check out his other movie, The Director. I don't know if you've seen Gretel and Hansel.
No, I didn't watch that one.
Black Coat's Daughter.
Check it out. Black Coat's Daughter. Those are more modern, but Gretel and Hansel is just visually, oh my god.
Oh,
striking.
okay, yeah. Visually,
Yeah. So, but yeah, to me, Longlegs, one of the best, if not the best of the year. So, Rob,
he already announced another movie with a trailer. Man's just cooking right now.
He's got the monkey coming out.
Oh yeah, he's got them. Yeah, we're going to talk about the 2025 releases a little bit later. We're just going to glaze through them and see what you guys are excited about.
I'm with Larry on this.
Care to expound?
Yeah. I mean, I was just trying to be quick, but I mean,
no. What do you mean? With me? With what? About what?
About the movie needing a little bit more at the end. But other than that, I had no problems with the movie. I enjoyed it.
Cool.
And I didn't watch any of the trailers or anything, so I didn't really get
neither.
For this one.
I didn't even listen to like the hype or anything like that, so I went into it almost completely blind. But
because I wasn't really interested in the movie for the longest time, but then again I saw it on physical and I just bought it and watched it and I was like, okay, that's good.
One more thing before I'll shut up after this one thing. I love Nicolas Cage, but I can't take him seriously at all. And his performance when he's in the car screaming, "Mommy! Daddy!"
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that made me laugh.
I laughed so hard. Yeah, I can't take him seriously in anything, but I love the man. That's all I have.
True. Rob, take us home.
It's a great movie. It is really, really solid. Again, like I brought up before, it falls under that like I'm really into this movie, and then the ending kind of loses me. I really liked it when it was practical, like everything. Once it got into the magical, fantastical stuff, not to say like I wasn't on board. I was like, okay, we're doing this. Okay, all right, that's fine. But I don't know. I like the I like the Nick Cage performance. I know it was ridiculous, but I don't know. I'm biased, man. I love Nick Cage. So like anytime the fact that I got to see him, like anytime I get to see Nick Cage on big screen, I'm like,
yeah, I love it, but I'm just saying
grinning.
It was
ear to ear.
I'll never forget the mommy daddy scene.
Yeah.
Almost birthday girl.
How did you think?
Dallas does it perfectly.
Like it is a modern day classic. You have to say that.
I would have to. And the fact that it is a period piece, it's set in the 90s. I think it adds to that.
Because how about that opening scene, man? Like it's so well edited when he like just, like jumps down, like I'll use my long legs.
I didn't like that. I didn't.
Oh man, that's unsettling as hell.
Oh my god,
yeah,
it was so cool. It was so cool. Yeah. That was amazing. That was amazing. So there, Longlegs. Yeah? I thought you said you were going to shut up after that.
No, I thought you meant we were done. I was gonna say
No, we're not done yet.
On the list. I want to talk about tapes.
Sorry?
Talk about what?
The creep tapes.
Yeah. So anyway, before
We're
we
getting
get
there.
into TV terror, so there we go. We just talked about Longlegs. Is there any other recommendations of horror films that you guys have seen this year that we might not have covered that you might want to tell people about?
Nah.
Tregan, you're nodding your head. Go.
Yep. This cool indie found footage movie, free on YouTube. It's called Finally Home.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's good.
Okay.
Good movie.
Check it out.
I've seen it.
Very handsome
It's-
guy.
it's
and
good.
kinda like
Yeah.
me.
So do we just
Yeah,
search
Timothy
for
Chalamet.
Finally Home in YouTube to find
Yep,
it?
just Finally Home full movie.
Okay.
Finally
And then
home,
on
found footage.
Pornhub, Finally Home feed
Yeah.
pics. Is that what we're gonna
Yeah, I
look
mean,
for?
if you want to look
No,
those
that's
up,
the OnlyFans
and,
account.
they
You got to
find-
pay for that type of knowledge.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And if you really need, like, the main actor looks like you basically have Timothy Chalamet in there.
Yep, literally.
So-
Yeah, exactly. I
Okay.
hired Timothy Chalamet. He just went under a different name for the credits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Okay,
He shot
yeah.
that between the Bob Dylan
But,
biopic.
An honest answer, I watched it today. It's more in pitch black comedy territory, but kind of horror. Is The Coffee Table.
Oh yeah, Rob
Okay.
reacted to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie it'll mess you up. It's kind of funny, but it's like really, 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 really dark.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a weird movie. Kind of depressing.
Yeah. Anyone else have any other recommendations?
No, everything I saw this year was on the list.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll
I
recommend.
didn't watch the list,
I'll shout out Name the Demon, which I reacted to.
Right.
That's
yeah.
a cool found footage movie that does the one shot thing that Mads is trying to do, but I don't think it's pretending to be like a genuine one take thing. Like, they clearly hide cuts.
Yeah.
But that's a cool found footage movie, and there was one other that I wanted to shout out. There's a new up and coming found footage movie that I don't think a lot of people have seen yet, called Jeffrey's Hell. That's
out now.
really sick. Oh, is that out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on Found TV.
Okay. All right.
What about-
have you
what
seen
about
that,
Devin?
Trigan?
Sorry?
Have you watched it yet, Trigan?
No, I guess it's a sequel to Chest, and I haven't watched Chest.
Yeah, it's a really cool found footage movie of this dude going into like some caves and seeing some crazy shit. So if you like As Above, So Below,
Oh, I love
that type of found footage type of stuff,
I see.
it's really cool. So
Yeah.
definitely check out Jeffrey's Hell.
Yeah, I plan on.
I know somebody earlier was talking about the Devin movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Shout out to Devin. JWoww. JWoww. Dude, I would have partied with JWoww. So I was glazing that movie.
You did. She
Hard.
was in the thumbnail.
Yeah, she was in the thumbnail.
Yeah, you clickbaited us. Scum.
Okay.
I want
it's
to
on all
hit up the
levels.
bar. I want to hang out with her on the boardwalk of Jersey.
Well, maybe one day you will. We don't know. Okay, so I guess we have one more thing to talk about now for those who have seen it, because as you know, Creep has two movies, Creep 1 and Creep 2. They've done very, very well for the horror community. And now an anthology series called The Creep Tapes has been released on Shudder, which is like props to Shudder and props to what's his face? The guy who created Shudder. Sorry? Mark Duplass, yeah. Shout out to Mark Duplass for choosing Shudder to be the home of his TV anthology and not going with the typical HBO or Netflix and things like that, because he knows that it's made for horror fans. So thank you. I have not seen any of the episodes. I'm thinking Rob has seen all of them because he's reacted to all of them already,
Yeah,
and then Dallas
reacted to
as
that.
well, and Trigan. So
I have
for
watched.
those of you who've seen it,
Oh,
go.
sorry.
Has
I've
everyone
watched
seen, like, the
episode
entire-
3 and 4. I'm sorry, Tree. I've watched 3 and 4.
Only 3 and 4
Yeah.
Wait,
I
Why
still
did
got
you-
the last two.
of it.
We'll
I
have
still
to.
got the last two.
but you've seen episode 1 and 2, I'm
Oh,
guessing.
he's seen 1 and 2. He's seen 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay, because you said I've
Okay.
only seen episode 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. I watched 1 and 2. I reacted to it, but I've
Okay, I
seen
was
3 and
confused.
4.
Like, why'd you pick the 2 middle episodes? And
Well, I guess it doesn't matter what episode you watch because it's just
Yeah, it's like it's like Black Mirror. You can watch
It's
any
like an
episode you want.
anthology type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
favorite episode was episode 1.
it's weird though, because you can kind of like think about them in the bundles. Like 1 and 2 are kind of similar, 3 and 4 are kind of similar, and then 5 and 6 are similar in the way that they go completely off the rails. Like they get weird, like really.
Yeah.
Wow.
That
I'm
finale.
excited for that.
Oh,
Don't
that's
spoil it,
I'm-
dude. If you spoil it,
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
mind
please,
your
no
address.
spoilers, no
I'm not
spoilers.
gonna
But
spoil it. Go watch
yeah.
it. Each episode is like 25 to 30 minutes,
yeah.
Yeah.
and there are only 6.
I might actually react to it. But how does it compare to the films? Do they just feel like short versions of the films, or are they their
They-
own thing?
Yes, to both.
And
Like
No.
they do feel like the movies, but shorter, and then they do feel like their own thing as well. Like it's really hard to describe some of the episodes because they're, I don't know, it's just really good. Each episode has a slightly different vibe than the last because, as you know from Creep 1 and 2, he likes to change characters
Yeah.
and
right.
portray
Yeah.
different people. And so with each one of these, you get a different location, different character, different victim, and playing it out in a totally different way. But you start to see the similarities in his different characters. And it's really interesting. I thought it was quite good.
Oh. So it further enhances the character study of our killer, basically.
Yes, especially in episode 5 and 6.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
but it's all found footage. I'm
Yeah.
assuming. Okay, good. So it's all the same format as the first 2 movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good.
all about
And it's
those
all
things.
being shot by the potential victim, or does it change from
of them.
episode to episode?
Almost all of it, but
The last
in
two are.
episode 5, it's filmed by Mark Duplass's character,
Ah.
and in
nice.
episode 6.
Okay.
I need
Yeah.
to check
Nice.
it out. I love
Yeah, I'm
that.
definitely looking forward to that because in 2025 I'm gonna be doing like 3 TV shows. I'm gonna be doing Last of Us. I haven't seen it yet because season 2 is gonna be coming out, so I'll be reacting to one. And then of Creep Tapes if I have time, and then of course Interview with the Vampire because I'm good with the first 2 seasons now, and now that I know season 3 is coming out, yeah, I'm interested in that.
That-
So
Interview
Yeah.
with the Vampire is a hot show to do reactions to.
yeah, I know it's and then maybe somewhere down the future, if I know I'm gonna be alive for the next 10 years, I'll probably be react to Supernatural because that's gonna take a long ass time to get through that entire show.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Wait,
there we
13
go.
seasons?
Those are yeah.
Okay. I was just gonna say, without spoiling it, Trine, did you understand episode 5? Like, I am so confused. Like,
I kind of had it explained. Yeah, he was.
No,
But-
don't tell us anything.
Don't get into it.
Okay.
Hey, yeah. Seriously.
Okay, no,
Let's
go,
talk about
go.
this episode.
Just wave when you're done.
just take your headphones off, guys.
Okay, so like, it's more from his perspective, and I saw someone else explained it as like he was editing it after the fact, whether
Was
he
there
was
no
aware of it or not.
Yeah, but was there a second person there or not?
No, it was just him, except for the dude who came to the door at the end.
It doesn't make. We see them both in the same bed. It confused me so much.
Yes, that was his editing.
What? Where are you getting this from?
I was talking to someone about it on the found footage Discord server, and that was the explanation for it, and I
That's
didn't.
their interpretation, though. That doesn't mean that's what.
Yeah,
happened.
that just made the most sense to me.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I did like episode 5, but it was very confusing. And
Yeah.
also that ending to episode 6, man, it was so fun.
It was weird.
So fun. Homelander vibes over there. Yeah. Okay, we're done.
All right.
Real
so-
quick, shout out we didn't include Nosferatu in here.
Well, because it's not out.
Obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not available to watch.
So maybe we'll include it in next year's year-end stream, which we will definitely be starting at 5 p.m. 'cause,
Yeah.
this was
Not
not this was not thought out. This decision to do this
I
at this
know.
time.
Whose idea was
But
that?
yeah, hopefully, thank you all so much for being here with us. But before we go, let's quickly go through some of the stuff that's coming out in 2025 that you might be interested in.
28 years
Starting
later.
starting off the year with a movie called Companion. Has any of you heard of this? Jack
No.
Quaid, Sophie Thatcher. It's kind of like, it's from the creators of Barbarian, so it has that similar
That's
vibe.
from the director of Barbarian.
Oh, well,
Actually, no. It's just
Oh,
from
well,
the yeah. It's a different
is it
director.
not?
Yeah, it's not. It's from the I think he's the writer of Barbarian, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so that's coming out January 10th, to be followed by Wolfman a week later, January 17th. Who's seen the trailer? I do not watch trailers. So...
Yeah, I watched the trailer.
Wolfman has a trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have two now, if I'm not mistaken.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're mostly
So-
like teasers.
Yeah, they're mostly teasers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then there's the Steven Soderbergh horror film Presence coming out on the 27th of January. Trailer for that is also out. I believe this is one of those. It's gonna be just a static shot, kind of like Here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it's got a gimmick about the presentation of the film.
Classic Soderbergh.
Yeah. And then we have Screamboat again, continuing the Mouseville
they're doing a
universe
sequel
horror.
I'm so down.
Yeah.
Sign me up, bro.
Yeah. That's out January 24th. And then, of course, Oz Perkins' follow-up to Longlegs, The Monkey, coming out on the 21st of February.
The Longlegs?
Yeah, based on Stephen King. What's that?
Do you say it's a sequel
His
to Longlegs?
follow.
No, it's a follow-up to Longlegs, meaning his next film after Longlegs. Yeah. But yeah, it's coming out on the 21st.
The Monkey's Paw.
It's just The Monkey. No, The Monkey's Paw is different. The Monkey's Paw is a Bradbury story, if I'm not mistaken, where you make a wish and then it bends a finger. It's spoofed on The Simpsons.
I thought
The Monkey is about the toy monkey drum thing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And then what else? Oh, a trailer for that is also out as well. Brian Bertino's next film called Vicious. Brian Bertino directed both the first and second Strangers movies. So this one's supposed to be like a thriller starring Dakota Fanning and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, February 28th. March 7th, we have Ryan Coogler's Sinners. Have you heard of this? Starring Michael B. Jordan. He's supposed to be playing twins, and it's set during Jim Crow era. So it's going to be one of those social horror thingies from Ryan Coogler, from the director of... Yeah, he directed Black Panther, right? I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Then there's The Woman in the Yard, also another social horror with African Americans, directed by Jaume Collet Serra, who directed the second Orphan film, which a third Orphan film has just been announced. So I'm excited to see. Yeah,
I like the second one. I liked it.
Yeah, the second one was amazing. Christopher Landon has a new movie coming out next year called Drop. He directed Happy Death Day. And then, Paranormal. He was a writer for Paranormal. He directed Happy Death Day and Freaky. So he has a new movie come out April 11th. Let's see what else. Oh, of course, 28 years later, coming out on the 20th. I think you're all excited about that.
Fucking go, baby.
That trailer is such a banger.
Yeah, I will not watch that trailer just out of principle, because
it doesn't
want to get spoiled for anything. No, I don't care. The fact that they're sharing the screenshots. Oh my God, Cillian Murphy's character is now a zombie. I'm like,
it's not him. That's not him.
I know.
That's
but
not
still,
him.
I don't. I hate it. I hate it so much. Anyway, Megan 2.0, June 27th. That's coming out. Supposedly, there's going to be the I Know What You Did Last Summer Legacy sequel coming out also next year, next summer.
No one needs that.
Yeah,
I'm down with seeing Freddie Prinze Jr. back.
I want to see Jack Black back.
Yeah, Jack Black.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. seeing her back.
Yeah, Jennifer
on the
Love
big
Hewitt
screen?
has signed on already, so she is going to be in the. In
Hell
that.
yeah, let's
Okay.
go,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It depends on the story. Hopefully, it's gonna be a
Right,
cool
yeah.
original story. There's
Not like
supposedly a sixth
We get
Insidious
Ryan
movie.
Philippe back
Oh.
in there, or
No,
did
they're
he die?
creating a universe from 6 for.
Did Ryan
for
Philippe
Insidious.
die in the first one?
Yes, Ryan Phillippe and Sarah Michelle Gellar both died in the first one. Yeah,
Oh damn!
yeah. So they're not going to be in
Lost
there.
his
But
face.
yeah, there's going to be a
Maybe
new
they can bring that.
Insidious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe they
Yeah.
can bring it back as like like
Ghosts?
Billy in Scream. Force
Oh,
ghosts.
So what's the
Yeah.
Insidious 6? What is that?
Well, there's no synopsis for it yet because I
Oh,
don't
okay.
even think there's no official director even, so
This-
we don't
that's
know if
freaked
that's
out
coming
already.
out.
Well,
Same
I heard
with
they're
the
doing a universe with it.
maybe, yeah.
An Insidious universe.
And also supposedly the final Conjuring film is coming out on the 5th of September, Conjuring Last Rites, so we don't know if that's going to come out as well.
That's the last one.
It's supposedly the last one, but obviously if that makes a shitload of money, kind of like what they said about the last Insidious film. That's going to be the last one, but it made a shitload of money, so let's make a
Yeah.
sixth one then. So yeah.
Wow.
What else? Oh, of course, there's the Bride of Frankenstein reimagining with Maggie Gyllenhaal called The Bride. Guess who's playing the monster? Frankenstein's monster.
Who?
Cole Sprouse.
No, Christian Bale.
Christian
Damn.
Yeah,
Bale.
he's playing Frankenstein's monster.
I mean,
Yeah, there's going to be another Saw 11, September 26th. So obviously we
I
know.
thought that got canceled.
No, it's continuing. Yeah, they released an official poster for it, so it
Okay.
is coming out next
All
year.
right.
So I don't know. Maybe it is still going to be a continuation of Saw 10. So
that's what
which
it's.
takes
That's
place
what they said it would be. It's supposed to pick up right where Saw X
right
went.
after. Okay, and then so it's still going to be a prequel of sorts.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a prequel to Saw 10. It's going to be a prequel to what follows Saw 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like what, Saw 3? Is that what follows Saw 10?
No, Saw 10 takes place between 1 and 2.
Oh, between 1 and 2. Okay, gotcha. Like Alien
So-
Romulus.
Interesting.
Alien
Ah.
Romulus.
Yeah,
And,
okay. Let's loot. Another
uh,
sequel coming out, Black Phone 2. I have no idea how they're going to do that because
Yeah.
a grabber died in the last one. So
Yeah, for real.
And apparently Ethan Hawke is back. So what? Did he make a deal with the devil or something to become immortal? In which case, that's stupid.
I'm guessing.
Is Scott Derrickson even back for it?
Apparently, yes, he is. Maybe not directing, but at least involved with it.
That means it's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, most
It's
probably.
gonna get claimed.
Okay.
Rob.
Okay, of course, there's going to be Five Nights at Freddy's 2 coming out on December 5th. I
Dang,
didn't
we're already
care
in
much for this.
December?
Yeah. And then these next 4 don't have release dates yet, but
What
they are
about?
supposed to be
Did you
coming out.
already talk about Final Destination?
Yeah, Final Destination Bloodlines. That's the first one that has no official release date yet, but
That's-
it is supposedly coming out 2025.
Bloodlines. That's a
Yeah.
terrible tagline.
I know.
I know it's so cliche, just like
It's
Hellraiser,
very-
Bloodlines, Pet Cemetery.
Ugh.
Bloodlines.
Bloodlines. And there's another one, Day of the Dead, Bloodlines. Yeah.
There's a pattern.
I hope
Yeah.
it's not bad
Is
because I
that
love
the Day of the Dead with Nick Cannon?
No, it was I forgot. I don't know
Is that
if it
the
was with Nick
sequel
Cannon.
to the Nick Cannon one?
I think it's more of a
Anyway.
remake of Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. There's another Frankenstein movie coming out, but this time it's directed by Guillermo del Toro. He's been trying to get this made for so long, and apparently it's coming out next year. Who is playing Frankenstein? I can't. Oh,
DeVito.
really? Andrew Garfield. Ugh.
What?
Supposedly, I don't know. I
That's
don't know.
a
He's
weird-
kind of bulking up now, so maybe he can pull it off. I don't know.
That
Maybe.
might be a weird decision.
Yeah. And then, of course, the last
Uh,
2 movies is the movie that everybody is waiting for. The Strangers Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Also coming out next
Wait,
year.
wait. One
you
more.
asshole. You son of a bitch.
Rob got really excited for a second there.
I know. Yeah.
The one I'm most excited for is Scary Movie 6 with the Wayans brothers
Oh,
returning,
yeah.
baby.
Right. I
Let's do
don't think if that's gonna come out in next year. It's probably
Yeah,
gonna be
sure that's
2026.
2026.
Aw, dang.
And
That's
then
the
there
one
have also been rumors of a new Predator movie. It's in the same vein
Yeah.
as where it's like set.
Badlands.
Yeah, Predator
Yeah.
Bad.
gonna be awesome.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I think that is
I
also
love that.
2026 because they need a lot of special. That's what I was saying at the beginning. How movies take so long to make now. By the time it comes out, people are like, "Oh, really? That's coming out? Okay." So the
Yeah.
excitement is like gone. Or maybe it's just we just get so spoiled about announcements of titles now that even people just talking about making this movie gets like front page news at Hollywood Reporter, and we think, oh my god, that's going to come out soon. But no, they're just talking about making it. So
Right.
maybe that's it. Anyway, we finally reached the end of our
Wow.
stream.
We should give our
A
top
long
5 in
stream.
one.
Well done. Thank you to everyone. Tregan,
Yeah.
I know it looks like you've been held hostage. It
I
literally looks
know.
like somebody's holding a gun to your head off camera. But
What does
yeah, I
Trigan
appreciate
remind me of? I'm trying to think of who you kind of look like, because we all know who Dallas
he
looks
kind of
like.
he's kind of
What?
looks like he would fit in with like the Twilight Colons. Or
Yeah, no, but
maybe the bad guys.
I'm talking about like which celebrity he looks like. Yeah, he kind of looks. I can't put my finger on it, but we all know who
Blaze him
Dallas
up.
looks
Give
like.
him give him something good.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah, because Dallas looks like who's that right wing talk show host that everybody hates? Ben Shapiro.
Oh,
There,
Ben
that's who
Shapiro.
Dallas.
What?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, Tregan, your movie Finally Home is on your YouTube channel. Go and check it out. It's really cool. It's a fun, scary found footage horror movie. Feature length too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's
just
killer.
over 63 minutes.
Yeah,
We
just reached the maximum limit for a feature length.
We should
Yeah.
all give our worst of the year and best of the year.
I already forgot.
Oh,
half
you
of
want to
them.
do that?
Yeah, at least.
Well, I already know mine. Worst of the year, Speak No Evil. Best of the year, Longlegs.
All right, Rob.
Speak no evil. That's insane.
That's insane.
What's yours, Rob?
I said what I said.
Said some crazy shit.
Best. I think this is the year of The Substance. The Substance is the movie of the year for sure.
Very
the
nice.
worst of the movie. The worst of the year. Ooh. It might be like, I don't know. I didn't see Imaginary, but it might be that. I don't know.
You can't choose something you haven't seen.
Yeah.
Well, I
Maybe one
can't
of
say
the-
Afraid because it's not like technically a bad made. It's not like a poorly made movie.
It's not a
Jeez.
poorly made movie, but doesn't that mean it's worse? Because they had all of the resources to make a good movie, but
I
they decided
refuse
make
to
that?
answer the bad.
The
movie.
bad movie. Okay.
Afraid
The
is
Substance is the best movie of the year.
All right,
for
what
sure.
about Tregan?
I think I'm with you there, Rob. I think The Substance is probably the best all around. But best, favorite, and scariest are all different for me.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
Like my favorite that I'd rewatch more times is probably Terrifier 3, and then scariest is Daddy's Head. And then worst, instantly, without thinking, goes to The Strangers Chapter 1.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Nice.
So you're not even going to choose that one, Rob? Stranger Chapter 1?
I'm down with that. I'm
Yeah.
down with
Okay.
that. Yeah.
and Jonah,
Oh God.
Alien Romulus.
No, I wouldn't put that low. I mean, it's definitely not worst of the year, but I just don't like it. No, Stranger Chapter 1 has got to be on it. It's shocking, Larry, that I mean, I know you haven't seen it, but you should just put it there.
because I think I've
won't see it is why you should put it there.
no, but I think I've already seen it. That's the problem. It's the
just
same
first one that-
movie. Yeah, it's the same movie. So why? I just watched this first movie again. But I like what you said.
Is
Regan,
it
that-
as bad as Mickey's Mousetrap though?
Well, we haven't seen it. Only you have.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I don't
but
know.
probably
that
will
is the
be
worst. But
That
yeah, I
might
like what
be-
you, yeah, I
might
like
be
what
the
you did, Trigan, when you divided it like the best,
Yeah.
the scariest, and the
weird.
favorite. Yeah, for me, I would have to agree. The best is the Substance, the scariest is Longlegs, and my favorite would have to be Alien Romulus. I would
What's-
watch that movie
what's Jonah's
over and
favorite?
over and over again.
That's so disappointing.
What's
Uh,
your?
I love that ranking.
Hey, shut
great.
up. What, Dallas? What were you saying?
I'm saying, what's your favorite? You only
My
gave me-
favorite. Oh God, my favorite.
Wrap it up quick here.
Name, list the movies off, please.
Maxine, Late Night with the Devil, Night Swim, Imaginary Afraid, Speak No Evil, Salem's Lot, Winnie the Pooh, Horror and Hide Us 3, VHS Beyond, Alien Romulus, Strangers,
VHS Beyond.
Ghostbusters is your
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, it's my favorite of the year.
What
I-
about the scariest?
The scariest of the year, because movies don't scare me anymore, dude. So I just don't
Okay.
have a scariest of the year because I just don't get scared.
Okay, so let's just say Blink Twice is your scariest. Okay,
Yeah, let's just say
favorite. Oh, sorry.
favorite.
Yeah, favorite.
Favorite. Okay. Oh no, my favorite was the first one.
Beyond.
VHS 85 Beyond. Yeah,
Okay, the best one.
the best.
Yeah, because like the best is different from the favorite. What do you think is the most excellent of all of the horror
Why are
films
you
that come out
trying to
this year?
dissect Jonah's brain like this?
Yeah, please stop.
Okay, we're done. Yeah, we forgot. I forgot. You're not good. I
Right,
think
you said he said scariest, and then what was the other one?
Best.
the best, your favorite, and the scariest.
Okay, so the best
Yeah.
is like second place.
No. There's no placing here.
No,
Like
we-
your
we can
favorite is the
all-
one that.
We
Forget
can
it.
all agree The Substance is the movie of the year.
nah.
But you know what? I would put as a runner up to the Substance, and I just saw it on the list. Heretic.
Heretic.
yes,
Yeah,
I would
I'll
put
throw Heretic
So
in best.
good.
Yeah, I'll throw
It's
Heretic
the
in best.
biggest shock out of all of this list. That like I can't
Okay.
believe how good this movie
20
is.
years from now, you think they're going to still be watching Heretic?
Because in 20 years from now, people are still going to have debates about religion. Yeah, I think so.
I think that's going to be a movie that it's going to be like worth mentioning, but The Substance is going to hold weight
Hugh
for
Grant's
years and years to come.
Hugh Grant's impression of Jar Jar will remain timeless for eternity.
That was
Yeah.
epic. That was
Keep
amazing.
watching Paddington 2 if you want to.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
excellent. in
Paddington 2.
Paddington.
Oh, right, he's in that.
Yeah.
All right,
And
guys.
then about,
Hey,
Hey,
it's my turn.
okay,
I didn't
I
get to give
forgot
my
my
turn.
list.
okay.
One stream.
Hey, I didn't give my turn. Shut up, Rob.
Oh,
Quick.
All right,
Wait.
let's hear it.
Favorite
Best-
Alien Romulus.
Okay.
Scariest Oddity, with
Mhm.
Daddy's Head being a very close second, and worst
Okay.
is
No,
Stream.
best.
I don't really have a best. Like I don't know.
Oh. So you don't have a
I'll say Alien
Excellent.
Romulus because it's my favorite. Whatever. But yeah. Worst,
okay.
worst, obviously, like Night
Strangers.
Swim and Strangers are awful, but I went in knowing they were awful. Stream, I went in wanting to like it and I hated it, so I'm putting Stream on the worst of the year for me.
Okay.
Hey,
I didn't like it either, Rob.
Hey man, I'm
Yeah, but
salty
still.
about Alien Romulus being so high up.
Tony Todd.
Stream sucks.
See, now you know how I feel when you all
got-
gang up on me about Terrifier 3.
It's got
There you
Jeffrey
go.
Combs in it.
I don't care.
Reanimator.
Everything's terrible.
Okay, I think Trigan is about to pass out. We should we should just close this now.
All right. See you guys. Good night.
Thank you all. Thank you
Fun
guys so
stream.
much
Good
for the
morning,
stream, and
more
thank you all so much for watching for all of these hours and commenting. We're
Yeah,
sorry
for
that we
real.
didn't get to most of your
Yeah.
comments, but yeah, thank you all so much. So hopefully we'll do this again soon. Maybe like I don't know, once every 6 months, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe
let's
even
do
more.
The trivia thing I mentioned. We'll plan.
Oh yeah,
that.
and then we are looking at doing a trivia night. So I would love to host the first one because I already have questions. So
you have them prepared.
Yeah, of course.
Nice. Let's do it.
That's what Chat GPT is for. Yeah, makes it so much easier. So thank you guys so much for inviting me this year.
Oh yeah, it was good having you.
Yeah, of course. All right, take it easy, guys. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
We didn't get to dance